Directamente, obviamente hay algunas épocas del año que requieren contratar pues personas, jornaleros de la región. Y el 83% de los agricultores son propietarios o poseedores de la tierra. Y el 88% tienen títulos de finca. Esto es muy importante porque este es un sector que tiene tierra. O sea, distinto a otros sectores donde están enredados los temas de tenencia de tierra, el cacao, entre sus bondades desde el punto de vista de tierras, pues son importantísimas porque pues el agricultor que tiene tierra tiene posibilidad de crédito, tiene posibilidad de tener además permanencia como tal en la actividad. Tenemos un porcentaje muy bajo de agricultores que reportan riego y este es quizás uno de los primeros problemas que tenemos. Obviamente en estos 2 años de fenómeno de la niña, pues el tema de riego era muy discutible y los agricultores decían, pero ¿para qué riego si pues sí, estamos en un periodo atípico, pero esto no es lo normal, que hubiésemos tenido 2 años. El 18.75% de los agricultores tienen riego y básicamente están ubicados en Huila y Córdoba. Córdoba ha tenido incidencia de programas de USAID, donde se hicieron unos trabajos muy interesantes y quedaron unas parcelas con riego, que esto, digamos, en Córdoba ha sido importante porque los agricultores han tenido la posibilidad de comparar la producción y el manejo del cultivo con y sin riego. Y en el departamento del Huila pues hay una tradición de riego de muchos años. Ustedes conocen el departamento del Huila, los que han ido al Cacao, pues tienen un riego básicamente por inundación, pero tiene esa cultura de ir regando el riego en los momentos de intenso verano como tal. Entonces son los 2 departamentos donde hay riego, pero solo marca el 18.7% de los agricultores con riego. Con relación al acceso a crédito, y aquí hay un tema de discusión y de reflexión, es que solo el 29% de los productores reportó que ellos o algún miembro habían tenido crédito. Si uno se va más adentro, uno encuentra que los créditos para cacao no deberían subir ni siquiera al 15%, que es un tema, digamos, preocupante para el sector. Y lo digo porque nosotros en el Consejo Nacional Cacaotero analizábamos cifras de Finagro y hay definitivamente unos volúmenes importantes de colocación, pero en una reunión que tuvimos en Finagro con el doctor Ramírez, fuimos a mirar con la gente de Finagro y casi que a esculcar un poquito cómo eran los créditos de cacao y encontramos que más del 65% de los créditos de cacao son para capital de trabajo, pero para comercialización. O sea, realmente no son créditos que están llegando en ese porcentaje al desarrollo o apoyo de la plantación. Son créditos que están involucrados en la comercialización de cacao, por lo menos para el periodo 2021, que fue el que revisamos en conjunto con Juan Carlos Botero de Finagro. Y básicamente las familias, lo que dicen las personas entrevistadas es que pues el temor a endeudarse y a perder la tierra es una de las razones más importantes del por qué no acceden a crédito. Y lo otro es el acceso a garantías. O sea, el país tiene muy buenas líneas de crédito, Finagro tiene un espectro de financiación espectacular, pero tenemos el peor acceso a crédito. No tenemos las garantías suficientes para poder acceder al crédito.
To accept the credit or access the credit. Another important finding is that for reflection, we found that the farmers are investing in labor 52 days a year when the gap of investment should be minimum 90 days a year. These products, this is a result of demotivation, and maybe also they have to be responsible of the crops. We, as technicians and entities, we need to rescue that pride for the profession. We need to uh, go to the field and support the field. This is complex because out of those 52 days per hectare a year, we found 60% of that is involved in harvest and post-harvest. The farmer is harvesting, but they're not using the labor hand needed for the pruning, etc. So we have agriculture farmers dedicated to the harvest more than anything. Practices as pruning, you know, that's fundamental. So that's practice of more impact, enabling the production. Cacao is of constant production. They need to renew again to stimulate the stems, the sprout in the stems to reproduce. So 89% of the farmers, they do one pruning a year. So when we see those are simple pruning that do not fit for the result required for a correct handling. The other thing is that 60% of agriculture is in the handling of the crops. Those 2 years of the phenomena of La Nina with the intensity that we had to go and control the diseases once a month, it's insufficient. That is one of the responsible why we see the impact in the low production at this moment in the country. That is part of the enabling activities of production. 57% of our field doesn't have soil analysis, and when there is a soil analysis, it's just for 3 years. They are out of date. Unfortunately, only 44% of our farmers use fertilizers one a year. When they do it, this period is more complex because with the increase of fertilizers, we had a bulk of that uh, went to from 70,000 to a lot more than 70,000. It was impossible to perform fertilization. So mean activity is 385 kilos per hectare. That productivity, I think, has been consistent for years, and I would say that we have uh, taken the first step to pass over more profitable production, cacao production. So the 2.37 hectares is the use of cacao crops, and operational costs, they are in a range. We have clusters. We have from the coast to Huila, we had operational costs between 2,200,000 2,400,000 pesos. Cacao is 80% of the costs. Basically, the farmer is investing a little bit more in the works, but there was no fertilization, there was no application of material for the control, pest control. So the crops were the most common that we found. This is important. This is coffee, banana, yuca, and coffee is an important crop in the highest part, and the lowest part we have cacao. Banana as accompaniment, and coffee is key for the farmers, and yuca. Many of the farmers said, we have abandoned the farm, cacao, because we have yuca and banana. And that is very important, not only for selling, but also for our family consumption. So I'm from trade. This starts to have important impact in the income and also the belonging in the farm. Here we have enablers of productivity that mark trends, and it's the differences between the people who do certain jobs and others who don't. For categories, we chose pruning, fertilization, comprehensive handling of pest, and watering. Here in pruning, the people who are performing pruning, they do it more than once a year, and it shows the differences in productivity. So the farmers who perform pruning, they have 393 kilos per hectares. The ones who don't, 251. So this is an important difference that states how the pruning, that it's the most important enabling uh, work of a production, presents the differences. When you perform the pruning twice a year, you keep the trend And we asked about something that we as technicians we cannot forget is about the period, the season. It is related to the handling of pests and diseases. You need to know when to perform the pruning. And mainly the transition between summer and winter, you have to perform the pruning. But there is where the farmer doesn't take that into account. Many of the pests and diseases come after pruning in winter. That is why we asked if they perform the pruning in the dry season or winter, and there is an important difference between 365 to 151 kilos per hectares. The ones who perform the pruning in winter, the handling of pests and diseases. Next, there's an important practice. Um, if farmers um, buried or not the affected leaves by pests and diseases. Mainly Bitoctura, we find an important difference. They buried the dry leaf, the fallen leaves. So 412 kilos per hectare. The people who didn't perform this and left the leaves on top, they have 285. This is the trend that we found all through the study. Regarding fertilization, we found that there is no recommendation on fertilization, but the people who have recommendation, they have difference of 100 kilos per hectares to the people who don't do it. So here we saw the frequencies that we had, but finally we didn't find correlation, despite the fact that there is an important difference because we first don't have the analysis in the cacao farmers. We have pH, and this is a study of the cacao some years ago. We don't see the pH is 4.8, 4.7. We have acidic soils. For fertilization to work, we need to adapt the soils, we need to correct, we need to amend, we need to increase the pH to neutral pH for the fertilizers um, work, and they enable the productivity. Unfortunately, due to the lack of analysis of soil, 5 more minutes for the presentation. Recommendations for the program. Definitely, this is repeating, but we need to say we need to increase the productivity. We need to try our farmers to go back and being farmers and not just harvesters, as it happened in 2021, 2022. Farmers literally they stopped working in the crops. Basically, the only thing they did was to harvest the fruits. They forgot about pest control, disease control, fertilization, control of grasses. This is important. There is a possibility to create income in the crops of cacao, but improving quality. And this is something that the farmers have to be aware. There is an important market for high quality cacao, but this needs support from the benefit centrals. This is a statement. The local national market, they have 42,000 tons of cacao. And we have been ranging between 55, 50,000 tons. So we have the cacao for the national market. We need to produce cacao for the world, but to produce cacao for the world with competitive prices and prices that is attractive for the farmer. Quality cacao, cacao that are in the centrals with um, dedicated post-harvest protocols. Those are the cacaos needed in the country. Those are the things that we found as the possibility to create better choices, to strengthen the complementary crops, have a key uh, income, profit creator. We need to see the farm with the different from the different optics. This is important. The cacao farms we need to see as comprehensive uh, form of generating income and profit. We need to see the whole context: banana, yuca, cacao, and shades, and everything that we have with livestock. So this is the way we see for these farms, cacao farms, to reburn, to have a rebirth. So cacao create cash flow the whole year, but there are complementary crops like banana and yucca. They create the savings resources for when families need extra expenses to what normally happens on a daily basis. So what we need is in the organizations, it's a commercial condition. Here, many of the friends of the associations that I love, associations need to enable the countryside, the field. They need commercial outlook with shared value from the farmers. They need to strengthen their capabilities. They need to think that sustainability is in the very business of the cacao. It is not in the cooperation, not in the resources and projects. That works, but the business of cacao has to enable the organizations to keep in the business. This was it to share with you. And now, with a dignified income, we're going to see part of the results that we have gained. I was very specific with time. Thank you very much.
So at the end of this morning session, there will be a Q&A slot of time. And for that, we ask you to write down your questions so you can formulate them on time. Let's remember that within the framework of the session, there will be snacks and lunch. Now we have a coffee break of 15 minutes. You can go to the coffee station and to the presenter and online audience. We ask you to be punctual so that we can continue with the next presentation. Woo. Thank you. Welcome back. An announcement. We have a pair of glasses here with us. We don't know who they belong to. Where's Javier? Mr. Edwin Pejem, Carbon Water Biodiversity Manager and co-founder of Qatar Foundation. Environmental business researchers specialize in carbon bonds of natural ecosystems, industrialization of products generated by nature, such as butterfly, oil resins, and cacao, and data generation businesses. Welcome, Mr. Incapie, the floor is yours. Hello, good morning, all. Many thanks for being here with us. Many thanks for coming to hear about, to listen about something that is very much in fashion around the world. Everybody talks about carbon, 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 climate change, but C4D and all institutions that sponsor these type of projects wanted to ground to bring to Colombia and take it into the cacao environment. In what way cacao crop and complementary crops relate to climate change? And when one speaks about climate change, we need to speak about two things: mitigation or adaptation. Adaptation is what to do so when the harmful effects of climate change arrive, the crop can respond, the economy doesn't collapse. I mean, economy generated around cocoa or cacao doesn't collapse, and that's what we'll be talking about. Now, we'll be talking about mitigation, what to do before so that we can improve or work better with climate change. And I want um, those of you have heard of CO2, be honest, raise your hand. Oh, not all of you, but many anyway. CO2. Many thanks. And what relationship does CO2 has with climate change? Well, easy. It's a gas that causes a problem in our atmosphere, and when it exists in excess, it generates many impacts. And why we need to talk about CO2? Because it's the food of the little cacao plant. Cacao feeds from this molecule, it mixes with water, and with the sunlight generates or produces photosynthesis or can grow as a tree. So it is a machine, a transforming machine of CO2 to oxygen. So how far that does happen, or how does it happen in the Land Plus the C4D study? That we'll be talking about this morning. So many thanks to all institutions that made this study possible, but most important of all, thanks to more than 300 cacao producers that receive us in their farms. Hopefully they will be seeing us in social media, because it was in their land and with their help that we were able to obtain this information. So today we'll be talking about four things. Quickly we'll go to the results or the outcomes, so you can live here with important, valuable information. Then you can make questions at the end. I will be here for the rest of the day to talk about the business model that was created around the special characteristics cacao producers have in Colombia, and also to speak a little about the, the current status, the future status, and the challenges we need to overcome. That is, we want to continue working with cacao. Now, very specifically, Pablo mentioned that in the beginning. In general terms, we need to bring more resources to cacao producers, cacao farmers and producers. And that It can be achieved with greater production of the grain of cacao. Very important to increase production per farm. That's key. But complementary crops is going to provide additional support for that. But something we hasn't been assessed yet, and that is how to monetize the mitigation function around climate change that actually cacao producers are doing, how to make sure that cacao producers bill them and turn them into a profitable product. And something important comes as a result of that. We are talking here not only of sustainability and not, of course, charity. The big difference between these two words is what I will be talking about here, and that is quantification. When you quantify the amount of tons that a cacao crop is producing, the quantity you are capturing, then you are obtaining a measure, and you are obtaining net profit from that quantity, that environmental benefit. And on the other industries also quantify the amounts of tons of CO2 released to the atmosphere. On one hand, the number of companies and industries that are producing the carbon dioxide, and the other hand, cacao producers that are capturing that same CO2. So, if we want to place, no, first of all, quantification to start with, and then include the two players. I think we can link them so that we can generate an additional business, namely, or better say, additional revenue for the cacao producer. And for that, we carry out this work for over a little more than a year. We are presenting the results of that today to you. 41 persons, technicians that help us field work. We were to visit during 4 months 10 departments. And that helped us to establish, or to visit rather, 297 farms so we could quantify the carbon that resides in those little plants of cacao. We assess the stock of carbon in the air biomass, what you see from ground up. No, roots, we didn't study, we didn't measure that, but you can include if you want. There are some formulas that manage to determine, they say, but we assess only from ground up. But with that, we managed to estimate the reference carbon 20,000 isometric registers. That is to measure the plant in different stages and bring in a formula that help us to determine how is carbon in that little plant. Those isometric registers and plants of different ages, of course, of whatever existed in that farm. And that's why I thank the cacao producer, because they went with us to the field and they said each one of these little plants, you know, they're they have this of that age, depend. But apart from that, we managed to quantify other uh, pieces of information, like the type of management given to the plant during its life. How has been, let's say, the crop obtained, and maybe if that has been planted in soil that previously was grassland, restore it to proper conditions, or maybe if there was a forest and the place where those plants were planted, the forest was cut down. And with that, we were able to have some results. This is the geographical location. We were in Guajira, very north of the country, then Santander, Antioquia, visiting different farms in each one of these departments. And if you want to get to know in detail about this, there are reports. You can consult them. But let's go to the results quickly. First of all, When one says that this is not charity but sustainability, there is something else important to consider. And that is you need to regulate yourself under a certification standard. That is to say, after quantifying the tons of carbon that exist in that farm, you need to hire an external party so that person can tell you or place a seal, no? Certify, validate, so as to obtain a product. The final product are carbon bonds. And for that, we need, or they request something that is the baseline. How the whole thing was functioning before, and how is it going to function as you go on quantifying the carbon. That's what the baseline means. What we had before and what is going to happen after establishing the baseline. So 297 land plots or farms, we managed to extract removal averages for each plant, for depending on age, of course, per age of each plant, and we also managed to recognize the difference, uh, the diversity, in other words, that exists in the cacao plantation, and take it from data. This is the general consolidate of the entire study, and each bar represents an estimate according to the data collected. How much is the equivalent carbon in tons that they all plants managed to show that were planted in 2005. For instance, so we are talking here about 25 tons per hectare. Now, after doing the verification, plants planted in 2005, and from that year onwards, we managed to estimate general values up to the ones that were planted in 2021. That is to say, small plants that have, let's say, less than 2 tons of CO2 per hectare. That's a general overview of what we did. But later on, we'll go into the specifics. So, under this situation, there were plants of different ages, and those ages allowed to determine how feasible it was. The way cacao producers have worked during the past 15 years, how was the generation or capture, better to say capture, of CO2 expressed in tons. And this is a breakdown of all this information per department. Now, these are raw data. Uh, Considering the average planting rate, there's a big difference in Guajira, for instance. Uh, yeah, plants we measure in that sector of that department show the least amounts of CO2. But there are other departments uh, where we found plants of the same age had a huge amount of CO2 capture. Now, we can't see well here, but we need to make a transformation and produce statistical models, which is what the entities that produce certification ask for. Now, those entities are the ones that are going to stamp this and say, yes, there is 1 ton of CO2, or maybe there is not, but they certify if the ton exists. And they also ask for forecasts. If we plant today, um, the same cacao producers, they plant the cocoa plant and then leave them, and year after year they do exactly the same as they have been doing in the past 10 or 15 years. What would be the CO2 accumulations? And we have at the end a result for 1,630 plants. We expect a removal rate of 2.75 tons per hectare. Now, if we do exactly the same, that we something what we have been doing in the past 15 years. But the program, what it wants, is to improve. Well, so hopefully we will see values higher than the ones I'm showing here with you in future. In yellow, in yellow and blue, yeah, the two colors represent different densities. That is to say, the farms or plant plots that have 900 plants per hectare present the this behavior in yellow, and those that have 646 plants per hectare, the behavior is expressed in blue. And because the C4D probe is going to improve the situation, the idea is to have a greater capture of CO2 as years go by. So, from the theoretical point of view, these are the results that were obtained. But how could we compare with international estimates that exist today? In green, the green line is the graph of what an international entity called a PCC. That entity is the one that establish lines for certain countries. So, doing this type of sampling, we obtain values that are higher. And that is completely normal because IPCC works upon a baseline, and each carbon project should carry out its own analysis so as to produce its own estimates. So that was one of our objectives. Now, this theoretical part, how we're going to transform it into a business. How interesting and nice it was to visit the farms and see the plants, and a year went by to produce this information. But how we're going to turn into a real business? And this, what I'm showing you, is the business model. On one hand, we have cacao producers, farmers, a person that produces the cacao. What is offering? He is offering a carbon stock, a stock of carbon capture, hopefully it's duly certified. And on the other hand, we have the company. The company, what does it need? Well, it requires a sustainability report saying that there is a compensation for that footprint. After calculating the carbon footprint, and seeing that there is a diminishing of tons of CO2 produced as a result of a practice, improving practice, there is something that he needs to be compensated for. And what he is going to do is to sell that environmental result achieved, and on the other hand, there is a company that deals with that. There should be a direct contact because we are talking here about less than 3 tons per hectare per year. No, and if there is a broker, an intermediary, for the selling of those tons, is going to generate diminishing revenue or income reaching the final beneficiary. So, first big thing that should exist here is a direct business between the person that is removing or capturing the CO2 and the final entity no, that is receiving the sustainability reports. What other things should exist here? Well, another entity, an entity investing or injecting resources so that the project moves, continue moving, because otherwise it will be unsustainable. So for this landowner, he can certify his tons and put them into the market and find a buyer in that market. And that research goes back to the producer. Well, there should be an entity doing that. And in this case, C4D is something interesting. Now, should be a person responsible for the project. Well, it could be Cataruben or maybe any other entity. That is coaching the technical process to generate the desired result. There should be a monitoring as well, and I understand that troop of technicians the has is quite impressed. That's a factor for success, of course. And technical development should exist as well to generate reports and to perform the monitoring, a validate an entity and another certify an entity. And this is an important. This is important. But carbon market differentiates it for the payment of environmental services because of that in obtaining units that can be traded, sell, and he depositing the resources to the farms or farm owners because that person is doing something nice of the environment. That's valuable. But the carbon market is different. They require of the certified units, carbon credits, duly verified, and that becomes or turn into a product rather. A product that in the RUT and the RUT of this farmer sh- activity 0 to 10 should be described there. And that's the activity that allows this person to sell that in carbon bond. And we have achieved with some producers or farmers, we have helped them to have that RUT. That's the single tax register. There's a person that you are a person that besides selling cacao, plantain, banana, etc., you also sell carbon bonds. And this company should be a strategic partner. Not any buyer, not any buyer. The carbon market it's flooded with traders that go out to buy carbon certificates at low cost so they can resell them. But we need the business model rather needs of a strategic partner that besides buy the carbon certificate and hopefully part of the same chain, national, international, make sure other things happen like direct link with this sustainability strategy, the direct involvement of these farms to their sustainability attention, and at the end, what we need, the very end, the fifth thing we need, so that the whole project can function, that is 100% of resources go directly to the project. We cannot, under this type of scenario and the numbers I showed you minutes ago, to find a fee or provide a profit to an entity that works with this type of situation. To gain confidence, of these persons and companies, we need to generate transparency. Now, let me tell you first something. Mm, Consultancy reach only the previous part that I just talked, but we wanted to do something more, beyond the consulting service to find out if the whole thing was feasible or not. So we took 18 best farms after having characterized them for ownership and for make sure that no deforestation was happening there, and we put them into a project that Qatar is having with the approval of C4D, of course, and that is called Cultivation 2. Well, it's something that since 2017 was in place with Dr. Baquero and Mercampo from Arauca. With your support, we took this idea with Project Two Fronts, and up to last year, we managed to see all these farms starting the verification process. We are only a few weeks away from the final step that is the biocarbon register, and one of the many that exist in the world, and 18 of them are already about to go into this verification state in that platform. In a few weeks, we will have the certificates so that we can sell them or trade them. But apart from that, we said, okay, it's feasible. This farms already gone through the validation process. Many findings and non-conformities were solved. But now let's go to the commercial side. If 1 week we are going to have the carbon credits, so let's start to see if there are buyers. No, but I can't put it into tobacco. Remember, we went to France, it's just like that, with a little chocolate bar attached to an imaginary carbon credit because in 2017 it was only a dream to find out if people were willing to buy and for how many years. That was the exercise. Now, I want to do the same exercise with you today with real carbon credits or carbon certificates. So I want invite you to pull out your mobile phone. This link is completely safe. And let's scan this QR code because the idea is to see, well, first of all, the 18 farms or beneficiaries that are part of Cultivo Dos project can today, through this platform, it's actually a marketplace, those of you that are um, by streaming, you can do the same. You can scan the code. Then you can buy one carbon credit to one person or one beneficiary that will appear after scanning this code. Can someone tell me of a name of a beneficiary? Yeah, Benedici, correct. That's one. She is through this platform, uh, no, expecting to receive the result. Apart from selling the yucca, besides selling the plantain, banana, or cacao, she is selling carbon certificates. In a few weeks, we will have the final certification process completed, but the idea is to start promoting as from today this type of credit. So how we buy? We click the black button that says, yeah, reduce your finger, your footprint. Do you notice how much this carbon credit was worth? Uh, Only 18 devalued dollars, yeah. Okay. $18 is what it cost this lady to capture 1 ton of CO2 that we produce. So let's be aware that all our lifestyle generates carbon dioxide. CO2, all flights, our food, our clothes, our transportation, it generates CO2. So this is an opportunity so that individuals, companies, business firms, any person in the world. This platform already is in 22 countries. Can buy from this cacao producer a new product, and that new product is the CO2 carbon credit. Many thanks. Questions or comments? I will be glad to answer or address them.
Please do not forget to take a look at our livestock here next to our room to know our partners and some samples, chocolate samples they are offering. In the end of the day, there is a wall for you to write down the messages. I think it's a composite with Sharpie. So the people from C4D will be next to the wall with Sharpies, so you can ask for a Sharpie. Please do not forget to follow us on our Facebook network, YouTube, and LinkedIn social media. And for the QA session, there is a person with a post-it with notes. If you need to write down your question, ask her for the post-it, the sticky notes. Let us welcome Pablo Ramirez. My presentation is of a part of a project that is this former extension is worth 400 million dollars. So that's some money. So a little bit of C4D 29.2 million sales. That's what we hope to have 5,500 farmers and increase production 750 kilograms a day. We talked to Dr. Baquero. If we increase 750,000, we can achieve the goal in 2030 of 130 tons to place us between the best of the world. And it's also complementary uh, crops, yuca, we are missing lemon, banana, and that is what we have identified after the value chain that we're going to show. Well, where is C4D? We are in the whole Colombia. With the support of Fede Cacao, we chose these sections. We have in the Sierra Nevada, La Guajira, Bolívar, a piece of Santander, Córdoba, South Córdoba, north of Antioquia, Caldas, Huila, and you see the intense raw color is because there is high concentration of producer. With Red Cacao, we agree that we're going to work on this. Why? Because there are areas in Santander that are supported by Fede Cacao, so we didn't want to overlap, but complement what Fede Cacao was doing. Because there are areas of Colombia like Nariño, Putumayo, Arauca that had a lot of resources of international cooperation. So why would we go there and look also support with Carlos, as Carlos mentioned? What we found, Juan, what you told us, those are harvesters. Unfortunately, that is a reality. Even though it is produced over there, when I have my seeds, I go there and harvest the fruit, and that's a reality. Cacao is secondary activity that creates low profits, and the pruning and pest control is performed by 30 or 9% of the population. That's incredible. So this has to become an opportunity because if our troop of people of extension, we teach, we train them uh, pest handling, we can go over 160 kilograms without chemical fertilizer. That is not a possibility that the palm tree or coffee has. So we're going to speak a little bit about that. 385 kilos of mean production. 80% of our producers, unfortunately, are low poverty. So we are working together with Fede Cacao and all the entities in Colombia. And I would like to speak about working days because one of the most important interesting thing that we find is how people make decisions on how work days they use in the farm, and we chose four groups of producers, of farmers: excellent, potential, vulnerable, excellent. So some clusters that Solidaridad helped us choose. We have excellent sample here, only 22 excellent, 537 vulnerable. Look at this. There is something that I'm going to tell you later that is farm segmentation, 3 hectares for the cacao. And I'd like you to take a look at this fact. The radius, the proportion between this number and this one is 4. The number goes up, 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 and as long as it goes up, uh, the farmer does worse. What's the meaning of that? A family of 3, when they are delivered, a farmer of more than 10 hectares, they they lag behind. And why? Because the family only can state a finite number of working days a year. It sounds obvious, but sometimes that is a reality that is not known. And they lag behind. Look, the radius that we were given before, let me go back. So the radius moves between 4 and 5 in the sampling. It's just a number, a unit, 4 and 5. So only farms in total, 12 hectares, 15, 19, and things get difficult because people lag behind. So we have these four groups. The bigger the relationship between the area of the cacao and the total area of the farm is more difficult to be kept for a family of three. And I uh, speak about the concept of family of three, and because the next section of dignified income, the family of three is super important to see how they are doing. For the radios, they have little 3.8, excellent. We have the cost of production of cacao. So as long as the farm increases, enlarges, the people go poorer. The people of extension of C4D, Nelson, please watch this. It is important to have the context of the size of the farm and the work days they assign to the cacao. Juan Carlos mentioned if they are assigning only 50, and the recommended one is 100, 120, less than half. People are not cropping, are not planting cacao. That is why the productivity goes lower. Let's see the clear example. High ratios have higher costs. That is why the farm you need to put more resources and distribute the working days. The rationalization in the distribution of the working days is super important to increase productivity. That is why C4D decided to use 50 people for extension, because only increasing this we can turn everything around. As simple as that. Let us go back with this. Less ratio, they assign working days and cost productions that are more efficient. So it sounds logical, but it's not happening. Here, I'm just telling you, and you say, oh, he is inventing something that we know already, but you know it's not happening. You can see the four production groups, they behave exactly the same. The farm with the radius of more than 3.8, they lag behind. It is difficult to get hand labor. So in Fede Cacao, we have had problems to get labor because it is difficult. The family of three, what we find is the labor is relatives, and that is combined with the problem that we have an average of 59 years in the farms of age. A person of 59 age years is not so effective as a 22nd person that is 22 years old. So let's see how we face this. Oh, so I go on with my story. The working days and labor hand. That is key. 72 labor days per hectare, so that is very low, 284. But when you increase the labor days to 99, see how productivity increases. It increases 668, 668 per unit of labor day, or per two of them. I multiply productivity 1.4. People of extension, that is worth it. This is not the chemical fertilizer or dollarized expensive raw material. It's just saying to people, hey, you need to go into the coffee crop and the cacao crop to get that profit back. So that's a very good investment, 3.4. It's obvious. So now these two concepts, one, segmentation of the farms. It's four groups in order to understand how the matter goes. And second, to convince people to work, to use the work days that belongs to the cacao farms. In very big farms, it is more complicated. For you, Carlos, for the programs of the government, very important to take into account this relationship in the area of cacao to have the total area of the farms, because if we provide with a lot of farm, they will not be able to do it. It's a lot of farm, a lot of land. And last, I spoke about dignified income. I went ahead and I was scolded by Juan Carlos. Uh, a person cannot live out of cacao. The numbers do not fit with productivity of 668. In Santander, it's higher, Dr. Edward. These are facts for the rest of Colombia. We need to clarify on that, that Santander is different. it's higher, and Arauca. But for the rest of Colombia, that is a C4D. This is a reality, unfortunately. So doubling the productivity, 650 would not close the gap of dignified income that is 25 million years, 65 million years for a family of three. It's 25 million pesos a year, the income level for a family of three. How do you accomplish that? Well, you accomplish that with cacao, 150 kilos per hectares, complementary crops with the production of food, and if you can be employed in the next door farm. Obviously, please watch this. That was done with cacao with a price of 7,700. The cacao now is uh, 12,000, 12,500, and that helps. But we did the math, and they say, "Did you do the math?" Yes, of course. Why did we study for? So we did the math, and with 12,000 price, you cannot have a dignified income with 368, but at least we close the gap. That is very important. The gap is high. We're going to see that in another study. It's a big gap, but that price helps. But people, this is not about price only, it is about productivity too. We spoke to the minister with Dr. Edward about productivity. You know what they did? Peru made it, Ecuador made it. There is no reason why Colombia cannot make it. So Peru and Ecuador made it. They took time, but they made it. Okay, good. Extension strategy. This is where the money is. This is where we have the hypothesis of C4D hybrid scheme, analogous digital. Well, who can you give me a plot of cacao? 4 6 visits per farm per year per the length of the project. So if you're told, I'm going to major secondary school for a year, high school for a year, well, that's worth some money because we believe our hypothesis is the most effective. C4D includes cost of 45 agents. Foundation Nutresa, Don Carlos, Juan Fernando, they cover the cost of 4 agents of extension. 2 farms visited per day by extensionists, and people are assigned 80, 25 farms. We have the people of extension here. We hope that more than 20,000 visits per year are performed. 20,000 per year, that's a whole bunch of visits. 150 points of data. And we're going to create the database of intelligence and business, the greatest, the largest of Colombia. Why do I say analogous and digital? This is the analogous, doesn't need batteries, and this is the cacao chart. We have received feedback from Fede Cacao, Nacional de Chocolate, Lucar, everyone on how to do this. This is very interesting because remember that we spoke about working days, and here we have the working days of the cacao. 100 working days of the cacao. But you need to have a key date in order to apply. The key date is in this arrow. This arrow says hard pruning because it's a one I can control. And I decide when I can do the pruning. So this is the week 22, so I can do it in the week 22. I put it here in the farm. But with the 22nd, I know that the harvest will start here in the week 52. And between 22 and 52, I know how I can assign it and how I can put the working days where they should be, because that's where the money is. It sounds simple, but that's the way. Sometimes these simple situations are the most important ones. I can leave this here. This is the analogous part. Well, what a detail. Thank you. That's the analogous part. Here we have the cacao charts for you to see them. We have the days of turnover I'm not an expert, but Fede Cacao people have told me that after they blossom, you prune, and after a fifth week, it blossoms again. I hadn't seen you. How are you? We have cacao charts, and the previous one was from Tolima. We create cacao charts for each of the regions of Colombia, for Huila, for Cordoba, for Antioquia. Why? Because the rain regimes are different in Colombia. Sometimes bimodal and uh, monomodal. Identify the critical periods of work or journals. I keep with my working days, and then that makes you think strategically. I want the people of extension, when we arrive in the farm, they say this is a farm that has a radius of 3 hectares of cacao, 3 hectares of other things. Let us see how we're going to handle this. And the farmer, once they have the date marked of the strong pruning, the hard pruning, large pruning, they say, this week I'm going to have a lot of activities. This will move a little bit over here, a little bit over there. At least they know they have to get prepared, because there are going to be critical projects where there are activities that you're going to spend a long time. You can see it here. The planning of the activities will take me to the famous 100 to 120 working days a year. 100, 120 working days a year. Okay, so we have 4 extension tools. The cacao chart I showed you, the handling of the farm, that is the big calendar that Edwin took. Please, if you can raise it. That's a plan of the handling of the farm. And we have also the uh, micro success text messages supported by the Nacional de Chocolates. We unified all the text messages from everyone. They are sending the same text message, and that's cool. All of us are doing through the Cacao Council. We are sending the same text messages in Colombia. When do we send them? Between visit and visit of the people of extension. So you have the message the whole week. Let us remind that it's raining a lot, so we need monilia, we need the pruning. All of us are sending the same message, and that seems cool to me. Last thing is indicators of efficiency. This story is about gathering information and saying, hey, how long are you taking to cut the grass? Well, 3 working days with machete and 1 working day per hectare with the cutting tool. So I give other information, the information to other people in the department. He said, "Hey, I had a contract because I was taking 2 days. There is money there. There is money on efficiency." So in all Colombia, we use the same efficiency factors. People can compare and say, "Hey, you're comparing machete with the other cutting tool. You can compare. You know how many working days you spend in this. Good." And all this bunch of information goes to a control board that is this one. It is updated almost daily. All the visits of our agents of extension, all the visits of the agents of extension are entered here. And up to last week, we had performed 3,200 visits, 29% women, 6.4% men. We have the records of the cacao dry and wet, 1.93 visits per agent of extension. So here we are creating the database of intelligence of cacao for Colombia. And what else do we have here? They say, Pablo, how cool this is, but why this? This will allow us to carry out this part at the bottom. That is a segmentation of farmers. And what I think of this is you as extension members, C4D, Fede Cacao, you see your farms as a portfolio. And as to portfolios, you have different kinds of assets. Each asset is your farmer. You have three kinds of farmers: vulnerable, potentials, and commercials. Remember that we have a productivity of 385 kilograms per hectare, that is low. And how many commercials do we have? Four. Think of it. Four commercials out of 3,200. That is the reality that we hope for. Four. It's only four, and they are hardworking people, but it's okay. That's what we want. And potential is 448. Vulnerable, 3248. That is a reality. How C4D determines these segments based on the visits of the agents of extension, based on something we call success factors. And this is the success factors. If the farmer carries out fertilization, organic or soil amendment or pruning, handling of pests and diseases, and we create an algorithm that based on the amount of times they have performed the visits, they can be categorized in one of these three categories: vulnerable, potential, commercial, based on the probability for them to have performed this. We have worked on this. This is the information that can be very interesting for the farms of Cacao Seguro, because if we know who the nice people are, where they are, those are the samples that we can go stay there the field days, or offer a specific credit package for them because we know those people are of less risk. They can create a cash flow that is continuous. They can pay credit. They can be a driver for investment. This is one of the hypotheses of the project, the segmentation of farms. Theory of portfolio. Try to get these people moving forward, but not all farmers are the same. For example, to these four, I don't invite them for a visit field day. They don't need it. They teach us. There could be a particular field day for these 48, and you say these people are at other level, and the vulnerable ones will have a different field visit day. The important thing is to see how much it is to move these people from here to there, and how long can we take to move them. That is the other interesting challenge. Okay, so person to person, trust, values, knowledge. Here we have the picture of Nelson. Look at him over there. That's a picture of Nelson, and we can see the yield of Nelson, the visits he has performed. We have the detail as extensionist. Here is the rest of this. We created metrics. Edward, I can share the metrics with you to compare to your databases to assess what's the yield of each of the extensionists. So here, that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much. Mr. Edward Baquero, Executive President of the National Federation of Cacao Producers in Colombia, agronomist specialist in international cooperation. He counts on a range of experience in administration of public resources and private resources, as well as formulation and execution of projects of production associated to the crop of cacao. Welcome, Mr. Baquero. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for partners team, Pablo, its director. Thank you very much for allowing us to be here and share and build, because I believe that uh, within the process of the federation, we need to build, we need to add up. We started adding up when partners was in the call. We helped the creation of this, and fortunately, they accepted us, and there we go. We have had the opportunity to move forward and check some aspects. that we have been building what Pablo has presented very good. If we define areas of interest, these are the areas that we are focusing on. We need to be able to speak about those areas where we are focusing. In Santander is different. Arauca is different. All the regions are different. But here, we are working. I repeat, we are very happy to be here. So we have our presentation, our deck, presentation deck. You have heard this, and you will keep hearing this. When we had the panel with the minister yesterday, he said, "This is a business, and any business, you do it to earn money. You don't go to a business to lose." And farmers have lost money, not only cacao farmers, but livestock farmers. We need to look for a way to find the path. One of the paths that we have found, not only from Fede Cacao, but through the National Councils of Cacao Producers, is to how to raise the productivity. We found that renewal is renovation is the path. Here, an outlook of what we have at the moment: 186,000 hectares. Oh, technology. He's surprised with technology. Well, you speak about productivity, Pablo. Productivity cannot be divided by 100, uh, 190,000. But the ones that are in production, the fact we have that production is approximately 150,000 hectares. Some of them are not producing, and a lot more. Some of these have stopped producing because we are renewing them. So the average increases. We need to increase this more, but it's clear. If you looked at global numbers, the average of production is 300 kilograms per hectares, and we are above 400 kilograms. The potential is bigger. Here, I take advantage for some advertisement slots. What is happening in Ecuador is important, but see that the production is 600 kilograms per hectare as a country because they produce or they have 600,000 hectares and they produce 360 tons. So we have created the idea that Ecuador produces 3 tons. Here we also have crops producing more than 3 tons per hectare. The average is not the same. Nevertheless, we need to get there. Potentially 7 million, 7.2 million hectares. If we planted that amount of hectares, we will be the largest country, cacao producer in the country, 62 families. We are carrying out the survey. Last year, 62,158 tons, and we came from 69 tons. What happened? 30 months of winter. The main enemy of cacao is the diseases. And what's the champion? Monilia. In the periods of the phenomena of La Niña, always the production fell 15, 18% in periods of rain of 6 months. We had 30 months of winter, so we lost production. We wouldn't have done the renovation, renewal, if we hadn't involved the materials that we had today. Production would have fallen 20,000 more tons if we fall 10%. Yes, but thanks to the renovation, we didn't go down anymore. That's one of the important things. Last year, exports 6,044 tons, 268 tons, and a fact, 16 years ago, we exported around $500,000. We exported 1,000 tons, and the exports didn't add up $500,000. Last year, we don't have the end products. They added up $131 million. So let's watch for this transformation. We cannot be the whole life exporters of raw materials. It's good, but we need to generate an added value. We know that fine cacao, 25,000 hectares have been replaced. Sadly, We should have renewed more, but unfortunately, the support of the Corporation International has not been used in the best way because there's a group of people that do not adopt, do not accept the technological training. They, in the books, they are beautiful, but not in the cacao crops. So it is important. Now, the National Council of Cacao Producers is to see how do we unify that. Let us add up, not subtract. It is a sustainable crop that we already know. I want to involve something here that has to do with the guild. And here I want to make a difference because we are seeing something of confusion. One thing is the Guild of the Federation, different thing is the National Fund of Cacao Producers.
We have a base that is one the guild where there are 60,000 families, of which we have 47,000 members and some associations, municipal committee, intermunicipal committee that appoint a board of directors, and then it goes to the National Cocoa Congress. It got nothing to do with the appointment. So oftentimes purpose, oftentimes not, of course. But what is important here is that this social base is the one that generates the committees, determines what is the plan of expenditures of investment that goes to the seven members, four appointed by government, technical secretary, the Ministry of Agriculture will precise, and they will determine what to do with their resource of the National Fund of Cacao. Not these persons over here. It's not the board of directors of the Cacao, not the executive person, but it comes out from there. And going into another topic altogether within the intention we always have, and that is to build. Went into a competitiveness agreement amid the pandemics, and there are I see some non-faces here, by the way. We met several times in the middle of the pandemics. Many, of course, participated. But to conclude, we need to get by 2030 with 126,000 tons. We are now in 62,000. Of that, we want to renew 35,000. That allow us to double, in some cases to triple, improve yields, to plant 20,000 new hectares, export 25,000 tons, and grain, derivative products 22,000, and sweets and dairy products in 22,000, and increase the per capita consumption to 1.5. So that's the overall plan. Productivity, good productivity is good business for producers. And then going into what we are doing with renovation, what impact? Increasing productivity, first impact. Of course, with 300 kilos, 400 kilos, this is no business. But very important to remember as well that Colombia, we had almost every pest. What happened last year? We had the squatter rat, pneumoniasis. Not as one guy said 70 years ago we had the ammonia. No, no, if that were the case, we wouldn't exist today. At 90, ammonia, escobruja, and violence and lethal crops as well. And that affected us because we went from 93, where you produced 53,000 tons, and went down to 30,000. We almost disappeared from the sea. But after those turbulent years, we started to generate new genetic material and new stuff. And then we went into the development. No, cacao almost disappeared, but now we came back. So we went to find out how to increase productivity. First of all, modernize the plantation and generation of employment, direct impact, and some plant producers, agro-farming extension. We continue learning every day. What nice is that chart that you show is that there are more extensions. No, there is an increase in productivity. And when you were talking, I went to do some calculations. I find the following: 16 years ago, The production was 30,000 tons, and we had 110 extensionists in the country. And well, it happens now. 10 years ago, we had 41,000 tons and 170 extensions through the National Fund of Cacao. And it happens to be that in 21 and 22, year 2022, we exceeded 450 extensions. Direct relationship. The more extension there is, the more extension is, the more production. But there are some wise men anyway that want to reduce the promotion quota. The easy way of doing this, they say, if we reduce technical assistance, the production will also reduce. So it's look to stop and look at the pros and cons of all that. So right now, that's where we are. When we went into doing the renewals, new materials came about. You know. This is one of the effects, by the way. I've highly highlighted here. Ammonilia was one of. That's why doing the Tuesdays to combat ammonia. Uh, a big ally, nevertheless. And they had to update this because there's news. It happens that the development of modern cacao producer needs to be associated with production, of course, but of high quality. And it happens that as a result of a research done 30 years ago, today, and this is the little piece we're missing, we don't have 20 materials, we have 21 actually. The one that is missing here, the Looker. No, Looker 40. Congratulations to Looker, the National Chocolate Company. Have two materials. Agrosavia, congratulations. They have and four, and for the cacao, they have 14 genetic material. So Colombia is leading worldwide of this huge improvement of this high quality of materials. Materials are not only productive, but out of these 14 clones registered by Cacao, 10 being and cacao show in Paris with awards. This is a way of growing, nevertheless. CCN 51 is one of them. It's a good material, but in the National Cacao Council, we said we were going to grow, but with quality and productivity. And that's why no, these materials they have been awarded 10 ones, so they are good news. And going back to Ammonilia here, I'm going to use a word, maybe not the best technical scientific word, but this is the vaccine against the Ammonilia, plus, of course, the entire technological package, plus the agroforestry package, so to speak. So this material is quite important. In the world, there are only two sources that have tolerance or resistance to Ammonilia. Colombia has one of them. And there's another one. They talk about resistance to ammonia, but they don't produce cacao out of it. So it's not of any good in that. And awards. Important awards won in 2010 and 2011. Once with Nariño cacao coming from Chumaco, and once with the cacao from Santander in the town of San Vicente Chucurí. The most real one, the one from Valencia, Córdoba. So our quality, it's proven. That all these are prizes, awards, but we have people that want to finish this. That happens, each one of them will look to see how to do. But we want to build. We are and have the firm intention of build. There are things that don't apply, of course, but there are many good things to do. And, but this group, this guild, has grown anyway. In 10 years, we tripled the promotion quota and productivity, almost double. Of course, we still a lot to do, but we are in the right path. And here, renovation. This is what we have been doing the last years only. What productivity has gone up in the later years? Because we have renewed 30,000 hectares, because we have involved in this over 12 million trees. What a nice work is being done. in a coordinated fashion with the council. How good it is that look at coordinating exercise costs a lot of money. From one, of course, from international cooperation on one hand, not always with best results, but during the later years, 30,000 hectares and over 22,000 tons of production. We need to talk about money anyway. 10 years ago, the cacao harvest costed 88 billion pesos. Last year, 560 billion pesos. More money for producers, of course. But another thing, it doesn't mean that it's 560 billion are the cacao promotion quote. It went up from 5.8 billion to 17 billion. Now, the budget of any town, of course, is larger than this. But we have grown, and we need to continue growing. And we have the knowledge for that, and we have the material for that. Now, going into what we are doing with C4D. This year, and along with the Ministry for Agriculture, C4D, and our institution, our target is to intervene 5,400 hectares with the support of Culture Ministry and 400 with the support of C4D alone. So where are we working with this? Tolima and Calong. 12 minutes less. 12 minutes left for me. Anyway, well, it happens that we, the National Council for Cacao, led by Fede Cacao, we went on to find what happened with our plantations. On average, plantations in Colombia, on average, should have about 1,000 trees, productive ones. But the study showed there were only 700. Means that we still need to have 300 more. They die or because they were not planted, we don't know. But out of those 700 trees, we found that only 30% of those 700, that is 210, produce 70% of the cacao. And the other 490 only produce 30%. So what are we doing? To, of course, leave the 210, do proper pruning and care and maintenance, and those 490 that didn't produce much are being renovated. We are grafting them with the 21 materials we have in the National Cacao Council, and we need to plant 300 more. And that's what we want to do, and we are doing increase productivity with high quality, and then the 400 kilos we have to 800 to 1200 or 1400. The tobacco is an area that has grown sufficient, sadly enough, to production in tobacco and illegal crops are to blame for this. Well, renewal of 400 hectares, training, technical coaching, environmental, social training, this. It is a technical coaching altogether that should be made with persons and staff and the troop. How good to hear that. In the troop, we have 400 plus 500 plus another troop, and we look at us. That's important. So, in our case, there are cacao in 600 municipalities, and we have 400 staff. Not even one technician per municipality. Why? Well, because now not enough resources. But anyway, welcome new troops, but in a coordinated fashion. This is the area of influence where we are doing what are going to be doing. 400 beneficiaries more in 1 year. Productivity clones resistant to diseases, well, resistant, let's say that can withstand more. Now, important ally this, fact two, seed beds duly certified, and it's not the same, you know, before to put in place 100 kilo cacao, but we need 12 and 15 today. Let's say and this factor comes to place the material that behaves best against ammonia. The staff um, cruise. That chart that you show, Pablo, we have our technical assistance in the same way. Each technician shows how many visits he has paid. It's a modernization process we're going to through, and that is being implemented. We have the grafting process over here. Many of these, by the way, is done by our technicians. A very piece of information. Some of them are sons of cacao producers, or even brothers of cacao producers. Of course, not everything is good. Rains has been hitting us hard. Intervention, plantations, advanced age, common seas, susceptibility, low density, loss of plants or trees. So intervention, all this is intervention. 1 hectare per producer, 200 trees properly pruned, 400 uh, trees to be grafted, and 200 bags of production. Work hard with diagnosis, with staff and technicians. The farmers know exactly. Renovation model. No, this is the entire process. I don't want to stop in each of this. No, but this is long. But everything is being coached and accompanied by expert. Or troop. I like that word, troop. Um, Regrafting, and other aspects. Replanting. Uh, Looking to have 1,000 productive trees per hectare. We cannot have trees that are not productive enough. And sustainable management technical quotient. Lower the height, no, with the pruning. 7 minutes left for me. That's okay. Another aspect. Now, the role of women here. Leadership in cacao industry is in the hands of women. Maria Campo is the best example of that. Yeah. This is the image of the cacao industry. This is what representing us in Colombia. Uh, Represents the enthusiasm of cacao women. A message? Yes, as if when I'm not prepared. So, good morning, and special greetings to all of you. And Dr. Paquero, the truth is that this morning has been a morning we have learned a lot, but of course, of happiness as well. Because when I see a project of the size of Seafood with those wonderful partners, I feel happy to know that we are one of the main partners of the project. And that addition of efforts and with all partners, definitely is going to produce enormous benefits for cacao producer families, that in turn are beneficiaries of the project. And that takes us to something we have dreamed a lot for a long time. That I mean the evolution of the cacao industry, making it more sustainable with a good coordination and involvement of efforts of all parties concerned. When we are acted individually, they are not sustainable in time. But when we get together, when we unite efforts, capabilities, and economic resources, that will never be enough, by the way. Yes, we were going to produce social, environmental, and economic impact that are much important than we were to act alone. Yesterday, in the meeting and the conversation we had with the Madam Minister, the message I think was clear, and we have been talking about that with Pablo. We need more and more organizations, very much focused in becoming not only in social and solidarity organizations, but in social solidarity companies. And I belong to one of them. And hopefully, my colleagues of associations are listening to me. We need to be focused in creating. They give us excellent score. It means that from the Federation, the management of resources have been excellent, and we, as something important comes from this, and that is to regulate this week that resources are very few for everything the Federation does. But as I was saying before, with the help of international cooperation and other partners of the value chain, well, we are growing. We are growing and getting stronger and continue adding, as you said before. And it is a statement that I learned by heart because I'm convinced of that, and I repeat that everywhere. Dr. Baquero sends to those that are working in pro of the families that I represent. Thanks to you all. Thank you, Maria. For not being that well prepared. You did excellent. Thanks to you all. And as I've been emphasizing, let's build, not destroy. Let's support. Destroy is destroy is terrible, and it's easy to do. Now, to build, that is what we have been doing around Cacao. It's not easy, but let's do it. Let's not move no, by bad announcement. Thank you. Now we go into a Q&A time. I don't know, Xiomara is picking up the little piece of papers with questions. And yes, and after this, we will have lunch. All right. Once we finish this Q&A time, we go out for lunch. That's what C40. And for that, please go to the restaurant, identify with the jacket, will take you to that place. Now, time we have lunch is 1 hour. And we will reconvene at 1:30. So we thank our streamliners, videos that show the activity of C4D, and we will reconvene at 1:30 for the next presentation. Thank you. Now, question time. I will read them. I will be standing here. There's one for Edwin. Edwin for Casa. There's one in Willa. Or is there one in Willa? That's the question, really. Well, I really don't have that map in my hand to give an accurate answer. You made that question. One for Pablo. No, we can skip that. Oh, Dr. Vaquero, question for Vaquero. How do you estimate productivity can go up with the renovation program? More or less, an estimate. We have found that we can double easily productivity. However, we have found other pieces of data of productions of above 1.5 tons per hectare. Basically, and I think this calculation is easy. If 210 trees that are being produced and we keep them by default, you need to position yourself as an agroforestry business. Because the trees decrease the temperature of cacao plants. That's key. Thank you, Dr. Vaquero. Now, from soil analysis of C4D and the baseline, remember. Mm, yeah, on behalf of C4D, resources for soil analysis, Miguel policies from forest wardens. Now, we can talk to you separately about that. Leila, well, just to tell you that on ending this Q&A session, we will have a slide, information about social media and contacts. And at the end of the day, we have a surprise for those that follow us throughout the day. Now, another recommendation for you. One more recommendation. They're telling me that follow the leader. In other words, those that are wearing the C4D jacket. And sit next to persons you don't know. So you can do some networking. Bon appetit. No, lunch is just next door. 2 minutes walking from here. We're going to guide you.
Cacaocultores de Huila por la ruta de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Registramos una actividad de inventario forestal con la Asociación de Productores de Cacao del municipio de Rivera en el departamento del Huila como parte de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Bueno, la asociación nació allá en el año 2001. En ese entonces los temas medioambientales no eran tan fuertes, no se trataban mucho. Ella nació con el propósito de ayudar a nuestros agricultores a tener buenos cultivos y acceder a un mercado con un buen grano de cacao, teniendo mejores precios. Nunca nos imaginamos que también pudiéramos llegar o que llegaría el momento en que tendríamos que interactuar con aspectos medioambientales. Pero ya que tenemos la oportunidad, queremos aprovecharla al máximo. Nosotros como asociación, ahora con todo el programa grande de C4D, de cacao colombiano y cultivos complementarios, tenemos grandes expectativas para que podamos llevar a cabo el tema de bonos de carbono con nuestros asociados.
El programa de carbono de C4D es bien ambicioso. Estamos trabajando de la mano de la Fundación Cacao y tenemos un programa en el que trataremos de incluir los 5.500 fincas que tenemos del universo de C4D para lograr acceso a los mercados internacionales de carbono de ellos. Hay varios pasos para lograr llegar hacia allá. El primer paso es la verificación jurídica de la tenencia de la tierra de nuestros finqueros en C4D. Es un proceso largo para lograr verificar que ellos sí son los dueños de ese carbono. Luego viene la viabilidad técnica de estos predios y eso incluye todo el levantamiento de polígonos de cada uno de los predios de C4D, que es algo que no se ha hecho en Colombia al nivel. Vamos a levantar los polígonos de los 5.500 predios. Y una vez tengamos todo eso, lo comparamos con los barridos satelitales y vamos a determinar realmente cuál es el potencial de captura de carbono de esos predios. En adición a eso, de la mano de la Fundación Cacao, vamos a definir las variables de las ecuaciones alométricas para definir realmente cuál es la captura de carbono en condiciones agroforestales como las estamos viendo aquí en este lote. Nosotros somos unos convencidos y queremos posicionar a Colombia en un cacao en sistema agroforestal. Creemos que el potencial de generarle un adicional ingreso al finquero es muy alto, y más ahora que hay tanta atracción en los mercados de carbono. Y una vez tengamos ya la viabilidad jurídica, la viabilidad técnica y las ecuaciones alométricas para determinar cuál es el potencial de carbono, haremos el siguiente paso sería el PDD, que es el plan que se le presentaría a las organizaciones verificadoras internacionales para que ellos vengan y validen ya todo lo que hemos hecho. En adición a eso, vamos a utilizar una herramienta que se llama CDP, que fue desarrollada por USDA y por la Universidad de Colorado, en la que vamos a meter cada uno de los polígonos y nos van a decir exactamente cuál es el acumulado de todas las 5.500 o 2.000 o 3.000 fincas que califiquen para el programa de carbono.
And the most important thing is it's making a tremendous contribution to capturing carbon and allowing farmers to be paid to use carbon offset to measure the carbon that their cacao trees are capturing in this part of Colombia. It's the first time this has ever been done, and I hope through the contribution that my office and USDA is providing, through the implementing partners, and most importantly through the cacao farmers.
Pues es un recurso que llega adicional y que lo motiva a uno a seguir cultivando y a seguir las proyecciones que se tienen. Es un mejoramiento total. Para mí es un programa nuevo, pero de una importancia en verdad invaluable, porque si estamos en proyectos de recuperar la biodiversidad y también la parte climática, yo veo que es un programa muy importante al cual le tenemos que poner nosotros bastante entusiasmo y dedicación para que esto surja. Y ojalá que todos los agricultores tengamos esa proyección como hasta ahora yo la siento y la veo que es muy importante.
Digamos que cuando se les menciona acerca de los bonos de carbono, pues el agricultor queda, venga, ¿y eso qué es? ¿Eso en qué consiste? ¿De qué trata? Hemos tratado a través del programa hacer énfasis y decir, venga, el cultivo de cacao es un bosque protector-productor, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que queremos y buscamos con el programa? Que muchas empresas en el mundo contaminan y que a través del cultivo de cacao que hoy se tiene y que usted lo ha mantenido durante los últimos 10, 20, 30 años o toda la vida, porque tenemos agricultores que tienen su cultivo, su parcela desde su abuelo, su papá, hoy la tienen, entonces pero nunca han recibido algún tipo de bonificación o apoyo económico. Entonces se trata de comentarles y decirles de una manera pues muy, digámosla, muy gráfica en decir, por ejemplo, el cultivo de cacao captura, ¿cierto?, el CO2, que es el que contamina a través de sus hojas, ¿cierto?, y a través del proceso de la fotosíntesis, hace un proceso allí químico, bioquímico, y luego suelta o expulsa nuevamente el oxígeno limpio. Y además del cultivo, los árboles que dan la sombra, porque el cultivo de cacao está dentro de un sistema agroforestal, y entonces esa es la compensación que el programa está buscando para poder generar ese ingreso que puede recibir el agricultor por ese proceso que está haciendo allí su ecosistema.
El ejercicio inicia contactando al productor beneficiario del proyecto. Al día siguiente se programa una visita técnica al cultivo en donde se establece una parcela de monitoreo.
Buenos días, me llamo Cristian Felipe Flores, vengo acá de parte de Cacao a hacer el inventario forestal para conocer cuántos gases de efecto invernadero captura el ecosistema de cacao.
En esta parcela ubicamos un punto central donde empezamos a hacer un levantamiento forestal, un barrido de 360 grados, con una parcela de 17.84 metros de radio. Y a cada línea, a cada azimut, vamos a tomarle las medidas como el CAP, la bifurcación, la altura del árbol, el diámetro de copa, la especie y el año de siembra. Luego de esto siguen las muestras de suelo. Las muestras de suelo son dos. La de densidad aparente, que se hace con los anillos de densidad, y la de muestra de contenido de carbono, que es una muestra de 400 gramos en la misma parcela de monitoreo. Después viene la muestra de la hojarasca, que se hacen 4 lanzamientos aleatorios dentro de la parcela de monitoreo. ¿Sí? Este lanzamiento se hace y donde caiga se monta el cuadrante, que es de 1 por 1. A ese cuadrante se extrae la hojarasca, se guarda en un costal y se repite 3 veces más la operación. Cuando ya el bulto ya está lleno, se mezcla y de ahí se obtienen los 200 gramos de muestra de hojarasca, se etiqueta, se le toma una fotografía, se pesa y se envía hacia el laboratorio en Seattle, en Cali.
Ahora seguimos con las muestras de detritos de madera. ¿Qué hacemos? Nos ubicamos en el punto central de la parcela de monitoreo, que es el F1, y trazamos imaginariamente una cuadrícula, plano cartesiano, y la dividimos en 4 secciones, sección 1, 2, 3 y 4. En la sección 1, con el compañero vamos a caminar 30 metros, y en ese trayecto vamos a extraer las muestras de madera que nos encontremos, los fragmentos de madera que nos encontremos en esa sección. Van a ser 3 muestras en esos 30 metros de trayecto.
Lo que ustedes vieron se enfoca en la estrategia de conservación de carbono y es básicamente enfocar unos sistemas que antes no tenían unos elementos vegetales para que hoy en día los tengan y se tengan de mejor manera. Entonces, el mensaje para todos ustedes es que se vinculen a este tipo de procesos, que ya en Colombia es una realidad el trabajo con créditos de carbono en sistemas agroforestales de cacao, que se está logrando, y que busquen el apoyo en este equipo de trabajo, que es Proyecto C4D,
con todo su despliegue a nivel nacional y sus aliados, Fundación Cantarubén como el apoyo fundamental en ese tema, para lograr consolidar e ir creciendo por etapas este proyecto.
Cacaocultores de Huila por la ruta de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Registramos una actividad de inventario forestal con la Asociación de Productores de Cacao del municipio de Rivera en el departamento del Huila como parte de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Bueno, la asociación nació allá en el año 2001. En ese entonces los temas medioambientales no eran tan fuertes, no se trataban mucho. Ella nació con el propósito de ayudar a nuestros agricultores a tener buenos cultivos y acceder a un mercado con un buen grano de cacao, teniendo mejores precios. Nunca nos imaginamos que también pudiéramos llegar o que llegaría el momento en que tendríamos que interactuar con aspectos medioambientales. Pero ya que tenemos la oportunidad, queremos aprovecharla al máximo. Nosotros como asociación, ahora con todo el programa grande de C4D, de cacao colombiano y cultivos complementarios, tenemos grandes expectativas para que podamos llevar a cabo el tema de bonos de carbono con nuestros asociados.
El programa de carbono de C4D es bien ambicioso. Estamos trabajando de la mano de la Fundación Cacao y tenemos un programa en el que trataremos de incluir los 5.500 fincas que tenemos del universo de C4D para lograr acceso a los mercados internacionales de carbono de ellos. Hay varios pasos para lograr llegar hacia allá. El primer paso es la verificación jurídica de la tenencia de la tierra de nuestros finqueros en C4D. Es un proceso largo para lograr verificar que ellos sí son los dueños de ese cacao. Luego viene la viabilidad técnica de estos predios y eso incluye todo el levantamiento de polígonos de cada uno de los predios de C4D, que es algo que no se ha hecho en Colombia al nivel. Vamos a levantar los polígonos de los 5.500 predios. Y una vez tengamos todo eso, lo comparamos con los barridos satelitales y vamos a determinar realmente cuál es el potencial de captura de carbono de esos predios. En adición a eso, de la mano de la Fundación Cacao, vamos a definir las variables de las ecuaciones alométricas para definir realmente cuál es la captura de carbono en condiciones agroforestales, como las estamos viendo aquí en este lote. Nosotros somos unos convencidos y queremos posicionar a Colombia en un cacao en sistema agroforestal. Creemos que el potencial de generarle un adicional ingreso al finquero es muy alto, y más ahora que hay tanta atracción en los mercados de carbono. Y una vez tengamos ya la viabilidad jurídica, la viabilidad técnica y las ecuaciones alométricas para determinar cuál es el potencial de carbono, haremos el siguiente paso sería el PDD, que es el plan que se le presentaría a las organizaciones verificadoras internacionales para que ellos vengan y validen ya todo lo que hemos hecho. En adición a eso, vamos a utilizar una herramienta que se llama CDP, que fue desarrollada por USDA y por la Universidad de Colorado, en la que vamos a meter cada uno de los polígonos y nos van a decir exactamente cuál es el acumulado de todas las 5.500 o 2.000 o 3.000 fincas que califican para el programa de carbono.
And the most important thing is it's making a tremendous contribution to capturing carbon and allowing farmers to be paid to use carbon offset to measure the carbon that their cacao trees are capturing in this part of Colombia. It's the first time this has ever been done, and I hope through the contribution that my office and USDA is providing, through the implementing partners, and most importantly through the cacao farmers,
pues es un recurso que llega adicional y que lo motiva a uno a seguir cultivando y a seguir las proyecciones que se tienen. Es un mejoramiento total. Para mí es un programa nuevo, pero de una importancia en verdad invaluable, porque si estamos en el proyecto de recuperar la biodiversidad y también la parte climática, yo veo que es un programa muy importante al cual le tenemos que poner nosotros bastante entusiasmo y dedicación para que esto surja. Y ojalá que todos los agricultores tengamos esa proyección como hasta ahora yo la siento y la veo que es muy importante.
Digamos que cuando se les menciona acerca de los bonos de carbono, pues el agricultor queda, venga, ¿y eso qué es? ¿Eso en qué consiste? ¿De qué trata? Hemos tratado a través del programa hacer énfasis y decir, venga, el cultivo de cacao es un bosque protector productor, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que queremos y buscamos con el programa? Que muchas empresas en el mundo contaminan y que a través del cultivo de cacao que hoy se tiene y que usted lo ha mantenido durante los últimos 10, 20, 30 años o toda la vida, porque tenemos agricultores que tienen su cultivo, su parcela desde su abuelo, su papá, hoy la tienen, entonces pero nunca han recibido algún tipo de bonificación o apoyo económico. Entonces se trata de comentarles y decirles de una manera pues muy, digámosla, muy gráfica en decir, por ejemplo, el cultivo de cacao captura, ¿cierto?, el CO2, que es el que contamina a través de sus hojas, ¿cierto?, y a través del proceso de la fotosíntesis, hace un proceso allí químico, bioquímico, y luego suelta o expulsa nuevamente el oxígeno limpio. Y además del cultivo, los árboles que dan la sombra, porque el cultivo de cacao está dentro de un sistema agroforestal, y entonces esa es la compensación que el programa está buscando para poder generar ese ingreso que puede recibir el agricultor por ese proceso que está haciendo allí su ecosistema.
El ejercicio inicia contactando al productor beneficiario del proyecto. Al día siguiente se programa una visita técnica al cultivo en donde se establece una parcela de monitoreo.
Buenos días, me llamo Cristian Felipe Flores, vengo acá de parte de Catarubén a hacer el inventario forestal para conocer cuántos gases de efecto invernadero captura el ecosistema de cacao.
En esta parcela ubicamos un punto central donde empezamos a hacer un levantamiento forestal, un barrido de 360 grados, con una parcela de 17.84 metros de radio. Y a cada línea, a cada azimut, vamos a tomarle las medidas como el CAP, la bifurcación, la altura del árbol, el diámetro de copa, la especie y el año de siembra. Luego de esto siguen las muestras de suelo. Las muestras de suelo son dos. La de densidad aparente, que se hace con los anillos de densidad, y la de muestra de contenido de carbono, que es una muestra de 400 gramos en la misma parcela de monitoreo. Después viene la muestra de la hojarasca, que se hacen 4 lanzamientos aleatorios dentro de la parcela de monitoreo. ¿Sí? Este lanzamiento se hace y donde caiga, se monta el cuadrante, que es de 1 por 1. A ese cuadrante se extrae la hojarasca, se guarda en un costal y se repite 3 veces más la operación. Cuando ya el bulto ya está lleno, se mezcla y de ahí se obtienen los 200 gramos de muestra de hojarasca, se etiqueta, se le toma una fotografía, se pesa y se envía hacia el laboratorio en Seattle, en Cali.
Ahora seguimos con las muestras de detritos de madera. ¿Qué hacemos? Nos ubicamos en el punto central de la parcela de monitoreo, que es el F1, y trazamos imaginariamente una cuadrícula, plano cartesiano, y la dividimos en 4 secciones, sección 1, 2, 3 y 4. En la sección 1, con el compañero vamos a caminar 30 metros, y en ese trayecto vamos a extraer las muestras de madera que nos encontremos, los fragmentos de madera que nos encontremos en esa sección. Van a ser 3 muestras en esos 30 metros de trayecto.
Lo que ustedes vieron se enfoca en la estrategia de conservación de carbono y es básicamente enfocar unos sistemas que antes no tenían unos elementos vegetales para que hoy en día los tengan y se tengan de mejor manera. Entonces, el mensaje para todos ustedes es que se vinculen a este tipo de procesos, que ya en Colombia es una realidad el trabajo con créditos de carbono en sistemas agroforestales de cacao, que se está logrando, y que busquen el apoyo en este equipo de trabajo, que es Proyecto C4D, con todo su despliegue a nivel nacional y sus aliados, Fundación Cantarubén como el apoyo fundamental en ese tema, para lograr consolidar e ir creciendo por etapas este proyecto.
Cacaocultores de Huila por la ruta de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Registramos una actividad de inventario forestal con la Asociación de Productores de Cacao del municipio de Rivera en el departamento del Huila como parte de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Bueno, la asociación nació allá en el año 2001. En ese entonces los temas medioambientales no eran tan fuertes, no se trataban mucho. Ella nació con el propósito de ayudar a nuestros agricultores a tener buenos cultivos y acceder a un mercado con un buen grano de cacao, teniendo mejores precios. Nunca nos imaginamos que también pudiéramos llegar o que llegaría el momento en que tendríamos que interactuar con aspectos medioambientales. Pero ya que tenemos la oportunidad, queremos aprovecharla al máximo. Nosotros como asociación, ahora con todo el programa grande de C4D, de cacao colombiano y cultivos complementarios, tenemos grandes expectativas para que podamos llevar a cabo el tema de bonos de carbono con nuestros asociados.
El programa de carbono de C4D es bien ambicioso. Estamos trabajando de la mano de la Fundación Cacao y tenemos un programa en el que trataremos de incluir los 5.500 fincas que tenemos del universo de C4D para lograr acceso a los mercados internacionales de carbono de ellos. Hay varios pasos para lograr llegar hacia allá. El primer paso es la verificación jurídica de la tenencia de la tierra de nuestros finqueros en C4D. Es un proceso largo para lograr verificar que ellos sí son los dueños de ese carbono. Luego viene la viabilidad técnica de estos predios y eso incluye todo el levantamiento de polígonos de cada uno de los predios de C4D, que es algo que no se ha hecho en Colombia al nivel. Vamos a levantar los polígonos de los 5.500 predios. Y una vez tengamos todo eso, lo comparamos con los barridos satelitales y vamos a determinar realmente cuál es el potencial de captura de carbono de esos predios. En adición a eso, de la mano de la Fundación Cantarubén, vamos a definir las variables de las ecuaciones alométricas para definir realmente cuál es la captura de carbono en condiciones agroforestales, como las estamos viendo aquí en este lote. Nosotros somos unos convencidos y queremos posicionar a Colombia en un cacao en sistema agroforestal. Creemos que el potencial de generarle un adicional ingreso al finquero es muy alto, y más ahora que hay tanta atracción en los mercados de carbono. Y una vez tengamos ya la viabilidad jurídica, la viabilidad técnica y las ecuaciones alométricas para determinar cuál es el potencial de carbono, haremos el siguiente paso sería el PDD, que es el plan que se le presentaría a las organizaciones verificadoras internacionales para que ellos vengan y validen ya todo lo que hemos hecho. En adición a eso, vamos a utilizar una herramienta que se llama CBP, que fue desarrollada por USDA y por la Universidad de Colorado, en la que vamos a meter cada uno de los polígonos y nos van a decir exactamente cuál es el acumulado de todas las 5.500 o 2.000 o 3.000 fincas que califican para el programa de carbono.
And the most important thing is it's making a tremendous contribution to capturing carbon and allowing farmers to be paid to use carbon offset to measure the carbon that their cacao trees are capturing in this part of Colombia. It's the first time this has ever been done, and I hope through the contribution that my office and USDA is providing, through the implementing partners, and most importantly through the cacao farmers.
Pues es un recurso que llega adicional y que lo motiva a uno a seguir cultivando y a seguir las proyecciones que se tienen. Es un mejoramiento total. Para mí es un programa nuevo, pero de una importancia en verdad invaluable, porque si estamos en proyectos de recuperar la biodiversidad y también la parte climática, yo veo que es un programa muy importante al cual le tenemos que poner nosotros bastante entusiasmo y dedicación para que esto surja. Y ojalá que todos los agricultores tengamos esa proyección como hasta ahora yo la siento y la veo que es muy importante.
Digamos que cuando se les menciona acerca de los bonos de carbono, pues el agricultor queda, venga, ¿y eso qué es? ¿Eso en qué consiste? ¿De qué trata? Hemos tratado a través del programa hacer énfasis y decir, venga, el cultivo de cacao es un bosque protector productor, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que queremos y buscamos con el programa? Que muchas empresas en el mundo contaminan y que a través del cultivo de cacao que hoy se tiene y que usted lo ha mantenido durante los últimos 10, 20, 30 años o toda la vida, porque tenemos agricultores que tienen su cultivo, su parcela desde su abuelo, su papá, hoy la tienen, entonces pero nunca han recibido algún tipo de bonificación o apoyo económico. Entonces se trata de comentarle y decirle de una manera pues muy, digámosla, muy gráfica en decir, por ejemplo, el cultivo de cacao captura, ¿cierto?, el CO2, que es el que contamina a través de sus hojas, ¿cierto?, y a través del proceso de la fotosíntesis, hace un proceso allí químico, bioquímico, y luego suelta o expulsa nuevamente el oxígeno limpio. Y además del cultivo, los árboles que dan la sombra, porque el cultivo de cacao está dentro de un sistema agroforestal, y entonces esa es la compensación que el programa está buscando para poder generar ese ingreso que puede recibir el agricultor por ese proceso que está haciendo allí su ecosistema.
El ejercicio inicia contactando al productor beneficiario del proyecto. Al día siguiente se programa una visita técnica al cultivo en donde se establece una parcela de monitoreo.
Buenos días, me llamo Cristian Felipe Flores, vengo acá de parte de Catarúen a hacer el inventario forestal para conocer cuántos gases de efecto invernadero captura el ecosistema, el agroecosistema de cacao.
En esta parcela ubicamos un punto central donde empezamos a hacer un levantamiento forestal, un barrido de 360 grados, con una parcela de 17.84 metros de radio. Y a cada línea, a cada azimut, vamos a tomarle las medidas como el CAP, la bifurcación, la altura del árbol, el diámetro de copa, la especie y el año de siembra. Luego de esto siguen las muestras de suelo. Las muestras de suelo son dos. La de densidad aparente, que se hace con los anillos de densidad, y la de muestra de contenido de carbono, que es una muestra de 400 gramos en la misma parcela de monitoreo. Después viene la muestra de la hojarasca, que se hacen 4 lanzamientos aleatorios dentro de la parcela de monitoreo. ¿Sí? Este lanzamiento se hace y donde caiga se monta el cuadrante, que que es de 1 por 1, a ese cuadrante se extrae la hojarasca, se guarda en un costal y se repite 3 veces más la operación. Cuando ya el bulto ya está lleno, se mezcla y de ahí se obtienen los 200 gramos de muestra de hojarasca, se etiqueta, se le toma una fotografía, se pesa y se envía hacia el laboratorio en Seattle, Cali.
Ahora seguimos con las muestras de detritos de madera. ¿Qué hacemos? Nos ubicamos en el punto central de la parcela de monitoreo, que es el F1, y trazamos imaginariamente una cuadrícula, plano cartesiano, y la dividimos en 4 secciones, sección 1, 2, 3 y 4. En la sección 1, con el compañero vamos a caminar 30 metros, y en ese trayecto vamos a extraer las muestras de madera que nos encontremos, los fragmentos de madera que nos encontremos en esa sección. Van a ser 3 muestras en esos 30 metros de trayecto.
Lo que ustedes vieron se enfoca en la estrategia de conservación de carbono y es básicamente enfocar unos sistemas que antes no tenían unos elementos vegetales para que hoy en día los tengan y se tengan de mejor manera. Entonces, el mensaje para todos ustedes es que se vinculen a este tipo de procesos, que ya en Colombia es una realidad el trabajo con créditos de carbono en sistemas agroforestales de cacao, que se está logrando, y que busquen el apoyo en este equipo de trabajo, que es Proyecto C4D, con todo su despliegue a nivel nacional y sus aliados, Fundación Cantarubén, como el apoyo fundamental en ese tema, para lograr consolidar e ir creciendo por etapas este proyecto.
Cacaocultores de Huila por la ruta de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Registramos una actividad de inventario forestal con la Asociación de Productores de Cacao del municipio de Rivera en el departamento del Huila como parte de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Bueno, la asociación nació allá en el año 2001. En ese entonces los temas medioambientales no eran tan fuertes, no se trataban mucho. Ella nació con el propósito de ayudar a nuestros agricultores a tener buenos cultivos y acceder a un mercado con un buen grano de cacao, teniendo mejores precios. Nunca nos imaginamos que también pudiéramos llegar o que llegaría el momento en que tendríamos que interactuar con aspectos medioambientales. Pero ya que tenemos la oportunidad, queremos aprovecharla al máximo. Nosotros como asociación, ahora con todo el programa grande de C4D, de cacao colombiano y cultivos complementarios, tenemos grandes expectativas para que podamos llevar a cabo el tema de bonos de carbono con nuestros asociados.
El programa de carbono de C4D es bien ambicioso. Estamos trabajando de la mano de la Fundación Cantarubén y tenemos un programa en el que trataremos de incluir los 5.500 fincas que tenemos del universo de C4D para lograr acceso a los mercados internacionales de carbono de ellos. Hay varios pasos para lograr llegar hacia allá. El primer paso es la verificación jurídica de la tenencia de la tierra de nuestros finqueros en C4D. Es un proceso largo para lograr verificar que ellos sí son los dueños de ese carbono. Luego viene la viabilidad técnica de estos predios y eso incluye todo el levantamiento de polígonos de cada uno de los predios de C4D, que es algo que no se ha hecho en Colombia al nivel. Vamos a levantar los polígonos de los 5.500 predios. Y una vez tengamos todo eso, lo comparamos con los barridos satelitales y vamos a determinar realmente cuál es el potencial de captura de carbono de esos predios. En adición a eso, de la mano de la Fundación Cacao, vamos a definir las variables de las ecuaciones alométricas para definir realmente cuál es la captura de carbono en condiciones agroforestales, como las estamos viendo aquí en este lote. Nosotros somos unos convencidos y queremos posicionar a Colombia en un cacao en sistema agroforestal. Creemos que el potencial de generarle un adicional ingreso al finquero es muy alto, y más ahora que hay tanta atracción en los mercados de carbono. Y una vez tengamos ya la viabilidad jurídica, la viabilidad técnica y las ecuaciones alométricas para determinar cuál es el potencial de carbono, haremos el siguiente paso sería el PDD, que es el plan que se le presentaría a las organizaciones verificadoras internacionales para que ellos vengan y validen ya todo lo que hemos hecho. En adición a eso, vamos a utilizar una herramienta que se llama CBP, que fue desarrollada por USDA y por la Universidad de Colorado, en la que vamos a meter cada uno de los polígonos y nos van a decir exactamente cuál es el acumulado de todas las 5.500 o 2.000 o 3.000 fincas que califiquen para el programa de carbono.
And the most important thing is it's making a tremendous contribution to capturing carbon and allowing farmers to be paid to use carbon offset to measure the carbon that their cacao trees are capturing in this part of Colombia. It's the first time this has ever been done, and I hope through the contribution that my office and USDA is providing through the implementing partners, and most importantly through the cacao farmers.
Pues es un recurso que llega adicional y que lo motiva a uno a seguir cultivando y a seguir las proyecciones que se tienen. Es un mejoramiento total. Para mí es un programa nuevo, pero de una importancia en verdad invaluable, porque si estamos en el proyecto de recuperar la biodiversidad y también la parte climática, yo veo que es un programa muy importante al cual le tenemos que poner nosotros bastante entusiasmo y dedicación para que esto surja. Y ojalá que todos los agricultores tengamos esa proyección como hasta ahora yo la siento y la veo que es muy importante.
Digamos que cuando se les menciona acerca de los bonos de carbono, pues el agricultor queda, venga, ¿y eso qué es? ¿Eso en qué consiste? ¿De qué trata? Hemos tratado a través del programa hacer énfasis y decir, venga, el cultivo de cacao es un bosque protector-productor, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que queremos y buscamos con el programa? Que muchas empresas en el mundo contaminan y que a través del cultivo de cacao que hoy se tiene y que usted lo ha mantenido durante los últimos 10, 20, 30 años o toda la vida, porque tenemos agricultores que tienen su cultivo, su parcela desde su abuelo, su papá, hoy la tienen, entonces pero nunca han recibido algún tipo de bonificación o apoyo económico. Entonces se trata de comentarles y decirles de una manera pues muy, digámosla, muy gráfica en decir, por ejemplo, el cultivo de cacao captura, ¿cierto?, el CO2, que es el que contamina a través de sus hojas, ¿cierto?, y a través del proceso de la fotosíntesis, hace un proceso allí químico, bioquímico, y luego suelta o expulsa nuevamente el oxígeno limpio. Y además del cultivo, los árboles que dan la sombra, porque el cultivo de cacao está dentro de un sistema agroforestal, y entonces esa es la compensación que el programa está buscando para poder generar ese ingreso que puede recibir el agricultor por ese proceso que está haciendo allí su ecosistema.
El ejercicio inicia contactando al productor beneficiario del proyecto. Al día siguiente se programa una visita técnica al cultivo en donde se establece una parcela de monitoreo.
Buenos días, me llamo Cristian Felipe Flores, vengo acá de parte de Catarúen a hacer el inventario forestal para conocer cuántos gases de efecto invernadero captura el ecosistema, el ecosistema de cacao.
En esta parcela ubicamos un punto central donde empezamos a hacer un levantamiento forestal, un barrido de 360 grados, en una parcela de 17.84 metros de radio, y a cada línea, a cada azimut, vamos a tomarle las medidas como el CAP, la bifurcación, la altura del árbol, el diámetro de copa, la especie y el año de siembra. Luego de esto siguen las muestras de suelo. Las muestras de suelo son dos: la de densidad aparente, que se hace con los anillos de densidad, y la de muestra de contenido de carbono, que es una muestra de 400 gramos en la misma parcela de monitoreo. Después viene la muestra de la hojarasca, que se hacen 4 lanzamientos aleatorios dentro de la parcela de monitoreo. ¿Sí? Este lanzamiento se hace y donde caiga se monta el cuadrante, que es de 1 por 1. A ese cuadrante se extrae la hojarasca, se guarda en un costal y se repite 3 veces más la operación. Cuando ya el bulto ya está lleno, se mezcla y de ahí se obtienen los 200 gramos de muestra de hojarasca, se etiqueta, se le toma una fotografía, se pesa y se envía hacia el laboratorio en Seattle, en Cali.
Ahora seguimos con las muestras de detritos de madera. ¿Qué hacemos? Nos ubicamos en el punto central de la parcela de monitoreo, que es el F1, y trazamos imaginariamente una cuadrícula, plano cartesiano, y la dividimos en 4 secciones: sección 1, 2, 3 y 4. En la sección 1, con el compañero vamos a caminar 30 metros, y en ese trayecto vamos a extraer las muestras de madera que nos encontremos, los fragmentos de madera que nos encontremos en esa sección. Van a ser 3 muestras en esos 30 metros de trayecto.
Lo que ustedes vieron se enfoca en la estrategia de conservación de carbono. Y es básicamente enfocar unos sistemas que antes no tenían unos elementos vegetales para que hoy en día los tengan y se tengan de mejor manera. Entonces, el mensaje para todos ustedes es que se vinculen a este tipo de procesos, que ya en Colombia es una realidad el trabajo con créditos de carbono en sistemas agroforestales de cacao, que se está logrando, y que busquen el apoyo en este equipo de trabajo, que es Proyecto C4D, con todo su despliegue a nivel nacional y sus aliados, Fundación Cantarubén, como el apoyo fundamental en ese tema, para lograr consolidar e ir creciendo por etapas este proyecto.
Cacaocultores de Huila por la ruta de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Registramos una actividad de inventario forestal con la Asociación de Productores de Cacao del municipio de Rivera en el departamento del Huila como parte de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Bueno, la asociación nació allá en el año 2001. En ese entonces los temas medioambientales no eran tan fuertes, no se trataban mucho. Ella nació con el propósito de ayudar a nuestros agricultores a tener buenos cultivos y acceder a un mercado con un buen grano de cacao, teniendo mejores precios. Nunca nos imaginamos que también pudiéramos llegar, o que llegaría el momento en que tendríamos que interactuar con aspectos medioambientales. Pero ya que tenemos la oportunidad, queremos aprovecharla al máximo. Nosotros como asociación, ahora con todo el programa grande de C4D de Cacao, colombiano y cultivos complementarios. Tenemos grandes expectativas para que podamos llevar a cabo el tema de bonos de carbono con nuestros asociados.
El programa de carbono de C4D es bien ambicioso. Estamos trabajando de la mano de la Fundación Cacao y tenemos un programa en el que trataremos de incluir los 5.500 fincas que tenemos del universo de C4D para lograr acceso a los mercados internacionales de carbono de ellos. Hay varios pasos para lograr llegar hacia allá. El primer paso es la verificación jurídica de la tenencia de la tierra de nuestros finqueros en C4D. Es un proceso largo para lograr verificar que ellos sí son los dueños de ese carbono. Luego viene la viabilidad técnica de estos predios y eso incluye todo el levantamiento de polígonos de cada uno de los predios de C4D, que es algo que no se ha hecho en Colombia al nivel. Vamos a levantar los polígonos de los 5.500 predios. Y una vez tengamos todo eso, lo comparamos con los barridos satelitales y vamos a determinar realmente cuál es el potencial de captura de carbono de esos predios. En adición a eso, de la mano de la Fundación Cacao, vamos a definir las variables de las ecuaciones alométricas para definir realmente cuál es la captura de carbono en condiciones agroforestales, como las estamos viendo aquí en este lote. Nosotros somos unos convencidos y queremos posicionar a Colombia en un cacao en sistema agroforestal. Creemos que el potencial de generarle un adicional ingreso al finquero es muy alto, y más ahora que hay tanta atracción en los mercados de carbono. Y una vez tengamos ya la viabilidad jurídica, la viabilidad técnica y las ecuaciones alométricas para determinar cuál es el potencial de carbono, haremos el siguiente paso sería el PDD, que es el plan que se le presentaría a las organizaciones verificadoras internacionales para que ellos vengan y validen ya todo lo que hemos hecho. En adición a eso, vamos a utilizar una herramienta que se llama CBP, que fue desarrollada por USDA y por la Universidad de Colorado, en la que vamos a meter cada uno de los polígonos y nos van a decir exactamente cuál es el acumulado de todas las 5.500 o 2.000 o 3.000 fincas que califiquen para el programa de carbono.
And the most important thing is it's making a tremendous contribution to capturing carbon and allowing farmers to be paid to use carbon offset to measure the carbon that their cacao trees are capturing in this part of Colombia. It's the first time this has ever been done, and I hope through the contributions that my office and USDA is providing, through the implementing partners, and most importantly through the cacao farmers.
Pues es un recurso que llega adicional y que lo motiva a uno a seguir cultivando y a seguir las proyecciones que se tienen. Es un mejoramiento total. Para mí es un programa nuevo, pero de una importancia en verdad invaluable, porque si estamos en proyectos de recuperar la biodiversidad y también la parte climática, yo veo que es un programa muy importante al cual le tenemos que poner nosotros bastante entusiasmo y dedicación para que esto surja. Y ojalá que todos los agricultores tengamos esa proyección como hasta ahora yo la siento y la veo que es muy importante.
Digamos que cuando se les menciona acerca de los bonos de carbono, pues el agricultor queda, venga, ¿y eso qué es? ¿Eso en qué consiste? ¿De qué trata? Hemos tratado a través del programa hacer énfasis y decir, venga, el cultivo de cacao es un bosque protector-productor, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que queremos y buscamos con el programa? Que muchas empresas en el mundo contaminan y que a través del cultivo de cacao que hoy se tiene y que usted lo ha mantenido durante los últimos 10, 20, 30 años o toda la vida, porque tenemos agricultores que tienen su cultivo, su parcela desde su abuelo, su papá, hoy la tienen, entonces pero nunca han recibido algún tipo de bonificación o apoyo económico. Entonces se trata de comentarle y decirle de una manera pues muy, digámosla, muy gráfica en decir, por ejemplo, el cultivo de cacao captura, ¿cierto?, el CO2, que es el que contamina a través de sus hojas, ¿cierto?, y a través del proceso de la fotosíntesis, hace un proceso allí químico, bioquímico, y luego suelta o expulsa nuevamente el oxígeno limpio. Y además del cultivo, los árboles que dan la sombra, porque el cultivo de cacao está dentro de un sistema agroforestal, y entonces esa es la compensación que el programa está buscando para poder generar ese ingreso que puede recibir el agricultor por ese proceso que está haciendo allí su ecosistema.
El ejercicio inicia contactando al productor beneficiario del proyecto. Al día siguiente se programa una visita técnica al cultivo en donde se establece una parcela de monitoreo.
Buenos días, me llamo Cristian Felipe Flores, vengo acá de parte de Catarúen a hacer el inventario forestal para conocer cuántos gases de efecto invernadero captura el ecosistema de cacao.
En esta parcela ubicamos un punto central donde empezamos a hacer un levantamiento forestal, un barrido de 360 grados, con una parcela de 17.84 metros de radio, y a cada línea, a cada azimut, vamos a tomarle las medidas como el CAP, la bifurcación, la altura del árbol, el diámetro de copa, la especie y el año de siembra. Luego de esto siguen las muestras de suelo. Las muestras de suelo son dos: la de densidad aparente, que se hace con los anillos de densidad, y la de muestra de contenido de carbono, que es una muestra de 400 gramos en la misma parcela de monitoreo. Después viene la muestra de la hojarasca, que se hacen 4 lanzamientos aleatorios dentro de la parcela de monitoreo. ¿Sí? Este lanzamiento se hace y donde caiga se monta el cuadrante, que es de 1 por 1. A ese cuadrante se extrae la hojarasca, se guarda en un costal y se repite 3 veces más la operación. Cuando ya el bulto ya está lleno, se mezcla y de ahí se obtienen los 200 gramos de muestra de hojarasca, se etiqueta, se le toma una fotografía, se pesa y se envía hacia el laboratorio en Seattle, en Cali.
Ahora seguimos con las muestras de detritos de madera. ¿Qué hacemos? Nos ubicamos en el punto central de la parcela de monitoreo, que es el F1, y trazamos imaginariamente una cuadrícula, plano cartesiano, y la dividimos en 4 secciones, sección 1, 2, 3 y 4. En la sección 1, con el compañero vamos a caminar 30 metros, y en ese trayecto vamos a extraer las muestras de madera que nos encontremos, los fragmentos de madera que nos encontremos en esa sección. Van a ser 3 muestras en esos 30 metros de trayecto.
Lo que ustedes vieron se enfoca en la estrategia de conservación de carbono, y es básicamente enfocar unos sistemas que antes no tenían unos elementos vegetales para que hoy en día los tengan y se tengan de mejor manera. Entonces, el mensaje para todos ustedes es que se vinculen a este tipo de procesos, que ya en Colombia es una realidad el trabajo con créditos de carbono en sistemas agroforestales de cacao, que se está logrando, y que busquen el apoyo en este equipo de trabajo, que es Proyecto C4D, con todo su despliegue a nivel nacional y sus aliados, Fundación Catarúen, como el apoyo fundamental en ese tema, para lograr consolidar e ir creciendo por etapas este proyecto.
Cacaocultores de Huila por la ruta de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Registramos una actividad de inventario forestal con la Asociación de Productores de Cacao del municipio de Rivera en el departamento del Huila como parte de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Bueno, la asociación nació allá en el año 2001. En ese entonces los temas medioambientales no eran tan fuertes, no se trataban mucho. Ella nació con el propósito de ayudar a nuestros agricultores a tener buenos cultivos y acceder a un mercado con un buen grano de cacao, teniendo mejores precios. Nunca nos imaginamos que también pudiéramos llegar o que llegaría el momento en que tendríamos que interactuar con aspectos medioambientales. Pero ya que tenemos la oportunidad, queremos aprovecharla al máximo. Nosotros como asociación, ahora con todo el programa grande de C4D, de cacao colombiano y cultivos complementarios, tenemos grandes expectativas para que podamos llevar a cabo el tema de bonos de carbono con nuestros asociados.
El programa de carbono de C4D es bien ambicioso. Estamos trabajando de la mano de la Fundación Cacao y tenemos un programa en el que trataremos de incluir los 5.500 fincas que tenemos del universo de C4D para lograr acceso a los mercados internacionales de carbono de ellos. Hay varios pasos para lograr llegar hacia allá. El primer paso es la verificación jurídica de la tenencia de la tierra de nuestros finqueros en C4D. Es un proceso largo para lograr verificar que ellos sí son los dueños de ese cacao. Luego viene la viabilidad técnica de estos predios y eso incluye todo el levantamiento de polígonos de cada uno de los predios de C4D, que es algo que no se ha hecho en Colombia al nivel. Vamos a levantar los polígonos de los 5.500 predios. Y una vez tengamos todo eso, lo comparamos con los barridos satelitales y vamos a determinar realmente cuál es el potencial de captura de carbono de esos predios. En adición a eso, de la mano de la Fundación Cacao, vamos a definir las variables de las ecuaciones alométricas para definir realmente cuál es la captura de carbono en condiciones agroforestales, como las estamos viendo aquí en este lote. Nosotros somos unos convencidos y queremos posicionar a Colombia en un cacao en sistema agroforestal. Creemos que el potencial de generarle un adicional ingreso al finquero es muy alto, y más ahora que hay tanta atracción en los mercados de carbono. Y una vez tengamos ya la viabilidad jurídica, la viabilidad técnica y las ecuaciones alométricas para determinar cuál es el potencial de carbono, haremos el siguiente paso sería el PDD, que es el plan que se le presentaría a las organizaciones verificadoras internacionales para que ellos vengan y validen ya todo lo que hemos hecho. En adición a eso, vamos a utilizar una herramienta que se llama CBP, que fue desarrollada por USDA y por la Universidad de Colorado, en la que vamos a meter cada uno de los polígonos y nos van a decir exactamente cuál es el acumulado de todas las 5.500 o 2.000 o 3.000 fincas que califican para el programa de carbono.
And the most important thing is it's making a tremendous contribution to capturing carbon and allowing farmers to be paid to use carbon offset to measure the carbon that their cacao trees are capturing in this part of Colombia. It's the first time this has ever been done, and I hope through the contribution that my office and USDA is providing through the implementing partners, and most importantly through the cacao farmers.
Pues es un recurso que llega adicional y que lo motiva a uno a seguir cultivando y a seguir las proyecciones que se tienen. Es un mejoramiento total. Para mí es un programa nuevo, pero de una importancia en verdad invaluable, porque si estamos en el proyecto de recuperar la biodiversidad y también la parte climática, yo veo que es un programa muy importante al cual le tenemos que poner nosotros bastante entusiasmo y dedicación para que esto surja. Y ojalá que todos los agricultores tengamos esa proyección como hasta ahora yo la siento y la veo que es muy importante.
Digamos que cuando se les menciona acerca de los bonos de carbono, pues el agricultor queda, venga, ¿y eso qué es? ¿Eso en qué consiste? ¿De qué trata? Hemos tratado a través del programa hacer énfasis y decir, venga, el cultivo de cacao es un bosque protector productor, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que queremos y buscamos con el programa? Que muchas empresas en el mundo contaminan y que a través del cultivo de cacao que hoy se tiene y que usted lo ha mantenido durante los últimos 10, 20, 30 años o toda la vida, porque tenemos agricultores que tienen su cultivo, su parcela desde su abuelo, su papá, hoy la tienen, entonces pero nunca han recibido algún tipo de bonificación o apoyo económico. Entonces se trata de comentarles y decirles de una manera pues muy, digámosla, muy gráfica en decir, por ejemplo, el cultivo de cacao captura, ¿cierto?, el CO2, que es el que contamina a través de sus hojas, ¿cierto?, y a través del proceso de la fotosíntesis, hace un proceso allí químico, bioquímico, y luego suelta o expulsa nuevamente el oxígeno limpio. Y además del cultivo, los árboles que dan la sombra, porque el cultivo de cacao está dentro de un sistema agroforestal, y entonces esa es la compensación que el programa está buscando para poder generar ese ingreso que puede recibir el agricultor por ese proceso que está haciendo allí su ecosistema.
El ejercicio inicia contactando al productor beneficiario del proyecto. Al día siguiente se programa una visita técnica al cultivo en donde se establece una parcela de monitoreo.
Buenos días, me llamo Cristian Felipe Flores, vengo acá de parte de Cataruen a hacer el inventario forestal para conocer cuántos gases de efecto invernadero captura el ecosistema, el ecosistema de cacao.
En esta parcela ubicamos un punto central donde empezamos a hacer un levantamiento forestal, un barrido de 360 grados, con una parcela de 17.84 metros de radio. Y a cada línea, a cada azimut, vamos a tomarle las medidas como el CAP, la bifurcación, la altura del árbol, el diámetro de copa, la especie y el año de siembra. Luego de esto siguen las muestras de suelo. Las muestras de suelo son dos. La de densidad aparente, que se hace con los anillos de densidad, y la de muestra de contenido de carbono, que es una muestra de 400 gramos en la misma parcela de monitoreo. Después viene la muestra de la hojarasca, que se hacen 4 lanzamientos aleatorios dentro de la parcela de monitoreo. ¿Sí? Este lanzamiento se hace y donde caiga, se monta el cuadrante, que es de 1 por 1. A ese cuadrante se extrae la hojarasca, se guarda en un costal y se repite 3 veces más la operación. Cuando ya el bulto ya está lleno, se mezcla y de ahí se obtienen los 200 gramos de muestra de hojarasca, se etiqueta, se le toma una fotografía, se pesa y se envía hacia el laboratorio en Seattle, en Cali.
Ahora seguimos con las muestras de detritos de madera. ¿Qué hacemos? Nos ubicamos en el punto central de la parcela de monitoreo, que es el F1, y trazamos imaginariamente una cuadrícula, plano cartesiano, y la dividimos en 4 secciones, sección 1, 2, 3 y 4. En la sección 1, con el compañero vamos a caminar 30 metros, y en ese trayecto vamos a extraer las muestras de madera que nos encontremos, los fragmentos de madera que nos encontremos en esa sección. Van a ser 3 muestras en esos 30 metros de trayecto.
Lo que ustedes vieron se enfoca en la estrategia de conservación de carbono y es básicamente enfocar unos sistemas que antes no tenían unos elementos vegetales para que hoy en día los tengan y se tengan de mejor manera. Entonces, el mensaje para todos ustedes es que se vinculen a este tipo de procesos, que ya en Colombia es una realidad el trabajo con créditos de carbono en sistemas agroforestales de cacao, que se está logrando, y que busquen el apoyo en este equipo de trabajo, que es Proyecto C4D, con todo su despliegue a nivel nacional y sus aliados, Fundación Cantarubén como el apoyo fundamental en ese tema, para lograr consolidar e ir creciendo por etapas este proyecto.
Cacaocultores de Huila por la ruta de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Registramos una actividad de inventario forestal con la Asociación de Productores de Cacao del municipio de Rivera en el departamento del Huila como parte de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Bueno, la asociación nació allá en el año 2001. En ese entonces los temas medioambientales no eran tan fuertes, no se trataban mucho. Ella nació con el propósito de ayudar a nuestros agricultores a tener buenos cultivos y acceder a un mercado con un buen grano de cacao, teniendo mejores precios. Nunca nos imaginamos que también pudiéramos llegar o que llegaría el momento en que tendríamos que interactuar con aspectos medioambientales. Pero ya que tenemos la oportunidad, queremos aprovecharla al máximo. Nosotros como asociación, ahora con todo el programa grande de C4D, de cacao colombiano y cultivos complementarios, tenemos grandes expectativas para que podamos llevar a cabo el tema de bonos de carbono con nuestros asociados.
El programa de carbono de C4D es bien ambicioso. Estamos trabajando de la mano de la Fundación Cacao y tenemos un programa en el que trataremos de incluir los 5.500 fincas que tenemos del universo de C4D para lograr acceso a los mercados internacionales de carbono de ellos. Hay varios pasos para lograr llegar hacia allá. El primer paso es la verificación jurídica de la tenencia de la tierra de nuestros finqueros en C4D. Es un proceso largo para lograr verificar que ellos sí son los dueños de ese carbono. Luego viene la viabilidad técnica de estos predios y eso incluye todo el levantamiento de polígonos de cada uno de los predios de C4D, que es algo que no se ha hecho en Colombia al nivel. Vamos a levantar los polígonos de los 5.500 predios. Y una vez tengamos todo eso, lo comparamos con los barridos satelitales y vamos a determinar realmente cuál es el potencial de captura de carbono de esos predios. En adición a eso, de la mano de la Fundación Cacao, vamos a definir las variables de las ecuaciones alométricas para definir realmente cuál es la captura de carbono en condiciones agroforestales como las estamos viendo aquí en este lote. Nosotros somos unos convencidos y queremos posicionar a Colombia en un cacao en sistema agroforestal. Creemos que el potencial de generarle un adicional ingreso al finquero es muy alto, y más ahora que hay tanta atracción en los mercados de carbono. Y una vez tengamos ya la viabilidad jurídica, la viabilidad técnica y las ecuaciones alométricas para determinar cuál es el potencial de carbono, haremos el siguiente paso sería el PDD, que es el plan que se le presentaría a las organizaciones verificadoras internacionales para que ellos vengan y validen ya todo lo que hemos hecho. En adición a eso, vamos a utilizar una herramienta que se llama CDP, que fue desarrollada por USDA y por la Universidad de Colorado, en la que vamos a meter cada uno de los polígonos y nos van a decir exactamente cuál es el acumulado de todas las 5.500 o 2.000 o 3.000 fincas que califican para el programa de carbono.
And the most important thing is it's making a tremendous contribution to capturing carbon and allowing farmers to be paid to use carbon offset to measure the carbon that their cacao trees are capturing in this part of Colombia. It's the first time this has ever been done, and I hope through the contributions that my office and USDA is providing, through the implementing partners, and most importantly through the cacao farmers,
pues es un recurso que llega adicional y que lo motiva a uno a seguir cultivando y a seguir las proyecciones que se tienen. Es un mejoramiento total. Para mí es un programa nuevo, pero de una importancia en verdad invaluable, porque si estamos en proyectos de recuperar la biodiversidad y también la parte climática, yo veo que es un programa muy importante al cual le tenemos que poner nosotros bastante entusiasmo y dedicación para que esto surja. Y ojalá que todos los agricultores tengamos esa proyección como hasta ahora yo la siento y la veo que es muy importante.
Digamos que cuando se les menciona acerca de los bonos de carbono, pues el agricultor queda, venga, ¿y eso qué es? ¿Eso en qué consiste? ¿De qué trata? Hemos tratado a través del programa hacer énfasis y decir, venga, el cultivo de cacao es un bosque protector-productor, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que queremos y buscamos con el programa? Que muchas empresas en el mundo contaminan y que a través del cultivo de cacao que hoy se tiene y que usted lo ha mantenido durante los últimos 10, 20, 30 años o toda la vida, porque tenemos agricultores que tienen su cultivo, su parcela desde su abuelo, su papá, hoy la tienen, entonces pero nunca han recibido algún tipo de bonificación o apoyo económico. Entonces se trata de comentarles y decirles de una manera pues muy, digámosla, muy gráfica en decir, por ejemplo, el cultivo de cacao captura, ¿cierto?, el CO2, que es el que contamina a través de sus hojas, ¿cierto?, y a través del proceso de la fotosíntesis, hace un proceso allí químico, bioquímico, y luego suelta o expulsa nuevamente el oxígeno limpio. Y además del cultivo, los árboles que dan la sombra, porque el cultivo de cacao está dentro de un sistema agroforestal, y entonces esa es la compensación que el programa está buscando para poder generar ese ingreso que puede recibir el agricultor por ese proceso que está haciendo allí su ecosistema.
El ejercicio inicia contactando al productor beneficiario del proyecto. Al día siguiente se programa una visita técnica al cultivo en donde se establece una parcela de monitoreo.
Buenos días, me llamo Cristian Felipe Flores, vengo acá de parte de Cacao a hacer el inventario forestal para conocer cuántos gases de efecto invernadero captura el ecosistema, el agroecosistema de cacao.
En esta parcela ubicamos un punto central donde empezamos a hacer un levantamiento forestal, un barrido de 360 grados, con una parcela de 17.84 metros de radio. Y a cada línea, a cada azimut, vamos a tomarle las medidas como el CAP, la bifurcación, la altura del árbol, el diámetro de copa, la especie y el año de siembra. Luego de esto siguen las muestras de suelo. Las muestras de suelo son dos. La de densidad aparente, que se hace con los anillos de densidad, y la de muestra de contenido de carbono, que es una muestra de 400 gramos en la misma parcela de monitoreo. Después viene la muestra de la hojarasca, que se hacen 4 lanzamientos aleatorios dentro de la parcela de monitoreo. ¿Sí? Este lanzamiento se hace y donde caiga se monta el cuadrante, que es de 1 por 1. A ese cuadrante se extrae la hojarasca, se guarda en un costal y se repite 3 veces más la operación. Cuando ya el bulto ya está lleno, se mezcla y de ahí se obtienen los 200 gramos de muestra de hojarasca, se etiqueta, se le toma una fotografía, se pesa y se envía hacia el laboratorio en Seattle, en Cali.
Ahora seguimos con las muestras de detritos de madera. ¿Qué hacemos? Nos ubicamos en el punto central de la parcela de monitoreo, que es el F1, y trazamos imaginariamente una cuadrícula, plano cartesiano, y la dividimos en 4 secciones, sección 1, 2, 3 y 4. En la sección 1, con el compañero vamos a caminar 30 metros, y en ese trayecto vamos a extraer las muestras de madera que nos encontremos, los fragmentos de madera, que nos encontremos en esa sección. Van a ser 3 muestras en esos 30 metros de trayecto.
Lo que ustedes vieron se enfoca en la estrategia de conservación de carbono y es básicamente enfocar unos sistemas que antes no tenían unos elementos vegetales para que hoy en día los tengan y se tengan de mejor manera. Entonces, el mensaje para todos ustedes es que se vinculen a este tipo de procesos, que ya en Colombia es una realidad el trabajo con créditos de carbono en sistemas agroforestales de cacao, que se está logrando, y que busquen el apoyo en este equipo de trabajo, que es Proyecto C4D, con todo su despliegue a nivel nacional y sus aliados, Fundación Cantarubén, como el apoyo fundamental en ese tema, para lograr consolidar e ir creciendo por etapas este proyecto.
Cacaocultores de Huila por la ruta de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Registramos una actividad de inventario forestal con la Asociación de Productores de Cacao del municipio de Rivera en el departamento del Huila como parte de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Bueno, la asociación nació allá en el año 2001. En ese entonces los temas medioambientales no eran tan fuertes, no se trataban mucho. Ella nació con el propósito de ayudar a nuestros agricultores a tener buenos cultivos y acceder a un mercado con un buen grano de cacao, teniendo mejores precios. Nunca nos imaginamos que también pudiéramos llegar o que llegaría el momento en que tendríamos que interactuar con aspectos medioambientales. Pero ya que tenemos la oportunidad, queremos aprovecharla al máximo. Nosotros como asociación, ahora con todo el programa grande de C4D, de cacao colombiano y cultivos complementarios, tenemos grandes expectativas para que podamos llevar a cabo el tema de bonos de carbono con nuestros asociados.
El programa de carbono de C4D es bien ambicioso. Estamos trabajando de la mano de la Fundación Cantarubén y tenemos un programa en el que trataremos de incluir los 5.500 fincas que tenemos del universo de C4D para lograr acceso a los mercados internacionales de carbono de ellos. Hay varios pasos para lograr llegar hacia allá. El primer paso es la verificación jurídica de la tenencia de la tierra de nuestros finqueros en C4D. Es un proceso largo para lograr verificar que ellos sí son los dueños de ese carbono. Luego viene la viabilidad técnica de estos predios y eso incluye todo el levantamiento de polígonos de cada uno de los predios de C4D, que es algo que no se ha hecho en Colombia al nivel. Vamos a levantar los polígonos de los 5.500 predios. Y una vez tengamos todo eso, lo comparamos con los barridos satelitales y vamos a determinar realmente cuál es el potencial de captura de carbono de esos predios. En adición a eso, de la mano de la Fundación Cantarubén, vamos a definir las variables de las ecuaciones alométricas para definir realmente cuál es la captura de carbono en condiciones agroforestales, como las estamos viendo aquí en este lote. Nosotros somos unos convencidos y queremos posicionar a Colombia en un cacao en sistema agroforestal. Creemos que el potencial de generarle un adicional ingreso al finquero es muy alto, y más ahora que hay tanta atracción en los mercados de carbono. Y una vez tengamos ya la viabilidad jurídica, la viabilidad técnica y las ecuaciones alométricas para determinar cuál es el potencial de carbono, haremos el siguiente paso sería el PDD, que es el plan que se le presentaría a las organizaciones verificadoras internacionales para que ellos vengan y validen ya todo lo que hemos hecho. En adición a eso, vamos a utilizar una herramienta que se llama CDP, que fue desarrollada por USDA y por la Universidad de Colorado, en la que vamos a meter cada uno de los polígonos y nos van a decir exactamente cuál es el acumulado de todas las 5.500 o 2.000 o 3.000 fincas que califiquen para el programa de carbono.
And the most important thing is it's making a tremendous contribution to capturing carbon and allowing farmers to be paid to use carbon offset to measure the carbon that their cacao trees are capturing in this part of Colombia. It's the first time this has ever been done, and I hope through the contribution that my office and USDA is providing through the implementing partners, and most importantly through the cacao farmers.
Pues es un recurso que llega adicional y que lo motiva a uno a seguir cultivando y a seguir las proyecciones que se tienen. Es un mejoramiento total. Para mí es un programa nuevo, pero de una importancia en verdad invaluable, porque si estamos en proyectos de recuperar la biodiversidad y también la parte climática, yo veo que es un programa muy importante al cual le tenemos que poner nosotros bastante entusiasmo y dedicación para que esto surja. Y ojalá que todos los agricultores tengamos esa proyección como hasta ahora yo la siento y la veo que es muy importante.
Digamos que cuando se les menciona acerca de los bonos de carbono, pues el agricultor queda, venga, ¿y eso qué es? ¿Eso en qué consiste? ¿De qué trata? Hemos tratado a través del programa hacer énfasis y decir, venga, el cultivo de cacao es un bosque protector productor, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que queremos y buscamos con el programa? Que muchas empresas en el mundo contaminan y que a través del cultivo de cacao que hoy se tiene y que usted lo ha mantenido durante los últimos 10, 20, 30 años o toda la vida, porque tenemos agricultores que tienen su cultivo, su parcela desde su abuelo, su papá, hoy la tienen, entonces pero nunca han recibido algún tipo de bonificación o apoyo económico. Entonces se trata de comentarles y decirles de una manera pues muy, digámosla, muy gráfica en decir, por ejemplo, el cultivo de cacao captura, ¿cierto?, el CO2, que es el que contamina a través de sus hojas, ¿cierto?, y a través del proceso de la fotosíntesis, hace un proceso allí químico, bioquímico, y luego suelta o expulsa nuevamente el oxígeno limpio. Y además del cultivo, los árboles que dan la sombra, porque el cultivo de cacao está dentro de un sistema agroforestal, y entonces esa es la compensación que el programa está buscando para poder generar ese ingreso que puede recibir el agricultor por ese proceso que está haciendo allí su ecosistema.
El ejercicio inicia contactando al productor beneficiario del proyecto. Al día siguiente se programa una visita técnica al cultivo en donde se establece una parcela de monitoreo.
Buenos días, me llamo Cristian Felipe Flores, vengo acá de parte de Catarubén a hacer el inventario forestal para conocer cuántos gases de efecto invernadero captura el ecosistema, el agroecosistema de cacao.
En esta parcela ubicamos un punto central donde empezamos a hacer un levantamiento forestal, un barrido de 360 grados, con una parcela de 17.84 metros de radio. Y a cada línea, a cada azimut, vamos a tomarle las medidas como el CAP, la bifurcación, la altura del árbol, el diámetro de copa, la especie y el año de siembra. Luego de esto siguen las muestras de suelo. Las muestras de suelo son dos. La de densidad aparente, que se hace con los anillos de densidad, y la de muestra de contenido de carbono, que es una muestra de 400 gramos en la misma parcela de monitoreo. Después viene la muestra de la hojarasca, que se hacen 4 lanzamientos aleatorios dentro de la parcela de monitoreo. ¿Sí? Este lanzamiento se hace y donde caiga se monta el cuadrante que es de 1 por 1. A ese cuadrante se extrae la hojarasca, se guarda en un costal y se repite 3 veces más la operación. Cuando ya el bulto ya está lleno, se mezcla y de ahí se obtienen los 200 gramos de muestra de hojarasca, se etiqueta, se le toma una fotografía, se pesa y se envía hacia el laboratorio en Seattle, en Cali.
Ahora seguimos con las muestras de detritos de madera. ¿Qué hacemos? Nos ubicamos en el punto central de la parcela de monitoreo, que es el F1P1, y trazamos imaginariamente una cuadrícula, plano cartesiano, y la dividimos en 4 secciones, sección 1, 2, 3 y 4. En la sección 1, con el compañero vamos a caminar 30 metros, y en ese trayecto vamos a extraer las muestras de madera que nos encontremos, los fragmentos de madera que nos encontremos en esa sección. Van a ser 3 muestras en esos 30 metros de trayecto.
Lo que ustedes vieron se enfoca en la estrategia de conservación de carbono y es básicamente enfocar unos sistemas que antes no tenían unos elementos vegetales para que hoy en día los tengan y se tengan de mejor manera. Entonces, el mensaje para todos ustedes es que se vinculen a este tipo de procesos, que ya en Colombia es una realidad el trabajo con créditos de carbono en sistemas agroforestales de cacao, que se está logrando, y que busquen el apoyo en este equipo de trabajo que es Proyecto C4D, con todo su despliegue a nivel nacional y sus aliados, Fundación Catarubén como el apoyo fundamental en ese tema, para lograr consolidar e ir creciendo por etapas este proyecto.
Cacaocultores del Huila por la ruta de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Registramos una actividad de inventario forestal con la Asociación de Productores de Cacao del municipio de Rivera en el departamento del Huila como parte de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Bueno, la asociación nació allá en el año 2001. En ese entonces los temas medioambientales no eran tan fuertes, no se trataban mucho. Ella nació con el propósito de ayudar a nuestros agricultores a tener buenos cultivos y acceder a un mercado con un buen grano de cacao, teniendo mejores precios. Nunca nos imaginamos que también pudiéramos llegar o que llegaría el momento en que tendríamos que interactuar con aspectos medioambientales. Pero ya que tenemos la oportunidad, queremos aprovecharla al máximo. Nosotros como asociación, ahora con todo el programa grande de C4D, de cacao colombiano y cultivos complementarios, tenemos grandes expectativas para que podamos llevar a cabo el tema de bonos de carbono con nuestros asociados.
El programa de carbono de C4D es bien ambicioso. Estamos trabajando de la mano de la Fundación Catarubén y tenemos un programa en el que trataremos de incluir los 5.500 fincas que tenemos del universo de C4D para lograr acceso a los mercados internacionales de carbono de ellos. Hay varios pasos para lograr llegar hacia allá. El primer paso es la verificación jurídica de la tenencia de la tierra de nuestros finqueros en C4D. Ese es un proceso largo para lograr verificar que ellos sí son los dueños de ese carbono. Luego viene la viabilidad técnica de estos predios y eso incluye todo el levantamiento de polígonos de cada uno de los predios de C4D, que es algo que no se ha hecho en Colombia al nivel. Vamos a levantar los polígonos de los 5.500 predios. Y una vez tengamos todo eso, lo comparamos con los barridos satelitales y vamos a determinar realmente cuál es el potencial de captura de carbono de esos predios. En adición a eso, de la mano de la Fundación Catarubén, vamos a definir las variables de las ecuaciones alométricas para definir realmente cuál es la captura de carbono en condiciones agroforestales como las estamos viendo aquí en este lote. Nosotros somos unos convencidos y queremos posicionar a Colombia en un cacao en sistema agroforestal. Creemos que el potencial de generarle un adicional ingreso al finquero es muy alto, y más ahora que hay tanta atracción en los mercados de carbono. Y una vez tengamos ya la viabilidad jurídica, la viabilidad técnica y las ecuaciones alométricas para determinar cuál es el potencial de carbono, haremos el siguiente paso sería el PDD, que es el plan que se le presentaría a las organizaciones verificadoras internacionales para que ellos vengan y validen ya todo lo que hemos hecho. En adición a eso, vamos a utilizar una herramienta que se llama CBP, que fue desarrollada por USDA y por la Universidad de Colorado, en la que vamos a meter cada uno de los polígonos y nos van a decir exactamente cuál es el acumulado de todas las 5.500 o 2.000 o 3.000 fincas que califiquen para el programa de carbono.
And the most important thing is it's making a tremendous contribution to capturing carbon and allowing farmers to be paid to use carbon offset to measure the carbon that their cacao trees are capturing in this part of Colombia. It's the first time this has ever been done, and I hope through the contribution that my office and USDA is providing, through the implementing partners, and most importantly through the cacao farmers.
Pues es un recurso que llega adicional y que lo motiva a uno a seguir cultivando y a seguir las proyecciones que se tienen. Es un mejoramiento total. Para mí es un programa nuevo, pero de una importancia en verdad invaluable, porque si estamos en proyectos de recuperar la biodiversidad y también la parte climática, yo veo que es un programa muy importante al cual le tenemos que poner nosotros bastante entusiasmo y dedicación para que esto surja, y ojalá que todos los agricultores tengamos esa proyección como hasta ahora yo la siento y la veo que es muy importante.
Digamos que cuando se les menciona acerca de los bonos de carbono, pues el agricultor queda, venga, ¿y eso qué es? ¿Eso en qué consiste? ¿De qué trata? Hemos tratado a través del programa hacer énfasis y decir, venga, el cultivo de cacao es un bosque protector-productor, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que queremos y buscamos con el programa? Que muchas empresas en el mundo contaminan y que a través del cultivo de cacao que hoy se tiene y que usted lo ha mantenido durante los últimos 10, 20, 30 años o toda la vida, porque tenemos agricultores que tienen su cultivo, su parcela desde su abuelo, su papá, hoy la tienen, entonces, pero nunca han recibido algún tipo de bonificación o apoyo económico. Entonces se trata de comentarles y decirles de una manera pues muy, digámosla, muy gráfica en decir, por ejemplo, el cultivo de cacao captura, ¿cierto?, el CO2, que es el que contamina a través de sus hojas, ¿cierto?, y a través del proceso de la fotosíntesis hace un proceso allí químico, bioquímico, y luego suelta o expulsa nuevamente el oxígeno limpio. Y además del cultivo, los árboles que dan la sombra, porque el cultivo de cacao está dentro de un sistema agroforestal, y entonces esa es la compensación que el programa está buscando para poder generar ese ingreso que puede recibir el agricultor por ese proceso que está haciendo allí su ecosistema.
El ejercicio inicia contactando al productor beneficiario del proyecto. Al día siguiente se programa una visita técnica al cultivo en donde se establece una parcela de monitoreo.
Buenos días, me llamo Cristian Felipe Flores, vengo acá de parte de Catarubén a hacer el inventario forestal para conocer cuántos gases de efecto invernadero captura el ecosistema, el agroecosistema de cacao.
En esta parcela ubicamos un punto central donde empezamos a hacer un levantamiento forestal, un barrido de 360 grados, en una parcela de 17.84 metros de radio, y a cada línea, a cada azimut, vamos a tomarle las medidas como el CAP, la bifurcación, la altura del árbol, el diámetro de copa, la especie y el año de siembra. Luego de esto siguen las muestras de suelo. Las muestras de suelo son dos: la de densidad aparente, que se hacen con los anillos de densidad, y la de muestra de contenido de carbono, que es una muestra de 400 gramos en la misma parcela de monitoreo. Después viene la muestra de la hojarasca, que se hacen 4 lanzamientos aleatorios dentro de la parcela de monitoreo, ¿sí? Este lanzamiento se hace y donde caiga se monta el cuadrante, que es de 1 por 1. A ese cuadrante se extrae la hojarasca, se guarda en un costal y se repite 3 veces más la operación. Cuando ya el bulto ya está lleno, se mezcla y de ahí se obtienen los 200 gramos de muestra de hojarasca, se etiqueta, se le toma una fotografía, se pesa y se envía hacia el laboratorio en CIAT, en Cali.
Ahora seguimos con las muestras de detritos de madera. ¿Qué hacemos? Nos ubicamos en el punto central de la parcela de monitoreo, que es el F1PR1, y trazamos imaginariamente una cuadrícula, un plano cartesiano, y la dividimos en 4 secciones: sección 1, 2, 3 y 4. En la sección 1, con el compañero vamos a caminar 30 metros y en ese trayecto vamos a extraer las muestras de madera que nos encontremos, los fragmentos de madera que nos encontremos en esa sección. Van a ser 3 muestras en esos 30 metros de trayecto.
Lo que ustedes vieron se enfoca en la estrategia de conservación de carbono y es básicamente enfocar unos sistemas que antes no tenían unos elementos vegetales para que hoy en día los tengan y se tengan de mejor manera. Entonces, el mensaje para todos ustedes es que se vinculen a este tipo de procesos, que ya en Colombia es una realidad el trabajo con créditos de carbono en sistemas agroforestales de cacao, que se está logrando, y que busquen el apoyo en este equipo de trabajo que es Proyecto C4D, con todo su despliegue a nivel nacional y sus aliados, Fundación Catarubén como el apoyo fundamental en ese tema, para lograr consolidar e ir creciendo por etapas este proyecto.
Lengthy break. I hope we are willing to have this session in the afternoon. Please, don't forget, in the end of the day today, remember, we have the wall for you to leave your message. Welcome again, Pablo Ramirez. Please, let us gather over here. Value chains. Everyone speaks about value chains, but the topic is deep, hand in hand with solidarity. We haven't spoken about the recognition to Natalia, about Brian, a very interesting work on value chain. We're going to show what we're doing about value chain and solidaridad. The study, the approach, the same logics of the presentations. We're going to see 4 analyses, 5 analyses: cacao and complementary crops. The way we structure this is analysis of value chain, complementary crops, identifying opportunities to increase dignifying income. We're opening the field to speak about dignified income. I showed you the map before, the areas C4D is working. It is very important, the preparation for the presentation, since the analysis of the value chain is not just academic value, the one that we all know that we sell the chocolate, etc. You need to finish a business plan. And that business plan will be implemented by the organizations of farmers. One of them is here today with the help of Foundation. I see Jose Andres. Yes, the IC Foundation will help with the value chain to see how we link all the logics behind the implementation of C4D. The complementary crops that we're going to identify is the Hay Tabasco, Limon Tahití, mango, banana, and yucca. So, what is this story about on value chain? There are several approaches on value chain, and we decided to choose two of them. Market links is the first one. It belongs to USAID. The ones who study and want to see value chain, I recommend you to get into market links of USAID because they break up everything, they break down everything about value chain. Value links, another approach used in Europe. Exactly. Value links is cool, but we decided to use both and mix the approaches for this analysis. You get the approach and you read it, and then let's see what we do. We identify the complementary crops. Here, another new word, associate, linked crops and complementary. They create more than 25% of income. That is the difference with the linked crop. If it generates more than 25%, it becomes complementary. And this is the analysis. Here we speak about business, business, business. With Maria yesterday, we also said that if this is not business, how are we going to bring here the new generations? We have the average of clusters of 60 years old, 59 years old. If this is not a business, the new generations will not keep this. The analysis of value chain, we need to answer the questions, the intermediaries, the interventions. Who has the skills for the inflection point? Why it hasn't happened what has to happen? Who does what? And how each part gets, each part that is moving the cacao. In value chain, you move three things: material, information, and money. Material, information, money. MID, materials, cacao, information. Everything that we are mentioning here, and money. So who has the power to move those three things? It gives us an idea of how efficient is a value chain. We're going to see later how efficient it is in Colombia, value chain, compared to other countries. And how we did this? We performed two methods. The data, quantitative data analysis, revision of literature, survey to the leaders with forms, conversations, in person, semi-structured interviews. What I want to show with this is the scientific rigor of this. This was a job of almost a year. Compiling information, analyzing. It hadn't been done, I think, with this level of detail in Colombia. And then you link that to the information that we had in Colombia, for example. Prioritization of crops in livestock and agroforestry field. If we agree with the government, the result of a baseline that we saw in the morning, to see if we are aligned to the new information with the survey that Fede Cacao performed, of course. and with interviews with cacao producer organizations. And we ended up with these four of them, five of them: Tabasco, lemon, yuca, mango. This is the picture of the value chain. I believe that you have seen this in all the studies, but we decided not to just launch this like this and see how it moves. Look how it moves from left to right. Oh, in the upper part, we have the national entities that support the movement of cacao from here to there. Look at the movement of cacao. This is the entities participating in the physical movement of cacao, the movement of the information and money. The transaction as such happens here. These are support entities, macro entities. These are small entities. This is the transaction of the material. And the analysis of the value chain says who has the power to create the transaction, to foster or not foster the transaction. So it's clear for us the chain is structured. Here, quickly, it's good to know it. This is the same analysis in Africa. And it is not so easy because there is such an amount of intermediation that removes the transparency. Look at this. I know you cannot see anything, but it says a lot. And I did it on purpose not to be criticized by you. It's a joke. This is one of the most important parts of the value chain because upwards, in the top part, you have the actions that should happen at any value chain to work. And here, we have the micro, macro, and meso. Who does what? Very important. This analysis was performed in Myanmar in the chain of coffee. We found there were vertical columns that were totally empty. Nobody doing finances, nobody doing extension and agriculture extension or analysis. And here, which one is empty? None of them. All of them have an X. That was my first surprise. I told Natalia. Some of them has one X and many of them a lot of X. We X's. We started organizing, but the important thing, vertically, horizontally, there is an X. Somebody performing the job, either finance, extension, raw material production. To do this is not easy, but anybody who wants to be in the value chain sits here and understands Finagro has their value. The agrarian bank has its value. Here it is. The universities, here they are. When every person in the value chain is doing what they should do, what happens? You should see that reflected in a better price for the farmer. You want me to repeat that? When every person in the value chain does what they have to do, the price for the farmer should be higher because everyone is working the way they should work. That is the kind of analysis you should perform when you start seeing the gaps and things that are not happening. Then you need to take action. And I saw that we're going to see that here, and I didn't see that here. It was a surprise. Then you say, let us speak about coffee. The largest producer of coffee in the world is Brazil. When you go to Brazil and you ask, hey, how much does a producer, farmer in Brazil receives from the price to the dock or port? 92% or more. So Brazil is so efficient that they are capable of moving the coffee from a farm up to the port using only 6% of the resources of the chain. So the value chain above 90%, they are super efficient, extremely efficient. Very important because Brazil and the United States, who are the best of the world, they have the highest levels. Let us do the analysis here in Colombia. It was difficult to do this analysis, but we accomplished it. So in cacao, let's see the number, 75%. I did this analysis in Africa. You know how much I got? 32. In Africa, 32, 8 years ago. Why? Because they have like 35% tax for the farmer. That's the money that the farmer is not receiving. This is different. This is an excellent number. I thought it was going to be lower. And in Colombia, the number can go up to 82%, depending on the roads, on the condition of the roads. The fact that in Colombia we drink chocolate, as Maria El Campo says, we drink chocolate every morning. That helps this to happen. That doesn't happen in Ecuador nor in Peru. It's a spectacular number. That's work of all the dynamics of the internal market of international chocolate, of all the participants of the chain. This number is a good number. This is in cacao, and this is the disaggregation. If I see the third roads, the cost of transportation we see here 1%. There is transportation here, transportation here, transportation here, so I think eventually it's going to be higher. This is a good indication that there is a great opportunity here. So this means for every 10,000 pesos we can get the bunch for Fede Cacao, the farmer will keep this, and this is the breaking down of the value chain that we had presented until it gets to 75%. So how much for the chili is one of the complementary crops that we identified? 85%. It is excellent. We prioritize chili because we have buyers in Colombia that go directly exporting to the United States and they guarantee a price. This is contract agriculture. When you buy the chili, you know how much you're going to ask for it. So it's 88 cents dollar. So that's excellent. So those 88 dollar cents is 85% for the farmer. Very good. Lemon, 52%. There is some work to do. We need to explore a little bit more on that. Mango, 70, banana 71, and yuca 72. So this is the number where you have to point at when you speak about value chain, because this is sustainability, the amount of money that the farmer receives. Obviously, these are costs. This is a transportation cost and small money selling. You need to hire a truck, etc. We need to improve the roads and have scale economies. Without a truck, we cannot do anything, etc. This hadn't been done before. Darwin, Agrosavia. Is Darwin here, Agrosavia? Well, this kind of analysis, we need to continue to do this research. We need to find the ranks, ranges where they move 50, 60, now 75, or this range is 74, 76. Those are things that government the organization of producers, it says 0%. Oh, that would be round up. It's part of what we look for in the organizations to make them companies. I know that will make 75, could be 73 or 72, but part of the profit of the solidarity organizations is it is a process of commercialization. I'm worried about that indicator because it means that it leaves us in a critical point more than I thought. Yes, exact. You as an organization, you say, I move vertically forward and I capture these profits. That's the logics of the analysis. I move vertically forward or not. There is money here. The organization is not seeing that money as it should be seen. That is why those conclusions are perfect. Let us move on with the findings. Differential prices, that is key. We have spoken about fine cacaos and how I can improve the quality of cacao. There is no incentive clear because with the volumes that we have of cacao, it is not easy to reach that differential price. We spoke about that with Juan Carlos. If you don't have a minimum feasible number for segmentation, it is not feasible. 80% of them failed, 90% failed. So we need to see the numbers. And with AgroSavia, we're going to do the model to see the minimum feasible size of a central of production to move forward because fermentation central with the association of producers of 50 farms probably they are not feasible unless they have a Japanese buyer. Yes, a Japanese buyer that pays 50,000 pesos kilogram, but in normal prices of the market 12,000. I don't know, the premium market that is 18,000 a kilo. You need to have a minimum feasible size, otherwise it will not work. Second, diversification of crops we find on baseline. That is why we have complementary crops. Jacqueline, people cannot live out of cacao. That's a reality. The numbers, wherever you calculate, they do not do the math. You need to add money. You need to go over 700, 750 kilos per hectare. So the big ones can be 1,000, 1,200, but the smaller ones, smallholders that are 59%, it's nothing for them. That is important. The nine matching peaks of crops, very good. When cacao is in the harvest peak between October and January, we need other alternatives to create cash flow for the rest of the months. We have found that with these crops. It is important to create cash flow. Uh, New information systems, we're going to work that with IC Foundation. And I'm sorry to improve that part. One thing I say everyone, complexity of the systems of the businesses is different than 30 years ago in the 80s and 90s. You go to the business and you say, let us eliminate burden and see how we do. Now it's about numbers because it is risk, so you need to put more capital. Let us be consistent and analyze the costs, the strategic production costs. You know, do the math, do the math, do the math, because this is difficult. In Nilo, when we go to Nilo, we need to see the numbers because depending on the size, if we don't have a good size, if we are good entrepreneurs or whatever, we do whatever. But if the math uh, is not good math, then the numbers don't match. Then Chile, business opportunities in the cacao farms. Chile, so we have identified parcels, we have the seeds, we have the contracts with the buyers. We're going to use watering systems to show people this is an alternative in the farm. As Juan Carlos said, it is a comprehensive farm. It needs a concept of comprehensiveness. Otherwise, this will not work. Extension, part of the information for the decision making, and the export value chain. Everyone is eating chili, but Colombia is not doing it. It is growing 14% annually. Look at this number. When the numbers of demography of the population is 2 and the growth is 14, that is a clear business opportunity. So as simple as that. So if we need to grow chili within the cacao crops, we need to do that. There is no space to think about that. If there's a buyer that gives us a contract for a whole year in dollars, we need to take advantage of that. The sour lime, to empower that, is a potential. Just it matches a little bit the harvesting season with the cacao. There is a risk of a disease called HLB. The name is like Chinese or Korean, bum, 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 or something. Everyone knows about that, but it's a serious problem. Something to consider before we start. These lime plantation, mango, but those are, I, I trust more the banana because it is eaten everywhere. So I put my faith on banana more than mango. The banana is a chain that we're going to work hard on it because we want to grow cacao with banana. Not everyone does it, and it is easy. So I have a lot of faith on the banana, on yuca too. Yuca and banana, they provide with results in the short term. The last thing, implication for the strategy, we identify the promising crops and identify business plan. Is created a business plan, and we're going to deliver the business plan to the farmers. For this to have money, you need to do this, this, and this. And through the IC Foundation, we're going to try these organizations of farmers capable of producing lime and banana to implement it. This is not an academic study. This is a commercial study. As we said in the morning, you even get money from this or money. But first, we go with the numbers and we found out that this is promising. We identified key actors in the value chain and we closed a process of vertical coordination. We need vertical coordination, not vertical integration. Vertical integration is just the balance sheet. That is vertical integration. But vertical coordination is where each of them they have their balance sheet and they coordinate among themselves as agriculture by contract. And we are going to try to establish the connection between the buyer of lemon, chili, banana, and yuca for everything to flow. The intelligence of business C4D is on the complementary crops. We saw this morning the development of extension. We're going to use that information to nurture the database and the structuring of complementary crops to increase the economic stability of the farmers. Their production that have different seasons. I need to create cash flow because cacao gives me cash flow for 3, 4 months a year. What about the next month? So, comprehensive crop. The rest of the month, you need to have something else to produce. Okay, that's it. Let us move on with Jacqueline. Thank you very much.
Madam Jacqueline Montoño, economics engineer, master's degree in information techniques with a broad experience in consultancy and macroeconomics research, along with Solidarity Network. She's been working for 10 years in the building of baselines, analytics, and data processing for diverse value chain focus on sustainability. Madam Jacqueline Londoño, welcome. The floor is yours. So hello, good afternoon all. My job here, well, hopefully I will entertain you this afternoon because I will be showing the result of a very interesting study done through C4D along with Solidarity about real income. I mean, for last 3 years has been hearing about living in or yeah, dignified income, real income. So those are terms that some of you may look like easy, cool, but it's very important when this value change we start to incorporate those concepts because it's more than just a fashion. It's something that would allow us to carry out measurements and identify the reality of our sector. But more than identifying reality of the sector is to understand what variables, what metrics, or what results are being achieved by these farms. Let's say not so much farms, but families. I will speak about families. When I get to know results of families, and oftentimes to celebrate and be happy, but in numeric, the outcomes is negative. It frightens us. When we manage to identify what is the restrictive factor the business has, the value change has, for me, that's just a fundamental uh, starting point. More, I think, a starting point, an important one, is to know what are my restrictions. When I think I am passing the year and this. As a schoolboy losing art, yeah, you can lose a year by losing art. Is not that only subject, but there are variables that we don't identify that we are not meeting. So that's important for the value change. Now, this study I believe has been quite interesting and relevant at the same time because in the world, several studies have been carried out about technique income, but this with primary sources. We went out to the field and interviewing farmers, etc. And Juan Carlos agreed with me. Yet we went to the farms to ask, to examine the reality, not the reality of the data, the open data and secondary sources even. There are many studies like that, not only on cacao but in different commodities. No, we were asking in the field, and we made the calculations to find out the reality. That reality has been commented by Paulo already. Let's look at the key objectives of the study. The study was based on two measures. One, living income or dignified income of four geographical clusters around the country. We also identified the current status of real income. And there's something interesting here because oftentimes we confuse living income, dignified income, with real income. So we're going to have that idea in our minds. Living income or dignified income is the ideal. That's why it's called the benchmarking. It's the reference point. It's the one we should reach with our value chain. That's the living income, the ideal one. And real income is that income that is actually perceived or received by the family. It's important to say our family have income, receive income not only because of cacao. There are secondary crops and there are other variables that are invisible in the process, but they are there and contribute to income, such as, for instance, the food function that oftentimes is undervalued, and that is a variable that integrates was part of the income of the farm, but it's not visible because it's not monetized. Now, in this study, we monetize that production of food, which is different from the food from self-consumption, or for production for to other secondary crops, because they are the ones that are being sold and then generate surpluses or generate more income. So we made the analysis of that living income for each of those components, and this is the results we're going to see. Now, to take them into this methodology and result, first of all, we need to have these concepts very clear. First concept, what is living income? Living income, living income is the net annual revenue that a family requires in a place, whatever place, to have a dignified quality or level of life. First message. This is much more than the poverty line. Second fundamental concept is the net income. What means net income? Required by the family to live in a dignified manner after covering the production process, no? For coffee, for cocoa, for whatever other crop. And another important aspect, because it also confused, is the income of the family. So when we quantify the income of families, we are considering not only what the family receives on account of selling its products, but other income, no, that members of the family have on a separate basis. And this is important here. So what we did also as part of the exercise. So this is net income of the farm. Net income of the farm as a variable. How can we define that? It's the difference between income generated by crops less production costs. But in addition to that, there are extraordinary income. Those of us that are active in value chain, we cannot close our eyes to that. Our farmers, small farmers, I mean, are also working outside the farm and receive daily wages. I come from the coffee growing sector, really. And many people think, no, with coffee, that's enough, my year is good. No, when those farmers have small farms, they need to survive, to some of them, to go to other farms to work. And that's part of the real income. And it is a reality that we as a sector should understand because we close our eyes to that reality, we won't be able to have strategies in place to reach what we want. That is the closing of certain gaps. I'm not, I'm not, see, I come from Manizales and I speak like that. I'm not angry. Well, family, I remember this is a variable that is measured part of the entire family component. Sometimes there are other income coming from secondary sources. Let's say daily wages is one of them, and is not oftentimes related to the productivity of the crop. Um, mm, the parent, the father is the main generator of income. The other members of the family also generate income. And we think that this is not important when we establish intervention strategy, but they are important. The strategy that Pablo mentioned, we need to segment these families because it's not the same an intervention for a small family that for a big family. It's not the same as segmentation when you have, let's say, secondary studies or university studies or just elementary studies. 32% of farmers had families that just only went to primary school, and so many of them didn't even finish the primary school. So, from the education strategy, that's important and should be different. And that's what is nice about this type of studies. If we look with a magnifying glass, these variables, we will have a lot of responses that are required to establish the right strategy. Strategies that can be action or turn into action ready. Strategy that is reaching, let's say, 700, 800. My project is going to reach 2,000 kilos per hectare. Now, action or strategy into action is what is achievable. And this type of metrics can contribute to, let's say, have that type of achievements. We have a real income here. Now, if you look closely, there is a difference between the brown blocks and the orange blocks. That's what is called the gap. And this is potential income per household. What projects are looking for? Well, no, we're looking to improve the potential income of those families. The difference that exists between that real income, a farmer, and this living income, on the other hand, is what we call the gap. That gap is another metric. So look, first we calculate the living income, the ideal income. Then we went to the farms to understand the real income of those. Everything duly monetized. And at the end, we estimate the gap. Well, that's easy. That's addition plus subtract math, more or less like that. Living income less real income. And then you have gap. And Paulo spoke about gap. If the gap is pretty wide, it means that the challenge is huge. But there are good news also. Depends on what type of lens you're looking through this. It could be the gap cannot be closed only with Cacao. But it may look bad, but it's also positive. There are several intervention strategies to close these gaps, and there are several actions that can be implemented to close these gaps. So I think it's positive because there is something we can do to close the gap. It depends how you look at, but that's reality anyway. And we are in a topic, and here before I go on, I want to make a small comment for value change because not the only one I have been working for this type of projects. We have the orientation is much more directed to price. The speech is we are going to collapse, close the gap, increasing the selling price. Now, statistical math-wise, price of sale is one that doesn't have as much weight as productivity. If we look this from statistics point of view, that is not the solution. It helps, but it's not the solution. So in scenarios where I have low productivity, where I have adverse conditions, a good price helps, of course, but it is not going to be the final fundamental factor to close the gap. And we need to know that and have it very clear. Price, well, yes. In fact, when you do analysis, let's say doing data and mining, it's important, but that's not the most important one. And that's good news. And good news why? Well, because it opens to possibilities of working with other variables where we have real possibilities of that contributing to close the gap. Now, and of course, it's part of our governance area. It's good or not? Tell me yes. Something important as well. And we're talking here about multifactorial phenomena. It has a lot to what Paulo was mentioning. When I'm talking about multifactorial phenomena, it means, first of all, there is many variables intervene, and each one of these values affects me in different ratio. Now, I had one variable here, the tax exchange rate, for instance, is one of them. Cost, productivity, and another one, area cultivated with cocoa. Well, actually, the list is much longer than this. But you look at these variables, you have room to maneuver in some of these, but not in all. Maybe I should say what variables I can work upon and produce an impact. I may have an or can I affect the exchange rate? Not so much. Productivity, yes, a little. Cost, much more. So for me, it's a big win if I know the restrictions and what variables I can act upon. The restrictions I can overcome at a certain point in time. Let's say whatever exercise we do really change, productivity is a restriction, but we can work upon that. But in my sector, coffee area. Before 2.2 no, productive per hectare, but in coffee is different in a high 2.3 total area. So what room for maneuver I have in there? No, not much. So that alternative implies to improve something else that we found in this study. That is efficiency, improved efficiency. Nothing if I have 2 hectares that I'm not managing well. So why to have 4? Okay, that's look. I need to work well, manage well, 2 little hectares, and then move to 4 hectares. And we are talking here only about efficiency in terms of productivity or yield per hectares and hard labor per hectare. But there's something even more complex that has to do with the behavior of human beings. There is something called motivation. What is the motivation for that farmer to be there? Do we know him, his motivation? Perhaps the extrinsic motivation is a restriction for what we want to achieve in the project. So this is important. This type of math doesn't measure that. But we need to ask that. We need to recognize that. What motivates you to be here, to dedicate yourself, to dedicate to, let's say, work on coffee or cacao or whatever. So that was kind of interesting. Now, let's look at the methodology quickly in 3 steps. We work on 4 clusters, 182 farms, Guajira, Magdalena, Cesar province. Cluster 2, 109 farms in Santander, which is Paulo's special region. Cluster 3, 251 farms. Córdoba and Antioquia. And final cluster 4, the one of my land, Caldas, 283 farms, Caldas, Tolima, Huila. Altogether 825 farms in the four clusters. Methodology, I will be telling you three steps, easy. What are those? Well, I think I told you already. Living income was the real income, the second one. Yeah, we need to award him. This guy knows the three metrics by heart. Anyway, let's go to living income. We use the anchor methodology, well known, but if you don't know, will be explained. Food costing, dwelling costing or housing, and other non-food or non-housing costs. Real income is what we see in this little figure. Basically, the most important net income because of cacao. Income coming from secondary crops, extra uh, other income, not by crop, like daily wages, members of the family working outside some farm. And other income has nothing to do with farm production, like remittances from abroad or relatives, let's say a son or a daughter working outside the territory or even outside the country, and pensions, well, or members' family that work in the cities and have monthly wages. And finally, closing the gap. Monetize the hand labor of the family. There is something important here when it comes to production costs. When we work production crops with small farmers, hand labor, family hand labor, non-remunerated is part of the production cost. And saying this, well, because oftentimes you look at production costs, pretty small, and that's because you only consider labor that was contracted from that. No, family hand labor is part of the production. You need to involve it. And we need to consider it to close the gap as well. We did a monetization of food produced for consumption and living income adjusted. I'm not going into detail of this, but just for you to know that it's part of methodology. It was a work done with a big, good level of detail. The consult of the basic diet, basically to meet the recommendations by FAO, or 2,300 calories per person per day. And it was fun to work in this because initially, no, well, we work on the basic diet with the territories and with families. What are your consumption here? Like a list of products and what amount. And it happens that when we start to work on the diet, they gave pretty high figures. And funny enough, yeah, and carbohydrates like in Colombia, and diet needs to be more balanced. So different from other regions when this exercise has been conducted, I need to take it down. And uh, initially, the diet was costing 11,000 pesos, and when we went to calculate the real one, it went down to 8,000 pesos, 8,000 per person per day. But as I told you, it's a diet that meets the conditions, not whatever diet. Now, we did adjustment for the diet, and that is that we work for the focal groups, and we adjust that to take it to the model diet. Something important in this study that is done by regions is when you visit the territory, what you look for in the diet is for food produced in the region. You always adjust. It's not that we go to the list, okay, you eat this, eggs, or chicken, or whatever. No, we build the food list with them because it should be products grown in the region. Now, correction factor, I will explain in that little. And costs. This was in 2021, so we work with the prices of 2021 and the different no, based on open data coming from Dani. And balance at the end, because in the beginning it was pretty high in carbohydrates, for instance. Someone called my attention, I'm going to tell you which one, but high in animal protein. Remember how expensive is meat here, and they consume a lot of meat, of beef actually. I don't know, but that's, but as I said before, we need to adjust that to the recommended level. An example of a diet is this one I'm showing the screen. Um, you prepare a list to start with of different products with the caloric contribution of each, and you apply correction factor. Meaning, if you consume a kilo of rice, how much rice? You buy 1 kilo of rice, but 1 kilo of plantain, how much do you need to buy from plantain? No, a kilo and a half, because you can't find a kilo of plantain in the market. No, maybe real consumption. Well, you applied the correction because some products you need to process a little to eat. Uh, you need to peel it, etc., and that's waste. And this gave a total 7,600 per person per day, and that's taken to annual value. Living income is an annual value. You need to adjust for annual price, and that's how we did for the client diet in each four clusters. We also made a cost estimation of the next housing at also check and list. And based on that, we work with focal groups to find out what is the cost of the rent or leasing. And the same work farm by farm to look at how much many of those conditions were met, because we need to involve housing costs in the estimates of overall costs. And why is important? Because oftentimes when Pablo, let's say, limb income 25 million, no, not 28. There are two clusters that yield us 28. So everybody runs away from this because 28 million, how are we going to generate after covering production cost 28 million pesos just a hectare of cacao? No, that's change of business, not profit. We never reach that. So living income is the ideal, but it's multifactorial, and there are several opportunities to close the gap there. You get to several regions, and it happened to us with housing is already covered because the people already has a dignified home, so that part is covered. The importance of understanding the metrics and the region, and it's to accept that it's made of different variables. We did an estimation of health and education. Mm, Information coming from Dana, which is called distribution of income. Dana is telling us how Colombian families distribute income, and based on that, I mean, that was the only source of information we had, by the way, and we did the estimation of expenses of family in education and health. Families have coverage in health, and education is free, very wise, and transportation and food at schools is also free. So there's a high variability of data here. So we took the reference of the country provided by data. What comes next? Real income, which is the second metric. Key real income. Calculate all production costs. In this value chain, we were consulting not only for production costs of cacao, but other 11 products between farm products and animal products. And based on that, we generated or calculated net income of the farm. Net income is made of this. Income and amortization of food produced and consumed there, income coming from secondary products, and once more, consider when we are estimating cost of the crops, we include family hand labor, even if it's not remunerated. We consider hand labor involved in other crops and sale of hand labor outside the farm and other income, what I said, income that has nothing to do with agricultural production. So how we did the calculation of closing the gap with the family income monetization of family hand labor. It's an equation, actually. So how we play with this equation? Remember that family hand labor were considered when we estimate the production cost, but this hand labor is going to add here to estimate the closing of the gap. Food, the same. Uh, since we did the survey, then we went on to do the consultation. What is the value saved by the family because they are producing food in the family, they're not buying it? Well, we monetize that. We chose that method to monetize that food produced at home or the farm. Living income adjusted, that's another part of the equation. It's between 25 million for one cluster and 28 million for other clusters. Living income adjusted. It tells us that there are clusters that have 5 family members and others are 3 family members. No, that gap is pretty wide. It's horrible, so we did an adjustment. If we come from a cluster where the members of families are 5, but there are families, because it happens, it's real. There are families that have only 3 members. Do you adjust? Well, just logic. Obviously, a family of 3 members is not going to have the same living income value because it's going to spend less in food and other expenses, and for that there is a methodology. It's a rule. 3. So it's something more elaborate than a simple calculation, but it's the recommended one, and the aim is to be more accurate, to be close to what actually is required to close the gap. And we add the house expenses. Now, 7 requirements to live, or 8 requirements. Okay, those homes or housing actually was included and added here to calculate the gap. The, the gap is pretty, is wide, it's huge. First of all, infographics of global data of these 825 farms. On average, we're talking about small farms, 2.3 hectares cultivated cacao, and yes, and 7.7 hectares total area of the farm. Average productivity 391 kilos of dry cacao. There's a first restriction here. Here you say, no, this is going to be quite complicated. We involve living income here. So we wanted to go beyond. We did exercise of calculating profit margin per hectare. This is an average, not for every farmer. Weighted average. A margin of mm, profit of cacao, and then we analyze and said, okay, we need to involve more things in this to have a pretty accurate calculation. We are going to reach living, we're not having a positive revenue. So you start to see, so what are the strategies to close the gap? They need, the strategy, they need uh, to improve this margin per hectare. How do you improve that? Strategies oriented to productivity. Strategies directed to improve the hand labor efficiency. That's key. And it's important. And it's nice, it's cool, because when you start thinking, no, so what I'm going to do to have a dignified living income, the first thing, as I said, improve productivity. Why I'm saying this? Well, last week I submitted a study of coffee costs, cost in coffee in 205 farms. With the price of coffee last year, there was record price. Our lime base was 17, 18,000 pesos per kilo. Let's say 17,000. 78%, hey, listen well, 78% of families that had less than 5 hectares in coffee did not close the gap at live. I'm talking about historic prices. Not only with coffee. I didn't have more information or data, but if we add something else to that, maybe they can close the gap. But just with coffee, they couldn't. So this productivity issue is a big restriction, and it's a long-term effort involving many stakeholders and working with many variables to close that gap. What we spoke earlier this morning, only 64 daily wages per hectare. And out of those 64 daily wages are come for family hand labor. So there's a technical and social component. Families of 3 members, and there are interesting cases where they say they invest actual investment in money per pay and hand labor. So what factor of success? What is the difference or motivation in this factor? Because being 3 and they spend 100 daily wages to the country, whereas other families that have more members only spend 30, 32 daily wages. Holistic point of view, because they are professionals now, social and technical, to start working in dialogue with these families and understand their motivation and understand their fears, weaknesses, and strengths these families have. And this is just to close. 825, 40 families close the gap with living income. And that is actually 5% of the families. But as I say and insist, it's just not one more piece of data. It's a good starting point. But as from here, then Well, let's look at resource per cluster. Yeah, a glass of water because I'm getting dry.
Let's see results by cluster. Interesting things first. The cost of the food, if you see quickly, there are two similar and other two, so they are similar among them. Yes, and over here you see the same? Yes, yes, they saw their living income and they are in their comfort zone. In living, the differences are not significant. In food, between 11 million, 8 million, that's an important, that's a big difference. So here is the same trend. 2 and 4 are similar. That was a question for the prize, which were similar. Which were similar, 2 and 4. Which is the other one? A lot of presents to give here. So let us see the final results. We are moving in a living income between 23 million, 24 million, 28 million. That's what these families need in those regions to live with dignity. Let us remember something. After you cover the cost of production, that looks like a lot of money, right? Yes, it's a lot of money. When we come from that um, um, precedent, when there is more loss per hectare, I try to be positive. But the most important thing for what you're doing is to have the facts, the numbers. If the value chain do not see the numbers, we're going to go walking like a blind person. We need to ask for numbers in the field. We need to talk to the people. That is not like with secondary sources. We need to go in the territory and try to ask the best questions. See variables that were invisible before. Uh, well, so they said, oh, the production of food. Now, the production of food is super important. Out of these percentages, you can see the percentage that represents food within living income. Here, how much, and here, how much? 38, almost 40% of living income is represented by food. Then my value chain is a palm tree, coffee, cacao. So we need to see the production unit, not only the crop. Of course, there is a big opportunity to close gaps in the production of food. Obviously, there is something there. More in this moment, I performed studies in 2020, and the increase of the price from year to another year was 7 uh, million to 18 million. So the value of diet changed like that. So there is a change of price that is impressive. We need to intervene correctly, not just to deliver the 3 hens, the 4 chicken, and the kilo of maize, but with intention, with product, step, crop. So it is very important the community work. We have done that with coffee. Community work where we say we do not deliver the same for everyone, but everyone receives different seeds on step crops, and you have a production of food because people say, hey, they don't eat maize all the year. When we speak about food security, we speak about maize, chicken, and hens. We need to see it strategically because it hurts. So we need to think beyond that. If it hurts, we need to see the numbers with more passion. We need to analyze more. It is not about just the mean number. Let us look at the difference between the clusters. You know, what's the difference for a cluster to be higher compared to the other one? Oh, you're winning over here because that point was worth more. It's determining more members. That is key. Those are the things we need to understand when we embark in a project like this. And here we have the members. That is important not only for the value of living income, but the family labor. That is very important. Let us see more results. Now, the real incomes. The real income, this one in orange is cacao. These are net income. Out of the income, we discounted costs out of all the crops. So these closing the gaps were how many farms? Pablo knows the report better. No, it was 44. So, Pablo, you're cheating because you know the information. 44 farms. So let's see the percentages. It is very important that cacao. Cacao is creating more than 30% of the income. So, conclusion, it is possible. But the other conclusion also that is we are said out of the farm is, well, it is possible, but we will not be only with cacao. With small farms, we need to work those strategies of the rest of crops, family labor, and food. The first cluster had a small profit, net income of 658. From the second cluster, it goes worse. It is not like when you are told, hey, do not leave that, it's going to get better. No, it will not get better. It's bad, seriously. In the other three clusters, we have negative margins, even more negative than the other ones. And let us see what highlights in the clusters, the color that is highlighted, showing the differences. Just if you can tell me you will win a car here, which one is the one that is important, that is highlighted? The labor that we have overlooked, that is not seen. There is a great potential of the income of this family labor. But if this family labor is not enough, then I do not do much because there is a correlation between the efficiency, productivity, and labor. So I would say before math, the labor hand, before the efficiency, that is X amount per hectare, before that, motivated labor. What motivates them? What motivates the families? Who are the ones working there in the working day? The ones who are not there, why are they not there? How do I do for them to be there? There's a variable that is fundamental. It is fundamental here. It is fundamental for the other commodities that are made up with small farms and small holders with a hurdle. When I saw the line, the mean was 4 members per home. In the last 2 3 years that I see the baseline, the members of home families are here we have two, but it's more or less 3 members per home, 3 family members. And you know, the lady and the guy, the guy is 58 and the lady is 55 and the son that wants to live. This is another important message. What we are doing with the handover generation. How, what are we doing? Do we have a handover generation? If we have them, how are we going to make them feel in love and motivate them? We have results, things can be done, but we need to do the hard job. There is a problem, we know, but there is also alternative or solution. Is it positive? Then you can vote for me if it is positive. Okay. Now, the common denominator in the first cluster, 2 and 4, is labor. I have a link. Please, can you click on the link where we have the drawings? The cluster one is 26%, and the real income of cluster one is 7,800,000. What is the living income of cluster one? How much is the gap? That's a bunch of money. I don't even remember. 33 minus 7, that is the gap. The cluster that is closing the gap, they are distributed in the 4 clusters. 32% is the net income for cacao. They have real income of 26 million. Well, it's not that they have money to spare. They close the gap, but they are just. It's fair for them. They are, if something happens, they go under the living income. I'm sorry for the time. I'm very happy here, and I think I went over time. Well, well, nobody has said anything, so I will go on. And we want to know. Here we have the success cases. What do you do different? What happens with the families closing the gaps? See what we found first. 16 families of the first cluster, that is 8.8% of the first cluster. Well, it's few of them, but they are there. Six families of the third cluster and three of the fourth cluster. So for them, cacao almost doesn't do the trick. Let us see productivity. What do you notice in productivity? Very interesting. Somebody said 1,500, six farms. It is a percentage. But you could think maybe it's something to look what you're doing different to accomplish productivity. There is what I told you, it is important the segmentation because it allows us to focus, identify success factors. So if you think of segmentation, you think of the bad thing. Let's see the low productivity. We know most of them is low productivity because productivity is low in general. Why don't we focus on the success cases? Success case is the one that have the margin per hectare above the one 700. So, question is can we be able? Is it possible? Okay, I will have a coffee, go around, and I will ask the question. Well, I'm committed to you. Net income per cacao in the cluster for 3.2%. That is contribution of cacao, and it's a particular cluster because part of the income comes from other incomes and not even agricultural. Is you say, well, just as a gossiper, possibly those people are creating income, their pension, their job. So the farm is not so well taken care of. Those are hypotheses. That is just gossip, deduction out of the numbers. But that is why the numbers are for, to see the field and see what else we can do. The net income on other crops, it is important that cluster one, you see it is balanced because if 41% of net income on cacao and the other percent with other crops, it's a balance point. So, well, that person is taking care of cacao, good productivity can improve it, but they also have other crops that are creating income. So, of course, when you analyze the situation, you say, there is a different strategy of intervention because they are farmers diversifying the income. As a project, how can I intervene when I know that really there is a good handling of cacao that has a margin of improvement, but there is also other crops creating income. But you say, hey, it's always cacao, and you increase 1,000, or we can create partnership to see what we can do with other crops. Speaking about value chain, now concrete, raw, crude facts. Look at the difference between the ones who close the gap and the ones who don't close the gap. It is less than 6 million. I'm sorry for you, but I see better here. The ones who close a gap is 26 million. The ones who don't close gap, they have a negative net income. They are losing. So that's something important. If I am losing, what's the motivation for me to keep there? As a project, how am I going to do to change the motivation? That motivation will have to do with this number changing from negative to positive. So you combine the technical, but also the important part of that motivation. What it has to do with the behavior of the people is fundamental. When I speak about living income, I cannot leave the social part. This is not just numbers. We need to involve the family for each of them to have a role, understand the role of each person within that production model. That helps us having positive results. This is not only about numbers. The net income for other crops, look how interesting. Both the ones who close and don't close gap, they have profit with other crops. So the secondary crops is key. Of course, they have profit and they dedicate time. The area in the farm, The difference is 15 hectares compared to 10 hectares. This is the total area of the farm. The area of crop of coffee is 2.2, 3.5. Productivity, there is a marked difference. The ones who close GOP, they have more than double of productivity than the ones who don't close GAP. And that provides us with numbers, ideas, to see where the way out is. Look how interesting the members per home, 3 and 3. It is not they close the gap because they have 20 in the family. No, it's the same amount of members. But look at this, is so interesting. It looks like my voice, I am scolding you, but I'm not doing that. I'm not scolding you. So 3 members per home. See the amount of days per family. The ones who close the gap is 120 days. So it is not statistics, the correlation is very high at the moment, I don't remember. But of course, there is their information. The families that are dedicating more days to production, they are having better results, different results. So there is another path, another road. What I told you, a visible variable, the uh, family labor is determining. It's a determinant. We're going to finish. From data, it sounds interesting, and we are using this in teams, the strategies of focalization for the finishing data. This is something interesting that was Monte Carlo test. We have the genius with all the analysis that is called Brian. You see very young, very smart. You can say hello. The super important statistic analysis to reach all that was made up of 4 steps. Correlation, because it was important to compare the variables with significant meaning. We had a database of 300 variables, 400 variables, more than 5 variables, I can tell you, and less than 500. So of course you need to work statistically to see which are the variables that are more interesting, that have significant correlation. Because this explains the variability of the data. To know the variability of the data is very important because that is what allows us to identify what is different, which is the differential factor of the farmers compared to other farmers. That gives us the variability. So after having that group of variabilities that are related to the working days in different works, I'm going to go over this very quickly. The methodology of main components to reduce the dimension. I want to reduce the dimension to pass from 20,500 variables that we had to less of that, less than that, 6 or 7. See how efficient. Out of 200 something variables to 7 variables. That helps us focus, see where we don't have uh, variables. When you go to the field, you need to ask for data. Here, you focus on what is important. Finally, we saw this clusterization. It is to put all the data in an intelligent blender, and they split, like here, this group different from here. I cannot say, I'm not saying that you're different or similar. It's just an example. We got 2 clusters with the results, the cluster A, the cluster B. Why do we have to do all that? I'm going to show you the results of clusterization of A and B. They have key differences. The A is the good and B is the less good. See the key difference. Well, you see the difference. The key difference between clusters. They invest uh, more days. Here in harvesting is there is more working days because there is more productivity. Let us see other indicators. Small farms, 1.8 to 2.5. Here see productivity, double difference, cluster A 676, cluster B 366. Members per home, the trend is 3. And we go back to the same. They are investing more working days per um, parcel. So wherever we see the data, we say, hey, labor is fundamental, structural in this closing of gap. Now, simulation, 17 scenarios, combining other key variables, the ones we have spoken about, productivity, area, and price. The combinations of productivity of 600, 700, 800 kilograms combined with area 8.23 hectares and combined with the prices. Remember that this study was 2021, the price was lower. And this price used here for the first simulation is the price that we had in average in 2022 and in 2000. This is 12,500 premium. This is just combined productivity with the first area, with the first price, productivity 2, area 2, price 2. What do you think was the farm that had more possibility to close the gap? With what you have seen, you can answer. We use price. These were the results. Here is blue and green. And here we got out of the scenario the average of probability that has to close the gap. What we found was that these farms of the scenario 3F and 2F, 3F is a farm of 4 hectares that produces 800 kilograms of cacao, dry cacao per hectare with the price of 12,500. They have 87% of probability to close the gap. The other hand is similar, but they produce say 100 kilograms less. So productivity is the clear trend. So this simulation has to be over 700. See the probability of the farm of 2 hectares. When we did the simulation, the average of probability of closing the gap of this scenario was the lowest one, 14%. So we know is that this is valid for coffee too. Small areas and low productivity. For example, coffee, I'm clear that 1.5 hectares farm is hard. It is difficult to get production, but cacao, it is not approximation. It says 2.2. We need to see. But you have the strategy to see 2.2 works, but I can increase productivity. Since I have an average of 10, I have 8 hectares, possibly with crops like the data showed, where I can also have a possibility of improvement in the income. Another important strategy was the visualization of data. So we had important boards in VI. We need to use the intelligence of business. We have to use data science in the business. We go to the farm to ask for data, use the open source data for analysis, but start analyzing data. Another one important source of knowledge in the segmentation. So in this segmentations, what we did was to place all the farms and the filters. Filters, for example, like let us separate the farms per area. Less than 3, I think we saw previously. Let's see the chart for you to see how important it is to have those data. Something I forgot. Those, I'm sorry, something important is that those charts do not look for cause relationship. To see the fact that you see the average doesn't mean that smallholders they produce less. It is just a characterization, segmentation, filter of the population that we analyzed. But that will give us information to come here, understand results. So this is the map. Something important. without school, primary, no school. We apply both. They can be applied simultaneously. It's 125 farmers. See how important this is. Since we are very curious, we ask for the school degree because it is important to study the characteristics. If you analyze by the corner, the upper corner, it says uh, 596. We had 826. It moved. Here it says 596 out of 825. What is the percentage? That is more than 50%. So we say we have a population of more than 50% without school studies or without primary studies. As a project, where will it lead me? What is going to be my facilitation strategy? So if I'm going to maybe um, I can teach a slide using a slide without letters. So what tools, joyful tools and approach we're going to use. So andragogy is different. We need to understand that the adult doesn't learn the same way the kids learn. So the person doesn't know how to read, but they know how to speak. They have a lot of experience, more than us. They are older than us, at least older than me. So we have a lot of dialogue of knowledge, and we need to promote activities of extension, facilitation, where people place their previous knowledge there for that training activity. That is regarding the information of the school. So let's see the ones who close the gap. Let us just eliminate the filter and let's see the comparison, what we saw in the beginning. If they close the gap, does it have any other filter? Here we have all the indicators. It is a chart to see the map. I can filter if I am curious. Let's see the ones that close the gap is people with less than 1.5 hectares. And they are very little. But look how interesting. 9 farms. Here, 9 farms. But there are 9 farms that they close the gap and they have less than 1.5 hectares in cacao. That is success factor. They have other income, obviously, but those are the cases that we have to see, analyze, to see in the field, and it is showed in map. Look how cool the dashboard is. We know how they are, where those core clusters are distributed, what they are doing different to have the results with that small area. So there is the power of segmentations, and I like that you as a value chain has understood that because there is something key. The intervention are not general. I don't have a magic formula to for see if I go to a sector. It is the same for the farmer that has 5 or the one that has 10 hectares. It is not the same restriction. They don't have the same results. So this segmentation, we could do a lot more, but I wanted to show the power of data and how Pablo and their team have used their strategies to be able to perform intervention or planification of strategies in the field. So as it was not something that we got out of the hat, it was we got it with a lot of analysis. So we have the conclusions. We can read them fast because I have 4 minutes left. It's recommendations. No relationship of causality. Do not look for causality relation. So for that, you need to do different statistic analysis with these charts. These conclusions, we have mentioned it, and Pablo said in the meeting, we are not going to close gaps looking for increase of productivity in small farms. That is key. We need to have that into account. We should promote something key in hand with productivities to see how we are going to improve the income or try to improve the efficiency of the labor. This is not technical, just saying I'm going to teach you how to do the pruning. People maybe know, but understand why they are not doing the pruning if they know they have to do it. So that is the conclusion. It is not possible to close the gap only with the intervention in the improvement of the cacao production. I will go fast because I think we mentioned all of them. This is just for you to take a picture, for the ones who are taking a picture. This is very important of this study, the conclusion. Of 66% of the farms, the margin that was average negative, but 66% of the farms had a negative margin and productivity was 262 kilograms. It is a big percentage of the farms with a negative margin per hectare. Super important, we saw that all along the study, the farms in the biggest sector of productivity, they invest 43% more of their work days, 51% of the income of the families that close the gap are represented in the net income of cacao and the family labor. Things that are within our field, our reach, the family labor and the cacao crop. They know the ones closing gap 51% of the income is there. In the things that have to do directly with cacao is very good because I have the margin of handling. And finally, it is important that you have to take into account where there is 28% of the income of the families closing gap that are in the productive system. Why? This is important. This is not minor. 28% of the income coming from things that do not have anything to do with the agriculture production. That is a reality. What's going to happen if we improve the productivity? Another issue related to the income of cacao, this percentage will be less since this percentage is significant for the people. It will be more important to take care of this that generate 28 than all the one that is creating losses. We need to know that and understand the recommendation in the end. This is the most painful one. And I will leave it there for you to read it. The producers, but to improve their practices of agriculture, not necessarily will accomplish the closing gap. The significant change is accomplished involving a lot of the sector. We have to involve actors. It is involving professionals at different levels and ages. Speak about the commercial practices. Remember that is multifactorial. So it will not be solved neither with the intervention of stakeholders nor a variable. We should plan, of course, what we are doing, interventions with a component of technical persistence and support for the implementation of good practices, but we need to go beyond. We need to look at, I don't like the reduction cost word, I would say optimization, that is accomplished without overlooking things. We need to do more things. On the contrary, we need to focus on are we more efficient on what we are doing and how you do that timely, because somebody here says better late than never. So those are the other costs. Look for strategies to increase the labor in the farm and the crop labor. So what Pablo showed us in the morning, to use these kind of strategies and tools to make the families aware.
Let's remember that family hand labor is another important component of real income. So we need to concentrate on family hand labor and deal with that. Now look about food, and this has happened in several studies, not only cacao and coffee, not only in Colombia even. The issue of self-consumption of food is low. It's generating only 5% of real income. It's little, it's marginal, but let's remember that food and it represents 88%, so we can do a lot, much more here, without being a distractor. Cannot be. We shan't forget that the main generator of income should be cacao, and food cannot be a distracting element, but it's a strategy that we can put in place so as one more variable for intervention. We already spoke about community work, and because there are holistic interventions, we must have multidisciplinary teamwork. It's important to link persons from the social area. This is not only economical and technical. We need to involve persons from the social area that understand the roles of gender, that understand the fears, and also with the change of generation. generational change. There's the educational level, we spoke about that, and it's important, very much aligned to the educational strategies, whatever they are. This, we have said everything. Um, to focalize in cases of success. Why? Well, because that is what makes scalable. Not to read a book and they did wonderful in Kenya. No, but you have the people here in Santander. We need to deal with those people in Cauca, Nariño, and other provinces of the Department of Colombia. So we need to identify cases of success using business intelligence and go and ask what they do. And that, of course, is scalable as well. Intrinsic motivations, extrinsic motivations. I understand why those that are there, even are still there, losing. If why young want to abandon or why they want to remain. That is going to shed a lot of light for intervention projects. Now, this is something I like. It's key to carry out a very detailed study about production costs so that you can understand what is the real production cost structure. And as from there, we can produce a recommendation. Also, another important tool, as Paulo was saying, is the productivity components, because productivity is also multifactorial. So when you need to identify which is the component that impacts most productivity, especially when interventions or strategies are very much focused on productivity. What is the specific weight? I don't know. We know about the pruning, we know about other things, but from the statistics point of view, what is the real weight of each variable that affect productivity? And it helps a lot to heighten the productivity levels. Yeah, this one is the Now we invite you to move to the gallery and support our producers and get to know their businesses, entrepreneurships. And after that, after you visit our gallery and booths and stand, we will have a 15-minute coffee break. And please come back in time for the last presentation. Thank you. And after that, it's Q&A for the day. Please write them down. Xiomara, I think, has the post-it so you can write down your question. Many thanks, and please visit our gallery.
Cacaocultores de Huila por la ruta de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Registramos una actividad de inventario forestal con la Asociación de Productores de Cacao del municipio de Rivera en el departamento del Huila como parte de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Bueno, la asociación nació allá en el año 2001. En ese entonces los temas medioambientales no eran tan fuertes, no se trataban mucho. Ella nació con el propósito de ayudar a nuestros agricultores a tener buenos cultivos y acceder a un mercado con un buen grano de cacao, teniendo mejores precios. Nunca nos imaginamos que también pudiéramos llegar o que llegaría el momento en que tendríamos que interactuar con aspectos medioambientales. Pero ya que tenemos la oportunidad, queremos aprovecharla al máximo. Nosotros como asociación, ahora con todo el programa grande de C4D, de cacao colombiano y cultivos complementarios, tenemos grandes expectativas para que podamos llevar a cabo el tema de bonos de carbono con nuestros asociados.
El programa de carbono de C4D es bien ambicioso. Estamos trabajando de la mano de la Fundación Cacao y tenemos un programa en el que trataremos de incluir los 5.500 fincas que tenemos del universo de C4D para lograr acceso a los mercados internacionales de carbono de ellos. Hay varios pasos para lograr llegar hacia allá. El primer paso es la verificación jurídica de la tenencia de la tierra de nuestros finqueros en C4D. Es un proceso largo para lograr verificar que ellos sí son los dueños de ese cacao. Luego viene la viabilidad técnica de estos predios y eso incluye todo el levantamiento de polígonos de cada uno de los predios de C4D, que es algo que no se ha hecho en Colombia al nivel. Vamos a levantar los polígonos de los 5.500 predios. Y una vez tengamos todo eso, lo comparamos con los barridos satelitales y vamos a determinar realmente cuál es el potencial de captura de carbono de esos predios. En adición a eso, de la mano de la Fundación Cacao, vamos a definir las variables de las ecuaciones alométricas para definir realmente cuál es la captura de carbono en condiciones agroforestales, como las estamos viendo aquí en este lote. Nosotros somos unos convencidos y queremos posicionar a Colombia en un cacao en sistema agroforestal. Creemos que el potencial de generarle un adicional ingreso al finquero es muy alto, y más ahora que hay tanta atracción en los mercados de carbono. Y una vez tengamos ya la viabilidad jurídica, la viabilidad técnica y las ecuaciones alométricas para determinar cuál es el potencial de carbono, haremos el siguiente paso sería el PDD, que es el plan que se le presentaría a las organizaciones verificadoras internacionales para que ellos vengan y validen ya todo lo que hemos hecho. En adición a eso, vamos a utilizar una herramienta que se llama CBP, que fue desarrollada por USDA y por la Universidad de Colorado, en la que vamos a meter cada uno de los polígonos y nos van a decir exactamente cuál es el acumulado de todas las 5.500 o 2.000 o 3.000 fincas que califican para el programa de carbono.
And the most important thing is it's making a tremendous contribution to capturing carbon and allowing farmers to be paid to use carbon offset to measure the carbon that their cacao trees are capturing in this part of Colombia. It's the first time this has ever been done, and I hope through the contribution that my office and USDA is providing, through the implementing partners, and most importantly through the cacao farmers.
Pues es un recurso que llega adicional y que lo motiva a uno a seguir cultivando y a seguir las proyecciones que se tienen. Es un mejoramiento total. Para mí es un programa nuevo, pero de una importancia en verdad invaluable, porque si estamos en proyectos de recuperar la biodiversidad y también la parte climática, yo veo que es un programa muy importante al cual le tenemos que poner nosotros bastante entusiasmo y dedicación para que esto surja. Y ojalá que todos los agricultores tengamos esa proyección como hasta ahora yo la siento y la veo que es muy importante.
Digamos que cuando se les menciona acerca de los bonos de carbono, pues el agricultor queda, venga, ¿y eso qué es? ¿Y eso en qué consiste? ¿De qué trata? Hemos tratado a través del programa hacer énfasis y decir, venga, el cultivo de cacao es un bosque protector productor, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que queremos y buscamos con el programa? que muchas empresas en el mundo contaminan y que a través del cultivo de cacao que hoy se tiene y que usted lo ha mantenido durante los últimos 10, 20, 30 años o toda la vida, porque tenemos agricultores que tienen su cultivo, su parcela, desde su abuelo, su papá, hoy la tienen, entonces, pero nunca han recibido algún tipo de bonificación o apoyo económico. Entonces se trata de comentarles y decirles de una manera pues muy, digámosla, muy gráfica en decir, por ejemplo, el cultivo de cacao captura, ¿cierto?, el CO2, que es el que contamina a través de sus hojas, ¿cierto?, y a través del proceso de la fotosíntesis hace un proceso allí químico, bioquímico, y luego suelta o expulsa nuevamente el oxígeno limpio. Y además del cultivo, los árboles que dan la sombra, porque el cultivo de cacao está dentro de un sistema agroforestal, y entonces esa es la compensación que el programa está buscando para poder generar ese ingreso que puede recibir el agricultor por ese proceso que está haciendo allí su ecosistema.
El ejercicio inicia contactando al productor beneficiario del proyecto. Al día siguiente se programa una visita técnica al cultivo en donde se establece una parcela de monitoreo.
Buenos días, me llamo Cristian Felipe Flores, vengo acá de parte de Cataruen a hacer el inventario forestal para conocer cuántos gases de efecto invernadero captura el ecosistema, el agroecosistema de cacao.
En esta parcela ubicamos un punto central donde empezamos a hacer un levantamiento forestal, un barrido de 360 grados, con una parcela de 17.84 metros de radio, y a cada línea, a cada azimut, vamos a tomarle las medidas como el CAP, la bifurcación, la altura del árbol, el diámetro de copa, la especie y el año de siembra. Luego de esto siguen las muestras de suelo. Las muestras de suelo son dos: la de densidad aparente, que se hace con los anillos de densidad, y la de muestra de contenido de carbono, que es una muestra de 400 gramos en la misma parcela de monitoreo. Después viene la muestra de la hojarasca, que se hacen 4 lanzamientos aleatorios dentro de la parcela de monitoreo. ¿Sí? Este lanzamiento se hace y donde caiga se monta el cuadrante, que es de 1 por 1. A ese cuadrante se extrae la hojarasca, se guarda en un costal y se repite 3 veces más la operación. Cuando ya el bulto ya está lleno, se mezcla y de ahí se obtienen los 200 gramos de muestra de hojarasca, se etiqueta, se le toma una fotografía, se pesa y se envía hacia el laboratorio en Seattle, en Cali.
Ahora seguimos con las muestras de detritos de madera. ¿Qué hacemos? Nos ubicamos en el punto central de la parcela de monitoreo, que es el F1P1, y trazamos imaginariamente una cuadrícula, plano cartesiano, y la dividimos en 4 secciones: sección 1, 2, 3 y 4. En la sección 1, con el compañero vamos a caminar 30 metros, y en ese trayecto vamos a extraer las muestras de madera que nos encontremos, los fragmentos de madera que nos encontremos en esa sección. Van a ser 3 muestras en esos 30 metros de trayecto.
Lo que ustedes vieron se enfoca en la estrategia de conservación de carbono, y es básicamente enfocar unos sistemas que antes no tenían unos elementos vegetales para que hoy en día los tengan y se tengan de mejor manera. Entonces, el mensaje para todos ustedes es que se vinculen a este tipo de procesos, que ya en Colombia es una realidad el trabajo con créditos de carbono en sistemas agroforestales de cacao, que se está logrando, y que busquen el apoyo en este equipo de trabajo, que es Proyecto C4D, con todo su despliegue a nivel nacional y sus aliados, Fundación Cataruen como el apoyo fundamental en ese tema, para lograr consolidar e ir creciendo por etapas este proyecto.
Cacaocultores de Huila por la ruta de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Registramos una actividad de inventario forestal con la Asociación de Productores de Cacao del municipio de Rivera en el departamento del Huila como parte de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Bueno, la asociación nació allá en el año 2001. En ese entonces los temas medioambientales no eran tan fuertes, no se trataban mucho. Ella nació con el propósito de ayudar a nuestros agricultores a tener buenos cultivos y acceder a un mercado con un buen grano de cacao, teniendo mejores precios. Nunca nos imaginamos que también pudiéramos llegar o que llegaría el momento en que tendríamos que interactuar con aspectos medioambientales. Pero ya que tenemos la oportunidad, queremos aprovecharla al máximo. Nosotros como asociación, ahora con todo el programa grande de C4D, de cacao colombiano y cultivos complementarios, tenemos grandes expectativas para que podamos llevar a cabo el tema de bonos de carbono con nuestros asociados.
El programa de carbono de C4D es bien ambicioso. Estamos trabajando de la mano de la Fundación Cacao y tenemos un programa en el que trataremos de incluir los 5.500 fincas que tenemos del universo de C4D para lograr acceso a los mercados internacionales de carbono de ellos. Hay varios pasos para lograr llegar hacia allá. El primer paso es la verificación jurídica de la tenencia de la tierra de nuestros finqueros en C4D. Ese es un proceso largo para lograr verificar que ellos sí son los dueños de ese carbono. Luego viene la viabilidad técnica de estos predios y eso incluye todo el levantamiento de polígonos de cada uno de los predios de C4D, que es algo que no se ha hecho en Colombia al nivel. Vamos a levantar los polígonos de los 5.500 predios. Y una vez tengamos todo eso, lo comparamos con los barridos satelitales y vamos a determinar realmente cuál es el potencial de captura de carbono de esos predios. En adición a eso, de la mano de la Fundación Cacao, vamos a definir las variables de las ecuaciones alométricas para definir realmente cuál es la captura de carbono en condiciones agroforestales, como las estamos viendo aquí en este lote. Nosotros somos unos convencidos y queremos posicionar a Colombia en un cacao en sistema agroforestal. Creemos que el potencial de generarle un adicional ingreso al finquero es muy alto, y más ahora que hay tanta atracción en los mercados de carbono. Y una vez tengamos ya la viabilidad jurídica, la viabilidad técnica y las ecuaciones alométricas para determinar cuál es el potencial de carbono, haremos el siguiente paso sería el PDD, que es el plan que se le presentaría a las organizaciones verificadoras internacionales para que ellos vengan y validen ya todo lo que hemos hecho. En adición a eso, vamos a utilizar una herramienta que se llama CBP, que fue desarrollada por USDA y por la Universidad de Colorado, en la que vamos a meter cada uno de los polígonos y nos van a decir exactamente cuál es el acumulado de todas las 5.500 o 2.000 o 3.000 fincas que califiquen para el programa de carbono.
And the most important thing is it's making a tremendous contribution to capturing carbon and allowing farmers to be paid to use carbon offset to measure the carbon that their cacao trees are capturing in this part of Colombia. It's the first time this has ever been done, and I hope through the contributions that my office and USDA is providing, through the implementing partners, and most importantly through the cacao farmers.
Pues es un recurso que llega adicional y que lo motiva a uno a seguir cultivando y a seguir las proyecciones que se tienen. Es un mejoramiento total. Para mí es un programa nuevo, pero de una importancia en verdad invaluable, porque si estamos en proyectos de recuperar la biodiversidad y también la parte climática, yo veo que es un programa muy importante al cual le tenemos que poner nosotros bastante entusiasmo y dedicación para que esto surja. Y ojalá que todos los agricultores tengamos esa proyección como hasta ahora yo la siento y la veo que es muy importante.
Digamos que cuando se les menciona acerca de los bonos de carbono, pues el agricultor queda, venga, ¿y eso qué es? ¿Eso en qué consiste? ¿De qué trata? Hemos tratado a través del programa hacer énfasis y decir, venga, el cultivo de cacao es un bosque protector-productor, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que queremos y buscamos con el programa? Que muchas empresas en el mundo contaminan y que a través del cultivo de cacao que hoy se tiene y que usted lo ha mantenido durante los últimos 10, 20, 30 años o toda la vida, porque tenemos agricultores que tienen su cultivo, su parcela, desde su abuelo, su papá, hoy la tienen, entonces pero nunca han recibido algún tipo de bonificación o apoyo económico. Entonces se trata de comentarle y decirle de una manera pues muy, digámosla, muy gráfica en decir, por ejemplo, el cultivo de cacao captura, ¿cierto?, el CO2, que es el que contamina a través de sus hojas, ¿cierto?, y a través del proceso de la fotosíntesis, hace un proceso allí químico, bioquímico, y luego suelta o expulsa nuevamente el oxígeno limpio. Y además del cultivo, los árboles que dan la sombra, porque el cultivo de cacao está dentro de un sistema agroforestal, y entonces esa es la compensación que el programa está buscando para poder generar ese ingreso que puede recibir el agricultor por ese proceso que está haciendo allí su ecosistema.
El ejercicio inicia contactando al productor beneficiario del proyecto. Al día siguiente se programa una visita técnica al cultivo en donde se establece una parcela de monitoreo.
Buenos días, me llamo Cristian Felipe Flores, vengo acá de parte de Catarúen a hacer el inventario forestal para conocer cuántos gases de efecto invernadero captura el ecosistema, el agroecosistema de cacao.
En esta parcela ubicamos un punto central donde empezamos a hacer un levantamiento forestal, un barrido de 360 grados, con una parcela de 17.84 metros de radio. Y a cada línea, a cada azimut, vamos a tomarle las medidas como el CAP, la altura del árbol, el diámetro de copa, la especie y el año de siembra. Luego de esto siguen las muestras de suelo. Las muestras de suelo son dos. La de densidad aparente, que se hace con los anillos de densidad, y la de muestra de contenido de carbono, que es una muestra de 400 gramos en la misma parcela de monitoreo. Después viene la muestra de la hojarasca, que se hacen 4 lanzamientos aleatorios dentro de la parcela de monitoreo. ¿Sí? Este lanzamiento se hace y donde caiga, se monta el cuadrante, que es de 1 por 1. A ese cuadrante se extrae la hojarasca, se guarda en un costal y se repite 3 veces más la operación. Cuando ya el bulto ya está lleno, se mezcla y de ahí se obtienen los 200 gramos de muestra de hojarasca, se etiqueta, se le toma una fotografía, se pesa y se envía hacia el laboratorio en Seattle, en Cali.
Ahora seguimos con las muestras de detritos de madera. ¿Qué hacemos? Nos ubicamos en el punto central de la parcela de monitoreo, que es el F1, y trazamos imaginariamente una cuadrícula, plano cartesiano, y la dividimos en 4 secciones, sección 1, 2, 3 y 4. En la sección 1, con el compañero vamos a caminar 30 metros, y en ese trayecto vamos a extraer las muestras de madera que nos encontremos, los fragmentos de madera que nos encontremos en esa sección. Van a ser 3 muestras en esos 30 metros de trayecto.
Lo que ustedes vieron se enfoca en la estrategia de conservación de carbono y es básicamente enfocar unos sistemas que antes no tenían unos elementos vegetales para que hoy en día los tengan y se tengan de mejor manera. Entonces, el mensaje para todos ustedes es que se vinculen a este tipo de procesos, que ya en Colombia es una realidad el trabajo con créditos de carbono en sistemas agroforestales de cacao, que se está logrando, y que busquen el apoyo en este equipo de trabajo, que es Proyecto C4D, con todo su despliegue a nivel nacional y sus aliados, Fundación Cantarubén, como el apoyo fundamental en ese tema, para lograr consolidar e ir creciendo por etapas este proyecto.
Cacao Cultores desfila por la ruta de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Registramos una actividad de inventario forestal con la Asociación de Productores de Cacao del municipio de Rivera en el departamento del Huila como parte de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Bueno, la asociación nació allá en el año 2001. En ese entonces los temas medioambientales no eran tan fuertes, no se trataban mucho. Ella nació con el propósito de ayudar a nuestros agricultores a tener buenos cultivos y acceder a un mercado con un buen grano de cacao, teniendo mejores precios. Nunca nos imaginamos que también pudiéramos llegar o que llegaría el momento en que tendríamos que interactuar con aspectos medioambientales. Pero ya que tenemos la oportunidad, queremos aprovecharla al máximo. Nosotros como asociación, ahora con todo el programa grande de C4D, de cacao colombiano y cultivos complementarios, tenemos grandes expectativas para que podamos llevar a cabo el tema de bonos de carbono con nuestros asociados.
El programa de carbono de C4D es bien ambicioso. Estamos trabajando de la mano de la Fundación Cacao y tenemos un programa en el que trataremos de incluir los 5.500 fincas que tenemos del universo de C4D para lograr acceso a los mercados internacionales de carbono de ellos. Hay varios pasos para lograr llegar hacia allá. El primer paso es la verificación jurídica de la tenencia de la tierra de nuestros finqueros en C4D. Es un proceso largo para lograr verificar que ellos sí son los dueños de ese carbono. Luego viene la viabilidad técnica de estos predios y eso incluye todo el levantamiento de polígonos de cada uno de los predios de C4D, que es algo que no se ha hecho en Colombia al nivel. Vamos a levantar los polígonos de los 5.500 predios. Y una vez tengamos todo eso, lo comparamos con los barridos satelitales y vamos a determinar realmente cuál es el potencial de captura de carbono de esos predios. En adición a eso, de la mano de la Fundación Cacao, vamos a definir las variables de las ecuaciones alométricas para definir realmente cuál es la captura de carbono en condiciones agroforestales, como las estamos viendo aquí en este lote. Nosotros somos unos convencidos y queremos posicionar a Colombia en un cacao en sistema agroforestal. Creemos que el potencial de generarle un adicional ingreso al finquero es muy alto, y más ahora que hay tanta atracción en los mercados de carbono. Y una vez tengamos ya la viabilidad jurídica, la viabilidad técnica y las ecuaciones alométricas para determinar cuál es el potencial de carbono, haremos el siguiente paso sería el PDD, que es el plan que se le presentaría a las organizaciones verificadoras internacionales para que ellos vengan y validen ya todo lo que hemos hecho. En adición a eso, vamos a utilizar una herramienta que se llama CBP, que fue desarrollada por USDA y por la Universidad de Colorado, en la que vamos a meter cada uno de los polígonos y nos van a decir exactamente cuál es el acumulado de todas las 5.500 o 2.000 o 3.000 fincas que califiquen para el programa de carbono.
And the most important thing is it's making a tremendous contribution to capturing carbon and allowing farmers to be paid to use carbon offset to measure the carbon that their cacao trees are capturing in this part of Colombia. It's the first time this has ever been done, and I hope through the contribution that my office and USDA is providing, through the implementing partners, and most importantly through the cacao farmers.
pues es un recurso que llega adicional y que lo motiva a uno a seguir cultivando y a seguir las proyecciones que se tienen. Es un mejoramiento total. Para mí es un programa nuevo, pero de una importancia en verdad invaluable, porque si estamos en el proyecto de recuperar la biodiversidad y también la parte climática, yo veo que es un programa muy importante al cual le tenemos que poner nosotros bastante entusiasmo y dedicación para que esto surja. Y ojalá que todos los agricultores tengamos esa proyección como hasta ahora yo la siento y la veo que es muy importante.
Digamos que cuando se les menciona acerca de los bonos de carbono, pues el agricultor queda, venga, ¿y eso qué es? ¿Eso en qué consiste? ¿De qué trata? Hemos tratado a través del programa hacer énfasis y decir, venga, el cultivo de cacao es un bosque protector productor, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que queremos y buscamos con el programa? Que muchas empresas en el mundo contaminan y que a través del cultivo de cacao que hoy se tiene, que usted lo ha mantenido durante los últimos 10, 20, 30 años o toda la vida, porque tenemos agricultores que tienen su cultivo, su parcela, desde su abuelo, su papá, hoy la tienen, entonces, pero nunca han recibido algún tipo de bonificación o apoyo económico. Entonces se trata de comentarle y decirle de una manera pues muy, digámosla, muy gráfica en decir, por ejemplo, el cultivo de cacao captura, ¿cierto?, el CO2, que es el que contamina a través de sus hojas, ¿cierto?, y a través del proceso de la fotosíntesis, hace un proceso allí químico, bioquímico, y luego suelta o expulsa nuevamente el oxígeno limpio. Y además del cultivo, los árboles que dan la sombra, porque el cultivo de cacao está dentro de un sistema agroforestal, y entonces esa es la compensación que el programa está buscando para poder generar ese ingreso que puede recibir el agricultor por ese proceso que está haciendo allí su ecosistema.
El ejercicio inicia contactando al productor beneficiario del proyecto. Al día siguiente se programa una visita técnica al cultivo en donde se establece una parcela de monitoreo.
Buenos días, me llamo Cristian Felipe Flores, vengo acá de parte de Catarúen a hacer el inventario forestal para conocer cuántos gases de efecto invernadero captura el ecosistema de cacao.
En esta parcela ubicamos un punto central donde empezamos a hacer un levantamiento forestal, un barrido de 360 grados, con una parcela de 17.84 metros de radio. Y a cada línea, a cada azimut, vamos a tomarle las medidas como el CAP, la bifurcación, la altura del árbol, el diámetro de copa, la especie y el año de siembra. Luego de esto siguen las muestras de suelo. Las muestras de suelo son dos. La de densidad aparente, que se hace con los anillos de densidad, y la de muestra de contenido de carbono, que es una muestra de 400 gramos en la misma parcela de monitoreo. Después viene la muestra de la hojarasca, que se hacen 4 lanzamientos aleatorios dentro de la parcela de monitoreo. ¿Sí? Este lanzamiento se hace y donde caiga se monta el cuadrante, que es de 1 por 1. A ese cuadrante se extrae la hojarasca, se guarda en un costal y se repite 3 veces más la operación. Cuando ya el bulto ya está lleno, se mezcla y de ahí se obtienen los 200 gramos de muestra de hojarasca, se etiqueta, se le toma una fotografía, se pesa y se envía hacia el laboratorio en Seattle, en Cali.
Ahora seguimos con las muestras de detritos de madera. ¿Qué hacemos? Nos ubicamos en el punto central de la parcela de monitoreo, que es el F1, y trazamos imaginariamente una cuadrícula, plano cartesiano, y la dividimos en 4 secciones, sección 1, 2, 3 y 4. En la sección 1, con el compañero vamos a caminar 30 metros, y en ese trayecto vamos a extraer las muestras de madera que nos encontremos, los fragmentos de madera que nos encontremos en esa sección. Van a ser 3 muestras en esos 30 metros de trayecto.
Lo que ustedes vieron se enfoca en la estrategia de conservación de carbono. Y es básicamente enfocar unos sistemas que antes no tenían unos elementos vegetales para que hoy en día los tengan y se tengan de mejor manera. Entonces, el mensaje para todos ustedes es que se vinculen a este tipo de procesos. Que ya en Colombia es una realidad el trabajo con créditos de carbono en sistemas agroforestales de cacao, que se está logrando, y que busquen el apoyo en este equipo de trabajo, que es Proyecto C4D, con todo su despliegue a nivel nacional y sus aliados, Fundación Cantarubén, como el apoyo fundamental en ese tema, para lograr consolidar e ir creciendo por etapas este proyecto.
Cacaocultores de Huila por la ruta de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Registramos una actividad de inventario forestal con la Asociación de Productores de Cacao del municipio de Rivera en el departamento del Huila como parte de la estrategia de conservación de carbono.
Bueno, la asociación nació allá en el año 2001. En ese entonces los temas medioambientales no eran tan fuertes, no se trataban mucho. Ella nació con el propósito de ayudar a nuestros agricultores a tener buenos cultivos y acceder a un mercado con un buen grano de cacao, teniendo mejores precios. Nunca nos imaginamos que también pudiéramos llegar o que llegaría el momento en que tendríamos que interactuar con aspectos medioambientales. Pero ya que tenemos la oportunidad, queremos aprovecharla al máximo. Nosotros como asociación, ahora con todo el programa grande de C4D, de cacao colombiano y cultivos complementarios, tenemos grandes expectativas para que podamos llevar a cabo el tema de bonos de carbono con nuestros asociados.
El programa de carbono de C4D es bien ambicioso. Estamos trabajando de la mano de la Fundación Cacao y tenemos un programa en el que trataremos de incluir los 5.500 fincas que tenemos del universo de C4D para lograr acceso a los mercados internacionales de carbono de ellos. Hay varios pasos para lograr llegar hacia allá. El primer paso es la verificación jurídica de la tenencia de la tierra de nuestros finqueros en C4D. Es un proceso largo para lograr verificar que ellos sí son los dueños de ese carbono. Luego viene la viabilidad técnica de estos predios y eso incluye todo el levantamiento de polígonos de cada uno de los predios de C4D, que es algo que no se ha hecho en Colombia al nivel. Vamos a levantar los polígonos de los 5.500 predios. Y una vez tengamos todo eso, lo comparamos con los barridos satelitales y vamos a determinar realmente cuál es el potencial de captura de carbono de esos predios. En adición a eso, de la mano de la Fundación Cacao, vamos a definir las variables de las ecuaciones alométricas para definir realmente cuál es la captura de carbono en condiciones agroforestales, como las estamos viendo aquí en este lote. Nosotros somos unos convencidos y queremos posicionar a Colombia en un cacao en sistema agroforestal. Creemos que el potencial de generarle un adicional ingreso al finquero es muy alto, y más ahora que hay tanta atracción en los mercados de carbono. Y una vez tengamos ya la viabilidad jurídica, la viabilidad técnica y las ecuaciones alométricas para determinar cuál es el potencial de carbono, haremos el siguiente paso sería el PDD, que es el plan que se le presentaría a las organizaciones verificadoras internacionales para que ellos vengan y validen ya todo lo que hemos hecho. En adición a eso, vamos a utilizar una herramienta que se llama CDP, que fue desarrollada por USDA y por la Universidad de Colorado, en la que vamos a meter cada uno de los polígonos y nos van a decir exactamente cuál es el acumulado de todas las 5.500 o 2.000 o 3.000 fincas que califican para el programa de carbono.
And the most important thing is that it's making a tremendous contribution to capturing carbon and allowing farmers to be paid to use carbon offset to measure the carbon that their cacao trees are capturing in this part of Colombia. It's the first time this has ever been done, and I hope through the contribution that my office and USDA is providing through the implementing partners, and most importantly through the cacao farmers.
Pues es un recurso que llega adicional y que lo motiva a uno a seguir cultivando y a seguir las proyecciones que se tienen. Es un mejoramiento total. Para mí es un programa nuevo, pero de una eficiencia en verdad invaluable, porque si estamos en proyectos de recuperar la biodiversidad y también la parte climática, yo veo que es un programa muy importante al cual le tenemos que poner nosotros bastante entusiasmo y dedicación para que esto surja. Y ojalá que todos los agricultores tengamos esa proyección como hasta ahora yo la siento y la veo que es muy importante.
Digamos que cuando se les menciona acerca de los bonos de carbono, pues el agricultor queda, venga, ¿y eso qué es? ¿Eso en qué consiste? ¿De qué trata? Hemos tratado a través del programa hacer énfasis y decir, venga, el cultivo de cacao es un bosque protector productor, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que queremos y buscamos con el programa? Que muchas empresas en el mundo contaminan y que a través del cultivo de cacao que hoy se tiene y que usted lo ha mantenido durante los últimos 10, 20, 30 años o toda la vida, porque tenemos agricultores que tienen su cultivo, su parcela desde su abuelo, su papá, hoy la tienen, entonces pero nunca han recibido algún tipo de bonificación o apoyo económico. Entonces se trata de comentarles y decirles de una manera pues muy, digámosla, muy gráfica en decir, por ejemplo, el cultivo de cacao captura, ¿cierto?, el CO2, que es el que contamina a través de sus hojas, ¿cierto?, y a través del proceso de la fotosíntesis, hace un proceso allí químico, bioquímico, y luego suelta o expulsa nuevamente el oxígeno limpio. Y además del cultivo, los árboles.
Hello, welcome back. We welcome Maria Alejandra Diaz, Sustainability Director of Bolivar Insurance Company, politologist and specialist in company social responsibility with broad experience in financial sector. Welcome, Madam Diaz. Yeah, it's quite challenging, Pablo, because after Jacqueline, uh, please apologize me. Your expectations are pretty high, but I won't be able. I don't know. I'm not Jacqueline. The only thing we are similar is the way we're dressing today, but nothing else. So that's pretty challenging for me. And Seguros Bolivar is very delighted to be here sharing this in little time with you around a fascinating topic that perhaps Jacqueline will be able to complement later on. And that has to do with risk management in the countryside. I didn't see that pretty well reflected in dignified income, to be honest, and how farmers, producers are well prepared to confront risk associated to climate, just to mention one, and even more in circumstances like this, where risks associated to climate change are more frequent and more severe. No doubt produce an enormous impact on productivity, quality of life, and generation of that dignified income for farmers in general, cacao producers in special. I am Alejandro Dia, and in Seguros Bolívar, we want to share with you the commitment we have assumed that we have been forging later years to how could we contribute to the development of a more sustainable agriculture that is ready to generate that dignified income for the producer, and to share with you what this partnership we have structured is all about. I mean, structured with the help of C4D to achieve that climate resilience. So our commitment is to have a sustainable cacao producing culture, more including rural women, young producers, and of course an agriculture that is better prepared to confront risk associated to climate. So to start, and I am a scenario of people surrounded by experts, knowledgeable. So I apologize if I'm going to mention something obvious, but it's important to align some concepts and understand so for what we understand for sustainable agriculture and climate change, intelligent or smart. We understand sustainable agriculture when it managed to achieve the right productivity. Productivity is not the only determining factor, but to be competitive in our countryside at the same time that we are developing and promoting other variables is fundamental for the growth of our cacao producing families. To achieve that sustained growth and sustained improvement productivity that translates into more income and social welfare for our families and regeneration of the conditions of the planet, making an agriculture that is smart, based on solutions, eco-friendly solutions, that is to say. The addition of all this, economic growth with social development and protection of the environment, the natural capital, is what we are referring to when we speak about the development of a sustainable agriculture. And obviously, risk management and resilience is part of all this. It's a fundamental component of this part of this big intention of sustainable agriculture. Sustainable as long as we manage to achieve these three: economic growth, social well-being, and respect for the environment, and providing our producers the capacity to recover quickly from different effects, or risks, among them climate, that of course affects their income, the productivity of the crops, and the quality of life of their families. Once more, in a scenario expert, I don't need to repeat over and over again. You know this better than me. I'm talking about the conditions, favorable conditions for the development of sustainable cacao production. They're all Colombia, and Jacqueline was saying that more than concentrating in that, we are not doing well. The productivity that we still haven't achieved, and the competitiveness degree of competition we haven't achieved yet, and the difficulties or let's say barriers to access markets. More than concentrating on that, let's concentrate in what we have and where we are doing well, and let's pick the big best practices of those cases of success to potentialize them. Conditions are favorable in respect to the aroma, to the flavor of our cacao, and the cacao producing culture in Colombia, of course, contributes to the mitigation or adaptation to climate change. Let's not forget that cacao producing culture is done through agroforest practices, and that will allow us to have better capture of CO2, better protection of the ecosystem, and mitigate climate change. Mitigation and reductions of the greenhouse gases. And we are convinced that something we need to work upon and potentialize. And obviously, we are finding a global demand increasing for cacao, given this high quality of cacao we have here. And but there's a challenge in respect to the production of the right volumes. So we are united, different stakeholders in this. Something that Jacqueline was highlighting in her presentation is this not cannot be achieved for just one person or one, but by many. It's the addition of many variables, remember, and the addition of many efforts of many players. We also have favorable geographical conditions, have access to two seaports, to two oceans, but we recognize the importance of cacao producing culture in the post-conflict era, helping the substitution of illegal crops, always present to recover the confidence in territories and the development of these territories that have historically have been affected by the armed conflict and illegal crops, where the role of women has been important and it's more and more important as time goes by. And we need to recognize that and give the women that recognition in this sustainable agriculture. And different from other territories and other latitudes is the capacity we have to develop um, responsible cacao producing culture. I mean, respect for the gender and better environmental conditions, but above all, better labor conditions. If we compare with other regions and other products or crops, experts as you are, challenges are varied. It's important to put them over the table so as not to stop and see them as barriers only, but really how to work on a qualitative basis to overcome whatever problem or barriers. Challenges that, as you can see here, are expressed in this slide. We have put them in different colors because some of them are associated to the environment, others to social, or to economic and governance topics. And of course, that answer to two or three um, variables, environmental, social, economic, or environmental, the combination of several of them. And one of them is when we turn around our conversation, vulnerability before climate risk and change. Let's not forget the cacao producing culture, as the rest of other productive activities, are exposed to sun, to rain on a permanent basis. And this means that it is a risky activity, no doubt about that, that needs to be resilient, as I said in the beginning, to confront this source of risks associated to climate change. More and more we are seeing phenomena from nature, but as I said, more frequent but more severe, that generate losses in the field, in the countryside. Variation of prices, um, limitation and restrictions in respect to funding. It's a reality. Producers, especially if they are small farmers and have limitations of production, etc., are need to be seen as good customers from the banking and financial sector. But to do that, we need to overcome certain barriers to have, um, let's say, help them in selling the products in local and international markets. Technification, that is affected by limitations on access to funds. If we don't have access to funds, if we don't have more investment, more than working capital, I mean, investment in capex and opex, I don't know, to make the business a prosperous one. So productivity is limited, and challenges are how to add more value to our productive activity. As you see here, in this slide, We are also finding risk associated to exchange rate, associated to the conditions of the crop. Renovation is one of those conditions. There's an important topic around that. I think Jacqueline was mentioning that in her presentation, and how to um, make sure that our cacao producing cultures mm, tr- makes that transit to renewal of the plants and trees, and she emphasized in generation integration. In other words, like to make the young population see in the field, in the countryside, that opportunity for personal growth, making this activity the project of life. So they remain in the country and not leave for the city. Mm, those are the ones that can generate short-term revenue. How to see or make sure that the generational integration is another challenge. Access to social security is another one. Coverage, of course, subsidized regime for health has its own limitations, even though it's there, exists there, but it's subject to limitations. And issues in respect to association, difficulties associated to association, even if it sounds repetitive. Now, especially when we talk about regions that have been permeated or affected by the armed conflict. Through Bolivar da Vivienda Foundation, helping us, accompanying us in the development of associative capabilities, skills, strengthening the skills, mm, how to make sure that those regions affected by conflict, the trust, of working together with my neighbor or to associate with him is a limitation. That trust doesn't exist. That mistrust still exists. That's what the conflict has given us. We have inherited that, and we need to strengthen the ties of trust, of confidence, of building social fabric once more, rebuild it so that they can negotiate on a collective basis the buying of consumables, of they can negotiate the access to market and improvement of certain conditions like tertiary roads, among others. This graph, what it shows is we can start by reading from whatever point, from let's say access to funding, for instance. One can say how low access to funding has a direct impact in the technification of crops. There are limitations in this, is producing less investment in renewal of crops or trees, and if there's less renewal in this, trees, those crops, existing crops, are hit hardly by climate change, and because of that, productivity and the quality of the product diminishes. Access to market then is affected, and income of the family is also affected. So, with less income, investment in education, health, recreation, food, and well-being in general is also reduced. I'm starting by the tip, but if I'm starting by the physical climate risk, and I can, let's say, the more exposure to risk, to climate risk, that impacts productivity of our farmers, access to market, income, well-being. It's a circle, making them less attractive for banks, and more limitations to credit arise. So it is kind of a vicious circle. No matter where you point, what point you start to analyze this, it ends up absolutely the same: the loss of income, the loss of well-being, quality of products as well. So the change we are aiming to, all of us really, and the work conducted for C4D with other players, how to turn this history around. So all these arrows that point downwards, that point upwards. More funding, more technical assistance to them, less risk and vulnerability associated to climate address. How to turn around these arrows. And here I want to highlight the C4D strategy, the strengthening of organizative capacities of producers, access to technical assistance on a more recurrent basis, with initiatives that are quite innovative and interesting and dynamic, such as the Cacao Gram or Graph, as you, with a more recurring presence of the farms of technicians. We see on a favorable basis the entire industry, the entire cacao producing chain has a fundamental component, and that is access to financial services. And this, of course, well, let me say that the C4D strategy links with the strategy of Grupo Bolívar, conformed by Seguro Bolívar, the Vivienda Bank, the Plata, and the foundation. They, it's consigned in the following way of thinking or philosophy. Always access to banks is limited. Because of what? Because the first thing the bank looks and warns is how many risks are being covered by the farmer. But if he doesn't have technical training, he is exposed to many risks. In addition to that, he doesn't have um, links with associations. He doesn't work on a society basis. Well, it's worse there. So there are elements that makes him less attractive to the banking system. The C4D structure, what it is doing, and we share that in Grupo Oleares, how to achieve the enabling conditions so that producers and farmers have more and better access to funding. And if can, they can invest in technical assistance, for instance. They can do the renewals, they can do improvements, carry out improvements on the farms, and that way improve productivity. At the end of the day, the management of farming risk, along with better technical assistance, along with development of social fabric, all of them enable access to financial service for this or whatever other crop. And I'm going back to this part of the graph to speak about access to financial services of the C4D project. This is not a minor issue, it's quite relevant. This is kind of a chain of initiatives to improve the dignified income of farmers, uh, cacao farmers. And commitment is how to provide support and access to financial tools by cocoa producers and agricultural entrepreneurs, so to speak. And here is where an initiative comes into place that we are just launching in partnership with C4D, Seguros Bolívar, to start with, and that is what we call Save Cacao. It's becoming a tool to help build resilience. I'm going to tell you a story about agricultural insurance policies that it's not going to be such as entertaining as the stories that Jacqueline tell, but I will try to make it fun anyway. The agricultural insurance has always been a tool to mitigate risk, and Colombia is not exception to that. And in fact, since 1993, I don't know if you know, in Colombia there is a subsidized agriculture insurance policy, subsidized by the national government. Now, this year, there's the 30 years, and what has been the penetration of that insurance policy? No, has never exceeded 2% of the total hectares planted across the country. Subsidies that cover 50, 80, and 90% of coverage value. For many years, they were concentrated in the producers that knew about the insurance policy to start with and extract the most benefit out of it. And that is, say, banana exporters, sugarcane producers, heavy, so to speak, agro industry. But the issue was not the subsidy because it's always been there, and Colombia is not the only country in the world that has the subsidy. In fact, 90 countries in the world subsidize the agricultural production or have the agricultural insurance policy. We are before an activity that is highly risky. The agricultural activity depends from risks associated to the cost of fertilizers, access to markets, climate. But the major risk out of this is, of course, climate. Every day exposed to sun, water, rain, and agricultural insurance policy here, as anywhere around the world, is, let's say, makes the risk cost of the risk is diminished. 90 countries around the world insurance policy. Colombia is not an exception. And as I was saying, since 1993, this insurance policy makes a difference between small, medium, and large producers. But the problem is not only that; it has been how to take this insurance policy to all. The structure of this insurance policy is quite complicated. In a traditional insurance policy, once a producer says, I want to be insured, we send an inspector to make sure to validate that the crop is there, to validate the conditions of the crop. And that's when the client is joining the company. But once the damage occurs, let's say there's excess of rain affecting the crop, the producers need to call saying that there is a damage and need to send once more an engineer or an inspector to assess losses incurred. Mm, that has been a huge limitation because that means that that instrument, funded instrument really, reach only producers that has the highest number of hectares, where the sending of an engineer is worth, no, in the beginning and when the damage occurs. But what happens when the producer is the owner of just 2 hectares, to say something? It's more costly to send the engineer to verify the existence of this crop in 2 hectares than the crop itself. And then, if something happens, no, this cost is higher than the premium received. So for many years, that was the big limitation. But now, from say in the last 7, 8 years, the world evolved to what now called parametric insurance policies. The solutions were asked from external data, the data provided by a satellite, for instance. I can observe that in that region or this region that normally has certain millimeters of rainfall, then we have rains above or below. So parametric insurance, what it does is to build history backward to say that in this punctual zone, normally, let's say 100 millimeters of rain. And we've done 100, whatever activity, I'm not an expert in climate, I'm just saying, let's say 100 millimeters of rain, just as an example. The normal rain for that region, and there's no disaster related to climate. But also, history warns me that if that goes up 120, 140, there are risk and losses can be incurred by the producers. So parametric insurance based on that history said for this region in particular, where the estimated rainfall rates should go from here to here. But if they are above or below, surely the farmer is going to lose. The good thing is I don't need to go to send an engineer to watch the instrument, see how much it has rained. I have that information provided by the satellite, and I can observe the behavior of the rain. And that's the big new thing, because we are reaching producers that before were excluded. The small ones, 1 hectare, 2 hectares, those that we need to be better prepared to confront the climate risk of disaster. So if something technological innovation has brought is this. That in Colombia, well, the first one, in 2018, Seguros Bolivar sold the first insurance, parametric insurance for coffee in the country. But we didn't want to stop and remain there. There have been a lot of development, and the latest one is called Cacao Seguro, Safe Cacao. In partnership with C4D, we want to take this to all producers that are already being benefiting from C4D. Protect somehow the investment, the production costs of our cacao producers on a daily basis. The rainfall rates are being monitored by satellite, And after 4 weeks, once the month ended, the satellites provided the information. We are using LANOA satellites, NASA satellites, and they give us information on how the precipitation or rainfalls behaving during that period of time, in such a way that we can say that rains in that territory were above or below historic um, rates and generate payments in a fast way, make avoiding the producer to call and say I am affected, I lost the rains, etc. Now here, the producer is going to receive proactively on part of the insurance company a text message saying we have identified excess rains or non in your territory, so you will going to receive compensation for that. Now we hope to receive that through DaviPlata. So in that way, we are democratizing access to insurance. Notwithstanding the tools that the insurance policy, no, because as it existed for a long time now, well, that it could, we didn't have the sufficient coverage for small producers. The great benefit of this is that many partners are involved with this. Subsidies of up to 90% for small producers. That could even go up to 95% if the producer is young, women, or it is an pedet, also MAC municipality, or is part of Afro-descendant or Creole population, meaning that they can have up to 95% subsidy. And the other percentage of subsidy is by the C4D, provided by the C4D. Um, or USAID. So in this way, we want or hope that our cacao producers have an amount of 4 million pesos per hectare insured and a premium of about 400,000, of which national government covers 90% through, of course, FINAGRO, which is the entity managing these resources, and the other portion or percentage is provided C4D. In year one, we can start with this 100% subsidy for producers um, involving 2,000 cacao grower families, 35% of them women, more than 4,000 hectares in 8 departments, Antioquia, Bolívar, Cesar, Córdoba, Huila. And as from this year to start generating this new culture, dismantling little by little this subsidies for year two onwards, and for year three, 75% subsidies. We recognize the, well, the ideal, of course, is to reach 0% subsidies, but if we cannot improve productivity, we cannot improve the rectified income, we know the limitations there are. So this is a subsidy that will be dismantled little by little as productivity rises, as we involve number of hectares and number of producers in different departments, up to obtaining a figure around 6,000 producers and 40% of them women and 7,000 hectares in total. But risk associated to climate are no doubt limitations for the development of farming activity. But there are other risks associated to this. Health risks. Jacqueline reminded us somehow access to social security is generate the producers and the families can have access to subsidized health schemes. But there's an issue of pertinence and opportunity to access to health schemes. Oftentimes, producers and their family need to go down from the farms, spending a lot of money in transportations to receive primary service. That could be solved just by a telephone call. That's why the project integrates national government along with Ministry of Agriculture, FINAGRO, and CFOD are putting their contribution for the development of this center. Seguros Bolivar is also contributed with the insurance and what we call Doctor Aquí, Doctor Here. Now, that's a platform of Seguros Bolivar to democratize access to health. It is telemedicine solution that will allow producers and their families to have access to consultation on a remote basis, and up to 6 services for each one of the unknown cost for the first 1,000 cacao producers that will be part of this.
So the total commitment for cacao that is more productive, including resilient to the climate. We are happy with this partnership that we have accomplished to structure and formalize with C4D. Sure that the impact that we're going to have of the cacao culture in Colombia is enormous. Thank you very much, and willing to answer any question. Thank you very much, Alejandra. Fabulous, the program. We were able to organize in 4 months, I think. 4 months, but we finished on time. We are happy. Okay, so we finished the presentations. There is a couple of things to do. We have a couple of questions before that. Here, next, we have the gallery. We're going to have a cocktail. So we're going to open here the room next door. Do not tell anyone that I said that. Edwin, are you around? We have some questions for you. We're going to have a section of question and answers that we compiled out of the presentations for a couple of minutes, and then we move on with a cocktail if you think so. Edwin, you go there for the questions. Let us ask 3 questions to Edwin and 3 questions for Fede Cacao. Who is here from Fede Cacao? Does the carbon bonus have any tax benefit for the people who purchase the bonds? Yes, they have a tax benefit in Colombia. Since 2017, there is something that is tax to carbon. So for every 110 gallons of gas, the rate is 23,000 pesos. So that tax could be paid to pollution if they purchase a carbon certificate. They send the DIAN the document they have compensated the carbon print, so they avoid the tax pay. In your presentation, we saw the potential of 2.75 hectares, tons per hectares. So the question is if this includes the agroforestry systems or just cacao. It is just cacao. It doesn't include the shade or the forest, the trees. Professor Andrade from the University of El Valle has performed a bunch of studies on this. So we wanted to do that on its own. We wanted to measure the seedlings with the programs through many years. Last time you mentioned the price of $18.5. And how much of that $18.5 reached the farmer? Well, you saw maybe the other premises, they have different numbers. So premise to premise, we calculated how much is for the farmer to keep that cacao crop, and for some is 18.5 and for other ones is more, like $23. among the 18 premises. So the calculation depends on the farms generating this. Now, the idea of that purchase today, let's see how many people bought today. So the money has to perform the process of the delivery for the beneficiaries for the project to create a result. Those 18 premises are the 18 premises that have results, evident results, supported with facts and a whole series of situations during all these years, 3 years, 4 years, to create results. So the money that those $18.5 that the lady received, it is for taking care of their cacao. But from now on, she needs to keep her crop. So what we are going to do, what the project does, is to deliver the money required to keep the crop without creating any fee or commission, because since the tons are so little, so it is not feasible to create commission. There's the last question on carbon. What's the potential of capture of carbon of complementary crops or C4D projects? Well, usually in those kinds of crops, the potential is very low. Carbon is the diameter diameter of the plant, but a yucca plant is consumed quickly with a lot of water. The potential is very low. Here, there is a question for Fede Cacao. Interesting question. Why the leadership of the countryside is in women if 85% of the people identified are head of production farms? It is an interesting question. There are different ways to see participation and leadership of women within cacao culture. There are numbers. We are launching Atenea in the beginning of June, and there are numbers where 27% of women within our subsector were uh, cacao planters. So we received 31%, and we need to interpret that in both ways. Ones have been taken according to the title holding of the land. And we speak about that, the process of the land under the name of women could be 23, 27%. If we see from the point of view of feminine leadership, we can be speaking about 31%. But if we speak about the number of women in cacao crops that participate in all the value chain, we would speak about 60,000, 65,000. Because I am like Jacqueline. She taught me this is a quick logic. If we are 60,000 cacao women in the cacao crops, we are minimum 60,000 women producing cacao. What's happening to women, and this is what I'd like to draw the attention to me, many times women, and that is changing a lot since they are not involved in many of the productive activities, just post-harvest and transformation. You ask, are you a cacao producer? They say, no, 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 I'm not. They don't feel identified as cacao producers, even with the young women when they go to the training. I ask them, hey, cool, you're a cacao producer. No, 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 it's my father. But my father couldn't come and he sent me. Well, let me ask you something. Do you harvest? Do you ferment? Do you dry? Do you pack up? Yeah, I also help with the pruning. Then how aren't you feeling cacao producers? Because that's the job we're doing. So women, we need to feel proud of working with the crops. And every time that we are asked if we are cacao producers, we say proudly, yes, we are cacao producers. Well, I think we have time for a couple of more questions. There is one that is very technical. Which are the agroecological conditions for the variety of cacao? Felipe? Otherwise, we can answer it together. So, Felipe, you know about that answer? Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, to clarify, the SEC2 variety is developed by the National Federation of Cacao Producers, and the importance is in the control of Moliria. So, mainly, it's a vegetable material that is designed for being implemented in areas of high humidity, so it doesn't have to do so much on the height, but in humidity conditions to uh, um, reduce the ammonia. There's a question in English of the people who are listening in online. It's very interesting for the panel members if you want to answer them. If you had a wish, just one wish, to make a positive, quick change in agriculture, which would be that wish to be accomplished tomorrow? Three wishes. Three wishes. Normally, um, the genius of the lamp gives three wishes. So, as a mother, I would like to have a field in peace for our children to stay working in the field. That would be my greatest wish. You know my wish? Another C4D. Well, the extension agents. Please, a round of applause for the extension agents. And so we finish. We invite you to explore the gallery and also the cocktail and wait, the surprise. Here for you to write down in circles what your takeaways. So if you want to criticize, like it was not worth it, Pablo didn't speak correctly, Jacqueline was the best presenter, he says, let us open that door. That was a surprise. And you can follow us on our social media.